as shares. I think we can do that easily. One share to Facebook, one share to Twitter for everybody. And if you really want to get litty with it, you can share to the individual groups you got on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? The ones that focus in and really be about this building. I want to salute all of you in this space right now for bringing your energy in this space, right? All our energy matters. So with that being said, let's get ready to build.
No doubt, no doubt. Like Raul said, share the room. We got 179 people in here. We're gonna get it up to 200. Share the room. We got 60 shares. Let's get it to 100 shares. I know that sounds like a high demand, but there's 181 people here, 183 now. Let's share. As you come into the room, please share this room, and so we can get ready to go in a couple minutes. We want to get the room up to 200 people. We want to get the shares up to 100. If the room gets to 200 first, then cool. We're at 185, so let's start just chopping it up and getting it going.
And I want y'all to sit and stay with us, y'all, even if you're in the audience and stuff, because after the debate is done, Mo said they're going to bring more people on stage for everybody to be able to get a chance to speak, on the subject.
Team gonna have 1 minute, I believe. Is that correct? 1 minute during the rapid fire rounds?
There's 1 minute.
Yeah, he said 1 minute.
1 minute.
You got 1 minute for your question, 1 minute for them to rebuttal. And it's going to be each person off of each team getting a chance to address the question to whoever they choose on the opposing team.
Exactly.
Hey, can we get it, y'all? I see we bringing more people on the stage. Can we get it to where Los, Brandon, and James are the only ones bringing people that they want on the stage that, something like this? Just for right now.
Right, so Phoenix, who team are you on?
She's with James.
She with James. Latasha, what team she's on?
So far we have Big Chief, we got Phoenix, retired.
You know what? Let's do this. James, the people that are not modded, are they with you?
The people that are not modded, well, Phoenix is modded, Big Chief is modded, but Darvid, Crystal, and Darvid and Crystal's with me, and they're not modded.
Okay, we about to mod.
Hey, y'all.
So y'all
pro-Indian people, y'all got them Indian pictures. Put them Indian pictures up.
Hey, real quick though, if you're on stage and you're not on the team, if you don't mind, please go back down to the audience, and we'll bring you back up. And James, go ahead and mod whoever on the squad. I think, right? That's safe to say. And anybody who's raising your hands, it's not that we don't want to bring you up. We're gonna bring you up later after the debate.
Hey, Raul, is Lord L up?
Yes, he's up.
All right.
Yeah, he on the stage. He with you? Who's that?
Yeah.
That's you, Cap?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, he's
All
modded.
right, all right, good. Yeah, because he was asking me to let him in. I just told him I was going to ask.
Okay, Capriel, Lord L, is he with?
Peace and shalom. Shalom.
Okay, so I take you on Brandon.
Hooked up, bro.
Shay, I take it he's on Brandon's squad.
Well, I don't know who Lord L is.
Lord, whose squad are you on? Are James? Neither one of y'all has Lord.
Hey, I'm on the thing. I'm on this thing right now.
Yeah, he's always on that thing. Just hang up.
He add that stuff.
Hey, well, he's on Brandon's team then.
Oh, okay.
So Capriel and Lord L, y'all just know follow Brandon's lead, okay? Because y'all didn't go to the pre-classes, so whatever you do, even if Brandon is wrong.
I went my ooh, even though you missed orientation, let's get the job done.
Yeah, right. There is no wrong and right. Right. That's what my brother Scott kept told me, and that's what it is. It's only balance. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
So,
who's the timekeeper?
I'm timekeeper.
Okay, so Double is a timekeeper. Raul, Letoya, and myself, we are just moderators that's up here just to help keep everything together and keep it tight. I think dark skinned Jermaine, whose side is he on, or he's just over here with us?
Yeah, that Leo on Brandon team.
Yeah,
Watch yourself now. Watch yourself.
Jermaine is for vegetables. He's on the vegetable team.
Oh, King Lo's got something going on right now. So when King Lo's come back in, he will be taking over modding and running the space. You don't have no problem with that. He got something going on right now. So he will take over this ship. Because I don't have my Irene hooked up, but I got my Air Mac. Let me put it on the internet real quick. But yeah, King Lo's gonna run this thing, right?
Right. So until the King Lo's come back, what we gonna do?
Yeah, and you know what? I wanna get something clear right quick because I see a few people like Sydney just type something in the chat, and they're a little confused. All right, so the premises of pretty much myself and my team, as I've stated numerous.
Brandon, you glitching on us, bro. And wherever you at, you need to sit still and get in a good signal space, cause
man, come on, I'm in the house connected to my Wi-Fi, man. Hey, these people need to come on.
Yeah, you might turn that Wi-Fi off.
Breaking up a little bit.
You might have to turn that Wi-Fi off though, really, and just off your phone data.
Yeah, we need you clear. Most of everybody, you and James have to be clear.
No, I'm not gonna be clear on my phone data. What about now? Am I clear?
Yeah, you clear right now.
You better sit right next to that Wi-Fi box.
Yeah, you like my man on A Few Good Men right now, Jack Nicholson.
Oh, what really dumb is
Hey, Brandon. Princeton down there in the audience. You need him? Yes, no, Princeton.
Who?
Princeton.
No, Letoya.
Princeton. No,
No.
Princeton.
Okay.
Now, anybody who wasn't in the pre-prep room, if you ain't see him there, we good.
All right.
Yeah, everyone, just a few more minutes. Los is taking care and finishing up something. So just a few more minutes, but
Let's get this room up. There's 250 people, y'all. Let's try to
let me
get
go right next to the Wi-Fi box then. I didn't even know that was a thing. Hold on.
Hey, Double, I know you're doing the time and stuff. Can somebody play some music? Is anybody near something where they can play a little bit while we tag and ping and share?
Yeah,
I can play some music.
That'd be nice.
well, we can.
I can go over the questions.
that James, and then after that, if we want, everybody can give a little bio on themselves real quick too, from person to person, real quick.
Yeah, that'd be good too.
Okay. So we all know what we're here for. This was something like Brandon said, not really so much of a debate, but more so exchanging of information and getting some things clear.
This is a bill. This is a bill. It's a bill. It's a bill.
It's a bill. And the bill has some questions that we're going to be going over.
Hey, hold on. You got a hot mic. You got a hot mic.
Somebody got me on echo style.
I think that's double with a hot mic. I think double when you're off. I think the mic is hot. It gives an echo. But go ahead, James.
Got you.
Hey, who moderated?
All right, so
who moderated? Who moderated?
Me,
I'm
Raul,
over here doing a little something, but you the lead. You the lead.
No. I'm in a session right now. So
Okay, I got you. I got you.
So James, y'all shouldn't have to speak until it's time for y'all to present. So
Right.
yeah. So go ahead. Let James.
I'm going to send you the stuff. I'll send you the stuff, Raul, and then you guys can read it. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, send it to me.
So I'm not in it. I'm trying not to speak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
So I'm going to send it to you.
Okay, send it to me, bro.
Bet. You still got me off? You got me off the block?
What you mean by block?
I think it's in the up. You got to unblock me so it goes through.
No, why would I block you, bro?
I'm joking with your ass, but
Yeah. You want to play with a comedian, huh? I like that, man. I like that.
you know I got to pick at your ass. Yeah, check your back time, your back message.
All right. We got work to do. Appreciate you, bro. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we American Indian descendants? Or
Wait, hold on. You starting it right now?
No, I'm just going over the questions. We ain't starting nothing right now. We just
So everyone kind of knows that's in the audience. They understand.
what we do. I'm reading off the itinerary. I'm reading off the questions. I'm reading off the topics of discussion right now. So, we're going to go in from both sides, both perspectives, all right? So, these are questions that we will be discussing, right? Are we American Indian descendant or have African origins, right? So I guess that could have been, or do we have African origins? Okay, right? That's what it really should have been. All right, the next one, oldest tribe in Africa say they migrated from India. Yeah, I don't know, James sent me some motherfucking bullshit, but it don't sound like.
Disregard my notes. Just go back to the question.
Sarkep, or Brandon, send me that list that we had earlier today.
Hey, American Indians, y'all team captain already disorganized. He's pretty messing up.
No, that was the question. See, Raoub's not reading it right. You know what I'm saying? But that's okay. It's okay. I can do it for you.
Hey, Raoub, I just said,
right.
No, take your break, James. You heard King Lo. Take your break. I got you, bro. Save it. You got
you
plenty
go down
time
to the next question.
No, hold on.
You go down to the next question.
Bro, hold on. I got you. So this is Africa versus American Indians, right? Are we from African origin or American?
You guys are Pan-Africans.
Bro, hold on, bro.
So it's not Africa versus India.
Brother,
James, come on, man. Let Raul do this. Come on.
We going by what King Los wrote, bro. We not in the debate yet. Y'all, you can say all that in the debate, man. Not in the introduction. Ain't no need to debate the introduction. It's just an introduction,
Man, read the question,
bro. Hold on, bro. Say that for the debate, right?
I got you. Come on.
Yeah. We going there. You just be patient, like you've been all your life. All right. Indians, right here. Africa versus American Indian. Number one, are we from African origin or American Indian origin? All right, motherland / cradle of civilization. Topic number two, should we identify with Kemetic or American Indian tradition? What should be more important to us? Topic number three, did our master teachers through history fail to evaluate us by teaching us about African / Kemetic tradition / history and not American Indian history?
Hey,
Topic
family.
number
Hey,
4.
y'all, let me know if y'all can hear. Let me
Was
know if y'all can
America
hear.
the inspiration behind the Kemetic infrastructure and tradition, or vice versa? All right, those are the 4 topics of discussion. I'm gonna copy that and put it in the chat y'all see down there, so you can get familiar with it. Those of you, if you on stage or whatever, make sure you got your pen and your pad so you can bullet point. Write down topics that you want to discuss. Those of you in the audience, do the same, because when you come up, you get to ask your questions, right? And so we're gonna sit down and we're gonna do this with logic, right? So that we won't be tricked, we won't be emotional. We're gonna put the logic on the table tonight. I'm in Mississippi, looking at everything, the water, you feel me? So we tapping in. Those are the 4 topics right there. I'm gonna copy, put it in the chat. Okay, I'm trying to get my laptop up too. So modern.
Peace. What's up with it, everybody?
Because I got.
Peace, everybody, man. We about to turn up, man. This debate was on, I wouldn't even say a day notice, because it haven't even been 24 hours. So, yeah, it haven't even been 24 hours, so. But we're going to see what's going on, man. We got 4 topics on the table. We have 4 topics on the table.
Let's go.
Peace to everybody pulling up out there, man. Hey, y'all, get the likes up, family. Get the likes up in here, or I'm going to turn this motherfucker off. Get the likes up in here, bro. Share the video, man. Get the likes up. Let's share the video out, family. This is a goddamn debate. Y'all want to see it tonight. Y'all want to see it tonight, man. Let's get the likes up. I'm already on the road with this one, man. I ain't even got all my shit together, so yeah, let's definitely peace to everybody out there. She always still said share. Yeah, definitely share. All right, so I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. If y'all heard the topics, let me read them out to y'all. Let me see. All right, the first topic is, are we American Indian descendants or have African origins? Are we American Indian descendants or have African origins? Another topic is, which school did our master teachers fail us by teaching us Kemetic science or empower us? Did our master teachers fail us by teaching U.S. Kemetic sciences or empower us? Another topic is Kemetic Egyptian civilization based or inspired from American history? The importance of ancient Egyptian tradition versus American Indian heritage. It'll be 10 minutes to present. 10-minute rebuttal rounds, and 3-minute finalization. And right now it says the 6 people per team, no substituting. So we'll see how that go. Those are the topics. Y'all let me know out there what y'all think about the topics. Y'all let us know what y'all think about them topics out there. I'm guessing this is a pro-African space. If y'all familiar with the battle rapper King Los, this is King Los who hosting this debate. And y'all know King Los' relationship with Polite. Him and Polite was real close. If y'all familiar with it, King Los and Polite was real close. But King Los had Blackfoot. This is what his family told him. So, he coming into a new paradigm, man. And so that's what make it interesting about this shit for me. Because, it's a lot of people out there who minds are opening up to this, and they're hearing the voices of their ancestors and their elders, and they're feeling like they done a disjustice to the family and to themselves by learning all of this African shit and getting caught up in it when when their family told them something different. So let's take a listen in and see where we at.
I was supposed to be in the ATL Friday, but my feminine couldn't get off from work. And I was supposed to go. I had to say, damn, I'm finna catch the train up there and let you drive by yourself, right? Okay. Hey, I'm glad I waited though, bro. Let me tell you something. She running all up on the police because she don't drive much, right? Like, we got pulled over, bro. The trooper chased us down. You feel me? Like, bro. I woke up, bro. The trooper was chasing us. When I woke up, I ain't seen nothing but lights in the front. She was about to run over them while they was on the highway doing what they doing. You feel me? And the man rolled the window down. I was like, hey, look, man, she don't drive much. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what I'm saying is the delay may be to save you from some danger, man. You feel me? So right now, bro, we under the energy and the essence of our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know y'all ancestors smiling on y'all right now for even doing what y'all doing right now, right? Because we don't talk to each other enough, man. You know I get inspirational with it. So I'm gonna play this song by this artist real quick, because this is definitely happening to us right now. Y'all might be familiar with this song. Y'all might be familiar with this artist. But let's see what the message says to you during these times.
All right, y'all. While they getting it ready over there, I think King Los in a goddamn rap battle session. I mean, like a music session or whatever. I don't know how this gonna go, but I know I probably stayed up to like 1:30 in the morning, fucking with Los and them. And yeah, it was probably like 1:30 in the morning. So a lot of people excited about this. Let me see how many people in here. It's 279 people listening. 279 people listening in right now. We've been on 20 minutes, so we'll see how it go, bro. They gotta, hopefully we can speed it up. But at the same time, like I said, I ain't had all my little shit together, so it give me an opportunity to go ahead on and put me some more shit up. The Negro on the plantation came into the picture with a completely broken culture heritage. The Negro of the plantation came into the picture with a completely broken cultural heritage. He came directly from Africa or indirectly from Africa through the West Indies. There had been for him no preparation for and no organized exposure to the dominant improved patterns of American culture. See how they walk you right off of there. Walk you right out of there. They said, nigga, you ain't have no culture, nothing that tied you, or patterns that tied you to the American culture. What he knew of life and what he could learn from other slaves or from the examples set by the white planters themselves. Cover the black European right up. When you say planter, I automatically think about a nigga. Automatically think about a nigga when you say planter. Because you got to understand where the planters went. When the planters came to America, they didn't refer to everybody as planters. The planters were the people in mostly dealing in the South. All right? AKA black Europeans. There had been, hold on, yeah. All right, well, I'm in with it. Okay, what he knew of life is what he could learn from others. In the towns where his contract was closed, there was some effect, such as many times been noted in the cultural differences between the early Negro house servant and the plantation hand. Okay, so it says what he knew of life he could learn from other slaves or from the examples set by white planters themselves. In the town where this contact was close, there was an effect. All right, let's walk. So who was the house servant? Was the house servant Indians? What made them so different than the other one? Nigga tell you they were light skinned. Nigga was light skinned. Out of this program has come first-hand field study of New World Negroes in Dutch Guiana, in Haiti, and Trinidad. Extended research has also been carried into the history of slaving. A close contact has been maintained with specialists in Negro studies in countries in South America and with those devoted ethnologically amateurs who, in several colonies of the Caribbean, have been impelled by a desire to know more of the folk about them to contribute to the store of data in the New World, Negro cultures. From the need to trace African origins has come research in Africa itself. From the need to trace African origins has come research in Africa itself, where in Nigeria, the Gold Coast, and more especially in Dahomey, has been possible study at first hand the important ancestral civilizations. Through this continual widening experience has grown recognition of the need for a scientific reinvestigation of the problem of the retention of Africanism in the New World, in the United States itself. It was through same experience also that a sense of practical significance of the conclusion to be drawn from such investigations from the interracial situation that it exists in the present time and developed, especially on the conclusion, can give those concerned with everyday issues a sense of historical depth in which these issues are lodged, and the assumptions underlying the thinking of most Americans, white or Negro. This is how they went and created and put you on Africa. Missionary work. Missionary work. Okay, y'all wanted this. This is coming from the book, The Myth of the Negro Past. The Myth of the Negro Past, page 32, is where they came from, and that's Melville Herkovich.
Hey, let's back channel.
That's coming from Melville Herkovich.
Bro, he not gonna answer the text because he's not looking at his phone. He in the studio. So
well, you guys got replays on?
yeah, we got replays on, but we don't want people getting restless and getting tired of waiting and leaving. You know, we live in a everything now society.
Hold on, y'all give me a second real quick.
Whoever set up the invite should give the pecking order or choose to go first.
Yeah, that's not going. That's King Los.
Hold on, y'all. I think Joy might be the most unbiased person on the stage right now, but he's on the phone. I'm just gonna keep it 100, right?
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is true. We can do that. That is true.
So when Joy get off the phone, he gonna pick a number between 1 and 10, and then Brandon and James will pick a number between 1 and 10, and whoever closest to the number, or I guess further away from it.
Hey, we can do it quicker than that. Hey, Raoub, I'm about to send you a number, and we're gonna let them pick between 1 and 50, and whoever can get closest, you're gonna already have the number.
Roger that. Hey, listen, hey, Brandon, you taking all the heat if we start this thing before Los come over. Just know that, right? Because that's the essence of it. Like, that's even who created this whole thing. So, but
I tell you what, and I'm just gonna ask this and see if you guys think this is appropriate. Why don't you guys take one more second?
B&B, what's up?
Figure out what you're gonna do. Play some music so it's not just dead. And then when you come back on, we either just make the decision to move forward, or maybe have some correspondence with Los and him give you the okay to go or not.
I mean, that's what I would prefer, because we know who fought to have this whole thing implemented, right? So, I mean, unless it was James behind the scene, I don't know.
Mic check. Hey, y'all tell me how this sound, bro. Mic check. Let me know how it sound.
So to have him not a part of the kickoff in the first energy,
A little choppy or a lot? All right, what about now?
Let the universe, like you said. It's cool.
What about now? Still choppy? Golf coach say low and choppy. What about now, golf coach? Okay.
Warriors up in here, and we got Melody.
Hey, Raoub, you ain't gonna let it slide.
How long do you guys think we'll be waiting, man?
Oh.
Hey, hold on, I'm gonna play something real quick.
We won't be that long, brother Sankel, because Los don't be that long in the studio, bro.
Man, listen, bro.
And keep in mind, we got people on Eastern Standard Time, so it's getting later out there.
Right. I agree.
Play something real quick, and hopefully by the time that's done playing, y'all give me a second real quick. By the time this is done playing, Los will be able to tap back in. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let me do something. Well, nah, because I can't do that. I won't be able to do that.
When you born, the God come out, black is not. Black when it's wrong and black when it's right. Black is pyramids and mathematics. Black is melanized and magic. Black is televised and in need of drastic black advancement. Black enhances, black with chances, black with privilege, black with pride. Black on purpose, the black hand side. Black and beautiful. Black and blessed and highly favored. Praise the Lord. Black and blessed. Black and so much more. Black and nothing less. Black and educated. Black is brilliant. Black is strong. Black is resilient. Black is song. Black is infinite, like hip hop or space. Black is grace. Black is love. Black makes babies. Black babies grow up. Black is tough. Black is hard to do. Black is me. Black is you. Black is not something we get to choose, but it is something we get to cherish.
my great-great-great-great-grandma. Black is that lift every voice and sing. Black is that letting your freedom ring and resound. Black is adjective, adverb, color, and noun. You so black. When you smile, the stars come out. Baby, you so black. When you're born, the God come out. Stop. I just wanted to play that, y'all.
All right, let's yeah.
Okay.
Oh, let's go. Let's go ahead.
All right. Brandon. Hey, Brandon, all the heat going on you for this. That's cool. We'll start it. Double, you ready on the time over there?
Yes, sir. Well, the time
Brandon,
don't start until after you're done with the question. But yeah, I'm ready.
We read the questions already, but we can read them again. No problem.
How it's gonna work is we read the question, each question for each round. So
Definitely.
The question number one, and then whoever's turn it is first is gonna start. Then once their 10 minutes is up, the next team's 10-minute, double communicate when you're starting it, and things like that. Things of that nature.
Definitely. We got it, bro. Let us moderate this. You concentrate on your role. Brandon, pick your number. Pick your number between 1 and 50. What's your number?
You said between 1 and what?
50.
Oh yeah, I forgot about intros for the teams. James, you cool with that? You want to do all your team members do introductions, like just a couple seconds, so people can know who's who?
Yeah, that's fine. However you guys want to do it.
Can I still get your number, Brandon? Between 1 and 50.
All right. Between 1 and 50. Am I aiming? Oh, I'll go. I'll go 13.
All right. I guess, and it's who? Okay, James, what's your number between 1 and 50?
16.
16. So, Brandon, you will go first. You was furthest away from the number. The number was 33, sent to me by Let Oya. So, the furthest away, that's who I'm going to have go first.
All right.
All right, y'all. We about to rock out.
All right. I know a lot of people in this club know who I am, but, I'm in the my name is right there. But, a little about me. I originally, I'm an ancient history historian. I originally started to study history in-depthly at the age of 24. I'm now 37. So between that time, that's 13 years, and between that time and continuing, I've personally read myself and analyzed, not just read just to read, but I've read and analyzed over 38 historical books and traveled to different regions, including Kemet, to find out answers to a lot of the books. And
Damn, hold up. Mic check. Y'all still there? Hold on, man. My phone buffering. Hold up. Come on with it, man.
Extracurricular classes. I'm a 105th Congress Dwight D. Eisenhower Fellow, having conducted research 4 members of Congress to go to the floor to perform their debates to win bills, which creates appropriations, which turns into funding. I'm also a member of Chairs Lodge number 259 out of Tallahassee, Florida. I am a member of the Rosaki Arts Temple. I'm a level 2 Kemetic Reiki priest. I'm a member of the JSW Moorish Temple of Amun-Ra, where I stand as the ambassador and the hymn Neter, or the servant to the Neter of God to the people, of which I have a lot of initiatives within that organization through our STEAM program, Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Math, which relays all of this information on construction to people in middle school, high school, and at the collegiate level. I've worked in corporate America and Fortune 100 companies. I have accolades ranging from college all the way through Fortune 100 companies, as well as I am a practitioner of the Kemetic spiritual science through the Asar Set Society.
Appreciate it, Brother Shakib. All right. Next on the list, we're going big. I know you text me. You said you're having some connection issues. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I go by Big God Knowledge. I'm a 9 ether philosopher and an occult science student of the game. That's all I got for y'all. Peace.
Appreciate it. All right, next we're going Ajamu. Are you there, Ajamu?
Yes. Brother Ajamu. Ajamu means he who fights for what he wants. I'm fighting for unity, justice. Also an historian, entrepreneur. Orlando, Florida.
Appreciate it, Ajamu.
What's up, BCU? Let's light
All right,
this bitch up.
Next on the list, we're going K, Kepra.
Peace. Kemperell, I am the
Brother Rob said what happened to his rent.
Society. Studying the principle of the Moorish Science Temple of America in Richmond, Virginia. I'm here in Florida, also a study of the Kemetic system. I've studied under Baba Ashraf Kwesi and some other pronoun names that most people know, but here just to bring balance, man, and just grow with everybody here, because we all want.
All right, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. All right.
Hey, real quick, I don't know what that sound is you playing, bro. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, it does. But next, last but not least, we got Lord L.
And they got about 3 more on his team, bro. We gotta fight the Moors tonight.
I'm in New York. I'm a Moorish American. I'm an entrepreneur in the media business, and I land my plane with that. And I'm also a historian. Peace.
All right, appreciate it. All right, it's on you now, James. I don't know if James.
All right, cool. All right. A lot of you guys probably know me already, but just in case you don't, I'm James of the Wells Family Living Trust. I was born in California, raised in Texas, as well as Washington. We are descendants of Choctaw Nation by blood. We currently have our original Indian territory. I guess my history comes from just living through family. Nothing too fancy, just living through family and all of the family stories, as well as assets, land, and so forth that we've just continued to pass on throughout the family, along with the information about our family and our origins. I also am a musician and single father, and
a family man, of course. And I'm here to do my thing, build, and I hope you guys enjoy what you guys hear.
Shay, who you got next, James, on the team?
We're gonna go ahead and go down the list. I'm gonna go ahead and start with my divine feminine first. I'm going to start with we can start with Latasha, and then we'll go to Phoenix, and then we'll go from there, and then going down, and then the men can do their introduction.
Hello, everyone. Latasha Evans, Choctaw, Chick, Mississippi Chickasaw, Osage. In my bloodline, I have an MBA in business. I've been working in land acquisition for 15 years, a paralegal, and currently work in the lending arena. Working with major federal credit unions on the East Coast. Spoke in Congress last week with in regards to the 1866 treaty with some senators there, and look forward to speaking to all of you tonight.
All right, next divine feminine up the bat.
Halito Osio. My name is Phoenix. I'm a poor monkey woman. First contact. Jamestown Census. I'm a historian and genealogist, and I'm from New York.
Come on, James, you got to keep moving, bro.
Hold on, bro. Next divine feminine, go ahead. I got James. I got y'all covered. Who we got next?
Hey y'all, it's me, Crystal. I'm Crystal. I'm a licensed cosmetologist for the last 28 years. In 2007, I started doing this genealogy, and I have gotten very, very, very far. Also, I study .gov documents. That's me, Crystal with the feathers.
Shay. Shay, one time for Crystal. Next divine feminine.
All right, then we just knocked out all the divine feminine. We're gonna go ahead and move forward to our men. We're gonna start it off with Darvid, and we're gonna end it with Big Chief.
All right, peace everybody. I'm a Piscataway Indian from Baltimore, Maryland, and I'm a genealogist. I study the occultism. I'm the creator. And studying the Kemetic principles have led me back to my ancestors.
Shay.
Peace. I'm legendary Big Chief Top Cat, represent Big Chief University. I'm an American Indian historian, and I'm the best that ever did it and got away with it.
All right, so after Raul reads the questions, you got 10 minutes for your presentation. When you got 1 minute and 30 seconds left, I'm gonna let you know you got 90 seconds left. I'm gonna give you a 30-second warning when it's 30 seconds left, and then I'm gonna yell time. As Lo said yesterday, when I yell time, it's a wrap. You can't keep going.
All right, so that's everybody on the team, James. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay, question number 1. In this debate, held this day in June, August. Yeah, I think it's August 1st. Yeah, August 1st. In this discussion, debate, build, gather another information. The first question of Africa versus American Indian reads as such: are we from African origin or American Indian origin? Motherland / cradle of civilization. Brandon will be leading for Team Kemet.
All right, appreciate it. All right, pin the link at the top for your viewing. All right, that link is from an article in Newsweek from 1992, where it explains and talks about how researchers at the USC at Berkeley, they extracted the DNA from a 200,000-year-old African woman's skull from the Great Lakes region of Africa, which is in the area of Tanzania, Uganda, and down there in that area. And they took the DNA from that skull and cross-examined it with the DNA from some of the world's major ethnicities. They used 147 different pregnant women's placentas to help them conclude the study. And they cross-examined the DNA with the world's major ethnicities with the DNA of the African woman's skull, and the DNA for that woman's skull matched all the other ethnicities. All the other ethnicities, their DNA did not match with each other. So the researchers, the scientists at the USC at Berkeley concluded that either the cradle of civilization started in that region of Africa, or we all have a common ancestor in that region of Africa, which both means pretty much the same thing. Now, the second point I want to get to is that historically there are 6 major overall species of humans: the Homo rhodophysis, the Homo habilis, the Homo erectus, the Homo neanderthal, the Homo sapien, and the Homo floresiensis. I can't pronounce that word, but out of those 6 overall specimens of humans, of course, they all have subspecimens, and we all are a subspecimen of Homo sapiens, the Homo sapiens sapien. Now, according to the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, according to philanthropist and scientist and anthropologist Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, according to the Smithsonian Museum in DC, and many more. But scientists have only found, back then and now and present days, scientists have only found Homo sapiens in America only. I repeat, scientists have only found Homo sapiens in America only. All of the other major overall species of humans are all found collectively in Africa. Now, in other continents, you have a few in this continent, a few in that continent, but all of them collectively are only found on the continent of Africa. Now, another point that I want to get to is that North America is in the Arctic zone. The tropical zone is between the Tropic of Cancer, and the what's the other tropic? The Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, so between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, the equator is in the middle. That region right there is called the tropical zone. North America, most of North America is in the Arctic zone, and the Arctic zone is between, is above the Tropic of Cancer, the pole, and then you have the other one down below. Now, over 90% of Africa's mass is inside of the tropical zone. Now, neuromelanin, which is the melanin that we have, and we all will agree that Black people are the originators of everywhere, of everything. Now, neuromelanin forms when dopamine oxidizes presence of oxygen, and that can only occur when there's a certain temperature, when other tropical areas of Earth can produce that temperature. The only tropical area of Earth that can produce that temperature is the tropic zone between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, which over 90% of Africa is located, and most of America is not. So America gets freezing cold during certain months of the year, and in the cold weather, life form cannot sustain, in ancient times. And the last point I want to make, actually, that is the last point I'm going to make, and then I'm going to pass it to Brother Sakim.
Hetep Islam, thank you, Brother Brandon. So where I'd like to start from is, when we look up or understand the term American Indian, it's a new paradigm and construct. It's not mentioned in etymological dictionaries yet, and it just started to make its way known on certain pieces of information. And so when we start to say we're involved or we're a certain thing, we need to go to its roots. So because we're saying, are we, of African origin or American Indian origin, I would have to say that we're the aforementioned, because it would be the predecessor to what an American Indian is, just through the mere fact of definition. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Brother John.
Really, bro? That's it? That's all you was going to say, bro?
All right.
And he was a Moor, by the way.
From what you were saying, Brother Sakep, Native American, that terminology came about in 1960 from my research. And then furthermore, the word Indian came about in the 15th century. And Indian is to refer to people of the Indus River Valley, which is basically Hindu Kush. The other brother was talking about the hominids and the ancient human artifacts that were found in the Rift Valley, and I do concur with that, and have read about the Leakeys, which were a group of Kenyans. They were British, but nevertheless, they had money. They were able to go out and excavate, and they did find all of those species that the brother mentioned. So my question is, what came first? Did the people on the continent come first, or did the people in the Americas come first? That's the question. Was there a migration, or was there not a migration? That's another question. And I'm going to hand it over to whoever's next. And I'm going to hand it over to whoever's next.
All right, he might be having technical issues. Now, I mentioned how only the tropic zone has temperatures that can create and sustain the presence of oxidation for neuromelon to create, which our brain produces in our cerebral cortex. Now, this information is according to George W. Carey in one of his books called The Wonders of the Human Body. And George W. Carey is a medical doctor. Okay. So we know, and I'm not negating that we were here first. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm negating that America is not the origin of civilization. Yeah, we were here, but Africa is the only continent that contains all of the overall major human species. And so therefore, if we look through the migrational patterns as human species migrated out to our other areas, of course, if they migrated to Arctic zones, farther away from the sun's presence and other climate changes and things like diet as well, over a process of thousands of years, pigmentation and other things are going to change. Now, Sheikh Anta Diop concluded
90
that,
seconds.
Oh, okay. You said
90 seconds.
Oh, 90. All right. So, according to Sheikh Anta Diop, and Diop actually got this information from a medical journal called here we go. Oh crap! This is in Europe. I mean, in his book, I can't read that form, but according to Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, once Homo sapiens started to migrate through the Strait of Gibraltar into these American lands, that's when the Homo sapiens started to migrate over here. Now, that's why America only has the Homo sapiens
30 seconds.
species. And I'll yield. Anybody else have anything they want to add?
No, I'm good.
All right. It looks like the comedic team is warming up. I know it's hard being the first performer on the stage, Hey, but we got a great discussion for y'all tonight. The energy gonna crank up. Everybody feeling themselves out. Now we're gonna go over to the team, American Indian. James, I'm gonna read the question, and then
they're supposed to be coming with the rebuttal.
Okay, we coming with the rebuttal?
Yeah, that's how Los was saying yesterday.
We're going to read the question again, and James and his team are just going to present whatever they want to present to the question. While he's presenting, if he wants to rebuttal something that I or someone said, that's cool. But just they have their 10 minutes, and then, when we have rapid fire, when each team have minutes back and forth, we can do more things like that too.
Right.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. Yeah, ain't no rebuttal right now.
I'm just going off of what Los said yesterday.
They read their answer.
I'm just going off of what Los said yesterday.
Okay, so
they got to respond. This is the
Well, he said we're gonna do that at the end, though.
Okay,
be able to get their pen and paper.
All right, they can present whatever they want to present in their 10 minutes. Right. 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Exactly.
If they want to rebut, they can. If they don't, it's cool. Just let them have their 10.
Listen, the first 10 minutes is the presentation round. The next round is a rebuttal round. And then there's a rapid fire round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. They gotta get their 10 minutes out though. They can't rebuttal to what he's saying, and they haven't presented what they got to the question. That's what we're saying. We can't do the rebuttal right now. Let them answer the question.
Hey, thank you, Bishop, and help me moderate this thing, Bishop. Yeah, we were just.
I'm here.
Appreciate you, brother. So I'm gonna read this question and to my brother James and the team 10 minutes, and then after that we'll get into rebuttaling. I know y'all doing y'all bullet points because I see the other team in the chats, boy, they going ham with it. You feel me? So Comedic Brothers, look, blow them candles out. Blow them candles out and get your swords. Okay? We in the battle right now. So I'm finna read it. All right. Africa versus American Indians. Number one, are we from African origin or American Indian origin? That's the question. Which one is the motherland / cradle of civilization? To my brother James.
Thank you, Raoub. And to the room, thank you guys. But let's just keep it real. What we just heard was all the introductions amongst his team and our team, right? And we also heard just now what he's heard from 1992 research done in DNA. You also heard him talk about Arctic, zones and traveling. You also heard him talk about all of these distance traveled and how he's got this research done by DNA. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go over how that can't be true. We're going to go over some of the chronological. We're going to go over some of the DNA debunking, and we're going to also go over just the age and the date is what he's talking about, and how possible is it for all of these folks to even travel, let alone come to America and handle even just the Southeast zone alone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just opening you guys up to understand that, number one, these are all stories and things that are carried out through other narratives, through other factions. Understand that. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the mic to my esteemed constituents, to my esteemed Indians. I'm going to go ahead and start this off with my divine feminine, actually. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let either Latasha hit this or Phoenix, and then we're going to go down and close this thing out.
Give me 2 seconds.
don't think that that question is a question that can be asked of a mass group of people, unless these people all come from the same family and are able and can trace that lineage to said landmass. So I think that's an ambiguous question, because who is the we that we're asking about?
Seems pretty insurmountable to reach that far, huh? I understand. Last but not least, my feminine divine here, Crystal, do you want to concur with that as well? Or do you have something to add to it? Okay, she's cooking. All right, cool.
Here I
Let's
am.
get down
I'm
to
sorry,
it.
I had to open my phone back up. I'm sorry, I had to put my phone back up. Okay, so what I want to say also is that if you have to be able to trace your family, because everyone's family is unique to your grandparents, right? Your mama, your daddy, to your parents. Everyone's family is unique to your parents. And just to throw out some archaeological aspect, because they did. Property Points in Louisiana has the oldest pyramid complex dating back 6,000 BC. I just wanted to add that as an archaeological aspect. But you have to have your parents to know where people started from. Your family, no one else's.
All right, well, time to take it home here. Big Chief, Darvid, you already know what it is. Let's go ahead and slam dunk this. The ladies, they threw the alley-oop. Let's go ahead and slam dunk this. What you got for me, Darvid?
All right, cool. So when we talk about like these fossils coming out of Africa, that is rooted in Darwinism. You don't get these type of fossils, Homo sapiens, sapien, Homo erectus, things like that until you get Darwinism. Now, if we look at that, the Outer Africa theory was created by a German in the 1940s. And before you had the Outer Africa theory, you had the Outer Asia theory with the Peking man that they found. Also, to critique Brandon's point about they only dark-skinned people came from those tropical areas. If you look up the Grimaldi man in Russia, that is a Negroid, aka a Negroid skull found in Russia.
All right.
Niggas in Russia. All right, Big Chief. All right, go ahead.
All right, well, I piggyback off of that when first off, Brandon, we in Houston, and you know how hot it is out here. So now on top of that, you also find Cheddar Man in Europe as well, if you're going by the bones or whatever. But the bones is fake. Is bones and science archaeology was created to rewrite the stories of the Americas. If you're familiar with archaeology, what been created down in Mexico when the Spanish came into Tenochtitlan down there. So that's when you first get your anthropology, and then you also get your anthropology with Franz Boas concerning the Americas. Before they started studying skulls or bones and things in Africa, they would study them here in America. And they rewrote this story. They used that information to take it there. Well, also he brought up the Outer African theory 200,000 years ago when we had Albert Perry. Right here, it says the father of all men, 340,000 years old. And so there was the Y chromosome found here by a guy in South Carolina. And so when we talk about the oldest in the world, well, we would have to see if we are from Africa or from America. One thing is this, man. What has happened to us is we've been colonized, and we think the colonization only came through religions. Well, education as well, and through this education, one of the things that has happened, a lot of these master teachers, these people, I heard a few getting quoted today, actually walk side by side with the European, the person who you're calling the colonizer. So if the European is the colonizer, well, your Pan-African teachers are the colonizer, and that's something we're going to break down here today. Come on, James, where you at?
Beautifully said there. Now, in our closing, I just want to pity pat on just one of the other things that Brandon started his introduction with, because none of us really spoke about it. And that was probably intentional. He spent about 2 minutes and 32 seconds about the DNA. He spoke about all of the different Homo erectus, Homo sapiens,
Oh man, my bad, y'all, bro. I had it on mute, bro. My bad.
How this rebuttal thing?
Man, that was my bad, bro. I tripped out.
I guess they could each get a round of rebuttals.
Oh, bro, I tripped out, bro.
10 minutes each to rebuttal things that are being said.
We all right, bro. We all right.
Actually, it's 1 minute each. You said 1 minute?
No,
to be all honest, because I want to give each side a great opportunity.
I tripped out,
to lay down
bro.
scholarship. The scholarship is important. So I think they should each side get 10 minutes to rebuttal and make their point. And then we do a closing.
so yeah, that's what Lo said yesterday. 10 minutes
Yeah.
each. 10 minutes for presentation, 10 minutes for rebuttals, and then 3 minute finalizations, and then the 1 minute rapid fire round.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, y'all niggas is killing me, bro. It's like
That's too much. One of y'all
like come on, man. Like
No, that's not it. That's too much. Yeah, that's too
come
much.
on, like we should have decided on this shit yesterday.
Hey, nah, it's cool, bro. Hey, look, this is what we'll do.
Let's go. They ask the fucking questions and let's go, bro.
Hey, look, this is what we'll do, bro. Keep it smooth.
I got you. You know what? And I know you
made this shit real simple. It's not even hard.
Let's keep it pushing. So
Each
I know.
side, look, it's so simple. It's not too much.
Man, these niggas, come on, bro. Y'all tripping, bro. This is debate. You can't fuck. You gotta keep it going.
Whatever Bishop say, that's what's running.
I'm just saying, let's give them the opportunity. I want to hear these points. I don't want nobody to leave out nothing. Make the stick. Yo, we went through the rooms of the bickering. Let's hear the scholarship. Brandon and Side got 10 minutes to rebuttal whatever they saying and make their point. James and them got their side. James, get your team together. They coming off the motherfucking mic too slow. Tell them put some pep in their shit, right? Let's get this shit popping, and then we'll
Hey, Bishop.
Yo.
Don't start the timer till they start talking.
All right.
I don't start the time. I don't start it until they start talking.
Okay, perfect. Then you perfect. You perfect.
And then let them come back and close until you can have it ready. But I want them to put the scholarship down.
Yeah. All right, let's get it.
I want to learn some shit. Learn me something. All right, Raul, you got it.
Everybody share the room too. Peace.
We supposed to be going to the next question, bro.
So
hey, that sound is choppy. Hey, hold on, y'all. Is it choppy? What the audio sound like? Mic check on the audio.
first off, big. I'm well familiar of Mr. Perry, and granted, yeah, you're right. They found him. His DNA is the oldest in Carolina areas and stuff. You're right about that, but you didn't finish informing the people of the story. They traced his the Y chromosome of his DNA back to West Africa, the Imbo people of West Africa. So there's that. And now y'all are caught on the numbers, the 200,000. I said the skull, the age of that skull is 200,000 years old. I didn't say the age of the people were. That's just the age of the skull. Now, Homo sapiens are even younger than that. And granted, if you remember back to when I started, I said that in America, only the Homo sapien human species has been found in America. Homo sapiens sapien, which is what we are, is not even one of the original human species. It's a subgroup of the Homo sapiens, because our brain developed more and stuff. So there's that. So I just wanted to make sure the room know that about Mr. Perry. Yeah, that DNA is the oldest, according to them, in America, but they traced the Y chromosome from his DNA back to West Africa. Now, let me move on to, I think someone brought up the mound in Louisiana. Now, according to the National Park Service.gov, so this central entity, first off, all mounds are not man-made. Mounds are layers of earth that adds up, over time, after a climatic weather change or et cetera, anything like that. Now, with that mound, it's a mound that's filled with grass, and then it's sand and rock and layers and stuff after that. So knows if it's a original mound or a man-made mound. Now, even if it's, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, it's a man-made mound. All right, cool. I looked that up, and on LSU's campus, that sign says that the mound is only 6,000 years old. Now, as I've stated numerous times in the room before, but if you didn't hear me state this before, you're in luck because I'm about to state it again. So now, if we, according to Albert Churchward, in one of his books called The Origin and Evolution of Religion, and this was from the 1800s, when he was interviewing the Dinka tribe in Africa. And if you don't know who the Dinka tribe are, right now, they're currently most of them are in South Sudan, and they are some of the tallest people, the tallest and darkest people on this planet. They're blue-black, and they're extremely tall. When you hear a lot of talk about giants, like that movie Avatar was about the Dinka tribe. Now, the Dinka tribe, the Dinka tribe tells that there has been 10 star constellations since the building of the Pyramid of Giza. Now, if you don't know what a star constellation is, a star constellation is the formation of the stars, the patterns that the stars make in the sky, pretty much. And every day the patterns of the stars they form a different pattern. And according to our terminology that we use to tell time, one constellation takes 5,850 years to pass. So that means it takes 25,850 years in order for the same pattern of star alignment to appear in the sky. And those things are only visible along the Nile Valley area. Now, the Dinka tribe says that there have been 10 constellations that have passed since the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now, if you multiply 25,850 by 10, that gives you 200.
He used this source the other day.
So that's the amount of time that has passed since the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza, according to the Dinka tribe. And the Dinka tribe, if you look them up, they're a tribe in Africa. They cut lines all the way across their face in Africa. It's a spiritual ceremony that represents the men and the women make their transition into woman and manhood. They're the only tribe in Africa that cut the lines all the way across. A lot of tribes cut lines on their faces, but none of them are all the way across. If you look up an image of the Haramaket, also aka the Sphinx. I like to use the original terms, but you see the face of the Haramaket has lines all the way across as they left, some of their marks to show who was responsible for building these things. So I wanted to let that be known about the age of it versus the 6,000 years of the mound in LSU that it says on the sign that's right next to it that people are talking about. And again, according to that governmental website, all mounds are not man-made. If anyone else on the team, does anyone else have anything that they would like to share, rebut in response to something that someone else said?
I'm good on this topic.
All right. Well,
okay. Real quick for Brandon.
Wait, hold on. No, we still got time. I'm about to talk about some more stuff then.
Yeah.
If none of my teammates want to say something or elaborate on anything they heard. So now, according to a lot of things, but I'm gonna just list one. There's a book titled Aztec and the Maya, the greatest civilization of ancient Central America, with 1,000 photographs, pictures, and maps. It's written by Dr. David M. Jones. Now, on one of the timelines on his maps, he have first 7,000 through 500 BCE is when the Mesoamerican settlers settled and started to develop farming skills, and he's talking about the Olmecs. Now, the Olmecs, that name comes from the Aztec tribe. That they used to call them Olmecans. And the English translation for it is Olmecs, and it means people with the people from the land of rubber. Now, the land of rubber, they're talking about the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, and the Kenyan areas along the Nile Valley River. Now, that's where the Olmecs came from. The Olmecs first migrated and went to the Eurasian lands, and then they came over here and brought that polluted seed. It's something that someone mentioned too. I should have wrote this down that I wanted to touch on. But I'll just continue with the Olmecs. So, and also there's numerous evidence of Kemet having ships. They're all over the temples in Kemet. Some I laid eyes on myself when I was in Kemet. And a lot of the pharaohs were buried with a lot of the images of the ship as well. Now, there was a pharaoh by the name of Pharaoh Necho, and Herodotus, which was one of the Greek historians, writes about how Pharaoh Necho sent some Kemetic sailors along with some Phoenician sailors.
90 seconds.
All right. He sent some Kemetic sailors along with some Phoenician sailors to circumnavigate the area. And it took them 3 years, and they circumnavigated the area, and all of them returned and reported about things that, that they had found in places that they had been. So, all of that information, shows us that in Africa, in Kemet, in Africa, they were traveling to other areas and stuff. So they already knew about the other land masses and stuff that were present. If we talk about Pangea, when everything was connected or not, when the continental drifts started to take place. And lastly, we have to go to, I'm going to save that one for the next round. I was just budding things that people said.
30 seconds.
I'm cool.
Brandon, one-man army in the building. Salute. Okay, Team American Indian. Whenever y'all start, double gonna run the clock.
All right, thank you. Yeah, this is a rebuttal. I would love to touch bases on a few things. Let's go ahead and talk on the most recent thing he said, which was the rubber people of the Olmecs, and then we'll just kind of go from there. Is there anyone that wants to speak about that on the team?
Yes. Okay. So rubber is actually something that is found in the Americas. If you look at the history of rubber, the French explorer Charles Marie de la Condamine in 1745 reported that South American Indians used rubber for footwear and bottles. And also by 1910, Asian rubber plantations had sent seeds from the Amazon basin to Asia. So rubber was already in America. And then also, if the Olmecs came from the Congo and other parts of Africa, why aren't there Olmec kids found in these places?
Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, so what we just pretty much listened to, guys, is a bunch of stories, but none of them connects you, or how are you connected to these things? But when you start looking at the origins of these particular things, like Brother just start talking about, how could this be, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and keep passing it on down. And when we get down to about the 3 to 4 minutes, I wanna go ahead and close it with something as well. Go ahead and ping some stuff, change some PTRs. Is there anyone else coming down the list on the Indian crew? Anybody else want to build on what Brandon was talking about?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the people that are in Cameroon that match Albert Perry's DNA. How old was their DNA measured at, the people from Cameroon?
All right, I want to also add to that. All right, I want to also add to that too. You know, he said that the DNA matched with Cameroonians. First off, I want to say this: when they found Albert Perry's DNA, it pushed back the time frame of the Out of Africa theory. What it did was it crushed them. So they already came out and publicly got embarrassed. So they went back and they said that they found in Shum over there in the area over there, they found some children, right? Found some bones of some children, right? Who were thousands of years apart. And so they said that they shared the same DNA. The problem is that Albert Perry was found in America. The Out of Africa theory, they say that he walked from Africa to America, and then we find him in America, which crushes the Out of Africa theory. Then they turn around and try to say he was a slave, transatlantic slave descendant, and now they come back with this. Ghost populations of humans discovered in ancient Africa. Ghost populations. Meaning something that they didn't even understand or exist. They have no connection to these ghost populations. Because the truth is, when they got there, Cameroon was unoccupied for a while. And so this is another way that they write over your story when they come play DNA and science with you. Notice you don't have no ancestors or no ties. This is the problem right now. This is why most people don't have connections with their families. This is why they know nothing about who they are. This is why they have to take these and accept these doctrines from these missionary workers in the name of science. Every doctrine out there, from Pan-African to the Hebrews use religion. They're using religion or they're using science. And so the Pan-African uses science because his story is directly tied to colonization and to directly tied to the colonization and the colonizers, because they told you that a white man did this to you. But tonight we're going to show you that it was actually people who look just like you who actually put you in this situation today. And that's why they sent their missionary workers, aka the master teachers of the Pan-African paradigm, to come and teach you guys away from your family and to follow this science. And we're going to talk about that, some of that tonight.
I love it. Anyone else before I finish this thing up here?
Can I add that about the mounds? we have Coy, Illinois, as the oldest pyramid complex. They don't call it a mountain complex, they call it a pyramid complex. And that is in Coy, Illinois. And then we also have the Wakanda State National Park in Wisconsin. And it also predates the items that there in that park also predates the Giza and those places over there in the new place called the Eastern Hemisphere. That's it.
What I would say is that the Keohokee mounds in Illinois is not the oldest. They are the largest pyramid mounds in North America. And in all actuality, the oldest mounds in North America is in Poverty Point, Louisiana.
Oh wait, Lord. Oh, I ain't realize it was Lord.
Yeah,
it's not our turn.
Yeah, they new to that.
One of the Moors jumped on there. Hey, like we don't know that. See, that's one of my sources, bro. But I gotta wait till we get to that round, though.
No, say what.
This is just a rebuttal. I don't want to go into.
He wasn't gonna take no weapons off the table, so he didn't implement that. But double.
Why is cool? Just let them keep talking, bro.
Let them go.
I'm talking, bro. It's their time.
If I may, just point out too, in regards to the Olmecs, this civilization is from Mesoamerica, 1200 to 400 BCE. The Indian cultures of the Olmecs is found in Mexico, Central America, Maya, and the Aztecs. The Nahuatl Aztec name of these people. It means the rubber people, and this comes from the Panama rubber trees. Okay, so these rubber trees that you're speaking of are not found in the Congo. The rubber tree is indigenous to Panama.
And I also want to say this here. As far as the rubber games, that's why we were so cold in sports. Ain't nobody out hooping you at the Congo. You ain't nobody from the Congo in the NBA right now. No, man, ain't nobody in there. I don't think these can dunk. But we are the inventors of the rubber games right here in America. They also played them in Cahokia, since they spoke about Cahokia. You also played them down in the Appalachians, the Mississippi ball games down there, as far as where they get baseball. Geechee still practice that down there. That's why throughout the...
leads to her actual answer of the question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Absolutely.
Damn,
why don't you ask the question again that Phoenix posed? Because I thought this was rebuttals and you have an answer. So if you
we'll keep it smooth. We gonna ride ours out. So it'll get confusing. You was talking to me or them?
Fine. I was talking to
go to your time over.
If we want to ask that question.
Just go to your time over.
Okay. Cool.
Double, can we get a time check?
All right, so
1 minute and 43 seconds.
Come on, man. It's like 5 people. What we gonna do?
King Los, I got a message from Son Kell. He got kicked out of the room, King Los. So if somebody blocked him,
you on that 90 seconds. You can text 90 seconds. Hold on. No. Just pause the time. At 1:43. Pause the time. At 1:43. Or just give him a 2-minute timer. Double. Give him a 2-minute timer. All right, got it. Okay, now, I can't help if somebody blocked out the room. Who blocked out the room, Raul?
He back down there, Son Kell.
Okay, is he supposed to be on stage?
Yeah. He on Brandon team. We're trying to find out where he went. We good now.
Okay. You got 2 minutes, y'all, since we fucked y'all time up a couple times. Go ahead.
That's it right there. We'll rest our
all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and
okay, my bad. Turn up.
What do you say?
All right, y'all, hold on. Let me make sure hold on, y'all. I think I gotta come back and come in. Damn. Hey, y'all, make sure the likes up in the building. Man, that shit feel like an hour, bro, and that was only one topic. Like, we got to speed it up.
Way beyond what matters right now, and how, in fact, the American history is going to benefit us today. Because I haven't heard anything just yet on how this other information that we're hearing is going to help us today.
1 minute left.
All right. So if you look at the top of the link is from the CCC, which is the Civilian Conservation Corps. This was done in the 18 and 1900s. So you can understand the reason why. We're going to go into our next build. So I can have a little time. But I want you to understand the whole reason for this is to break the curse from being dislocated from our history. And that's the only thing, because nothing right now is bringing us to right now on how it's going to help us. Whose auntie is these gods and queens and all this stuff that they're talking about? A lot of this stuff is pseudo, and today we're going to prove that. We're also going to prove how this information does not have anything to do with the people that are here in America. We're going to prove and debunk all of the methods that they took to get this information, and we're going to compare and contrast and let you guys decide.
Hey, make sure y'all throwing the video up, share.
We get a minute response, right, to close it out?
And also support the show.
You get a minute response to answer your rebuttals.
3 minutes.
And then we have closeouts after you guys do that.
Come on, bro. Y'all making it. We gotta just go. We gotta follow. We really needed an extra day to get ready, bro.
Rounds. No, then you do. You get a 3 minute closeout right now, and then after that, y'all do 1 minute questions, 60-second question rounds where y'all ask a question in 60 seconds, and y'all answer a question in 60 seconds.
All right, that's cool. So
yeah, so go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
All right. So first off, excuse me. Let me so on the link that I posted, let me put it back. Somebody changed my link. Let me put my link back right here. So I remember somebody brought up the Darwin theory and all that stuff. If you look at this link, this is the link talks about how the USC scientists at the USC at Berkeley, was extracting the DNA and testing it against other ethnicities and stuff. They actually, it's on page 2 or 3. I'm not looking at the article right now, but they actually talk about, the scientists talk about the Darwin theory and how, it was made up based on an assumption of that guy. He found some ape-like bones in Europe, and he came up with that theory. And their artists, for lack of a better term, what they were doing, actually debunked that theory, because the Homo erectus was a human species that walked upward, and the DNA evidence and stuff that they did, they talk about the sciences. It's in the article. If you pull it up, you want to read it, it's in there. They say that their conclusion actually debunks the Darwin theory, and the scientists are made up of white and black people. All right. Now, dang. So when we talk about Mr. Gray and stuff, Big and y'all was, I don't know why Cameroon came up. I never said anything about Cameroon. That's actually some of y'all that brought up Cameroon. I said it traced back to West Africa. I didn't say anything about Cameroon. And last but not least, man, docs me down. But yeah, I think that's what I can remember to rebut off the top of my head as my doc come back up, because I wrote down what I wanted to rebut to. But if anybody on my team wants to, have something that they want to rebut to, please do so.
Well, I wanted to say about the West African connection with the Olmec. That came later on in history, prior to those Americans traveling east, about maybe 10 to 15,000 years ago. 30 seconds. So when you hear stories about West Africans being Olmecs, that connection came because those Americans that went over to Africa came back home. I land my plane. Oh yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Olmecs.
Was that a point for us?
Damn, yeah,
so here out of America more
as well, and along the Nile Valley where they came. But there's 3 currents that leads from the coast of West Africa to the
time.
All right. Hey, before we move to the next, oh no, it's y'all got y'all. Never mind. Y'all got y'all response.
Right, Marcus Hudson. He don't know. Don't worry about it. He don't know. Don't worry about it.
James, you ready?
Man, we ready.
Man.
Let's go.
We good. Let's go.
Come on, I'm running the last leg. Let's go. I'm running the last leg.
Cool.
All right, guys. We heard all stuttering and stammering and all the myths and
Hey, y'all
all
get
the
that little
stories.
chat out of here.
Now, we're going to go ahead and get down to some logic here with logic consistencies. First of all, you guys are all over the place. That's just the facts. I'm sorry to say. Let's go ahead and start talking about why in the world are we still talking about these sciences? Every word I hear from your mouth, Brandon, is science. The pharaohs. These are just all examples of division. This is a clear example, guys, of why we're actually having this discussion. So just sit back and relax. Team ain't on the same accord. Hey, I didn't mention that part. That was you niggas over there. I mean, really? And this is an example of the non-unity. This is the example of what we do to get away from grandma, get away from family, get away from tradition, get away from the things that has put us out here to be distracted by the enemy. And a lot of these enemies is people that look just like you and me, giving us these ridiculous stories that are given to someone who smells like baloney. That's just what it is. So if you can look at just on a realistic time, we're not going to go back into BCs and stuff real quick before I pass it. All right. The reason behind this is some of us was born into land and have history held on. Right. So imagine this, having your land taken away from you. 90 seconds. And then your last name being taken away from you and you being tricked to create the electoral college voting system only to shut down all your resources and hire assassins outside of the jurisdiction of the nation, of this nation, to annihilate these families that held on to these heirs' properties and these resources. So real quick, 30 seconds for me is all I need. 1800s alone, the Indians had 4,000 plus banks. We ran all of these mines. Actually, Oklahoma alone provided all the oil for everywhere. It's before those old pipelines and all that stuff. We provided for everyone. All right, we got diamond mines, gold, copper, mica. We had all the agriculture. Have you ever thought to yourself, man, if this is the source of America, the source of the whole world, why in the world, or how in the world did they get these vegetables out there? How about the trading that we did? So you tell me they came here and structured all that stuff, and then now they have enemies trying to take it away from them? None of them have ties to the land. And I'm going to land my plane right there. If anyone want to go ahead and clean that up, last 20, 30 seconds, please, before we go to our closing.
I just piggyback off, we talk about Homo erectus, we talk about Lucy, Australopithecus. These are still apes, and they're still trying to find the missing link between humans and apes. So, and if you break them, we end it there.
So basically, he's saying this is monkey business.
All right, cool. So start my minute double. Tell me when to start.
Damn, how many minutes we go back and forth?
When you start.
We ought to be going to the next damn topic.
Again, y'all brought up things that I never said. I never mentioned anything about Lucy, anything at all. So I don't know, monkey business, that stuff is coming from y'all. But anyway, speaking of Lucy, it makes me think about how
all of the oldest fossils that have ever been found in the world are all located in Africa. All of them. It was just a simple Google search. And the Oklahoma thing you're talking about, because it's the oil capital of the world. That's just a slogan for a company that's located in Oklahoma. Actually, I looked it up. Oklahoma ranks number 606 as far as producing oil in the world. James, you mentioned all I'm talking about is science and other things and stuff. All right, so if we're not talking about science, then what are we talking about? And also, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, the oldest American genealogy has been traced back to just the 1600s. So we're talking about the origin of humanity, of humans. That's what I'm talking about. And everything I've presented is just time,
It's bull crap.
Go, James.
Can I ask you guys something first?
Yeah, but
each of the questions we're going to do the same thing for?
Yeah, if you want to ask him a question.
We're still on the same first question, right?
Yeah, you can ask him any question you want, and then you gotta give him 60 seconds to answer the question. We rapid fire right now.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. All right, cool. Bet. So, anyone on the team want to go ahead and shoot?
What is the question? I just my bad.
Answer Phoenix's question. Phoenix, answer your question again.
Who has the oldest DNA in Africa?
That's one simple question.
It's up to y'all to answer that.
Oh,
That's for Brandon then.
I thought y'all was.
They got a minute.
Huh?
They got 20 seconds left if they want to add anything.
Yeah, it's the San people. The San people.
That's like the first Google Wikipedia. That's not true.
No, I didn't say
posted
Wikipedia. The
science
San
article.
people. The San people. Those
I
are the
posted
oldest.
the
They have the
science article.
oldest DNA.
And where you dating them back to, brother John?
I'm not dating them back to anything.
So was that an educated
They're
guess?
the oldest. They're not an educated guess. They're the oldest. If you read and check it out and research.
Where can we find that information, brother? Is what I'm asking you.
You can find it in any encyclopedia. You can find it in any hold on.
Y'all are making
anthropology. I know you guys may not read that.
Y'all are making it back and forth now. So you're supposed to have a minute to ask your questions, and then the other team has a minute to respond to whatever question it is.
All right, cool. I close out a minute on this. The father of anthropology, where they trying to take you is Bernardino Sayun. He was a Franciscan that was sent into Mexico, where they compiled all the history of the Americas there. That's your first anthropologist. All right, and then you have Franz Boas. There was no excavations in Africa because they didn't get it to the interior parts of Africa until 1851 through the Niger expedition. While we was fighting the Civil War over here, they were just making it into the interior parts of Africa. So this new science that y'all are coming up with is fairly new. A lot of us is even older than this DNA that which comes from the Human Genome Project in 1990. These are very recent claims that these guys are making. None of us grew up hearing these things. Science is the white man's colonization tool to erase the people here. This is why we don't have identity here in America in the name of science. I land.
Okay. The Comets have a minute to respond.
Oh, we still in our minute? We got our minute.
No, you guys' minute was over, and then you created a back and forth. So I just let Big Chief ask that one question, but it's their minute now.
All right, this brother Saikep. Thank y'all for waiting. Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Just got a minute.
Okay, so we heard the mention of the word pseudo and stuff and things of that nature and how it can be used. Somebody had the CCC up there. So when we discard science, what we're saying is you discard spirituality. You cannot take any of them or separate them one from the other. If you take the word though, that's still part of science. Your intuition, that's who you are on the inside that no one else can see, that you intuit from the great cosmic of all, okay? And then we were talking about Brother Jamu threw out the oldest tribe, where you can just go to oldest.org to see what the oldest of everything is. And I think where I checked, it's there. And you can find it in any anthropological journal. You always have to make new strides in science, technology, engineering, art, and math. Nothing stays the same. Everything is constant. That's a law of physics. So nothing is going to stay the same even as we speak right now. So for you to make those kind of conjectures saying, you will learn. That's correct.
Man, go on, tell them who the oldest is.
It's on you guys.
What's up, bro?
Okay, there's American Indians. Okay, so just to add to what Chief was talking about.
Yeah.
Add to what Chief was talking about, right? Okay.
No, go ahead. Anybody, y'all.
All right. Add what Chief was saying, just on a realistic hit, with all these narratives that's being told to us. Look at the greatness our people once had, all right? Why would a CCC even be created, right? This came out of the Age Corps of Engineers, which is military.
Hold on,
The CCC was the assassin.
I'm confused,
All their
bro.
TPs was around heirs
This is a
property
rebuttal.
to destroy the people who had the control of the resources.
Let's
Look
go
it
to
up.
it. Let's get into questions.
920,000 Indian farmers, millions of acres got taken away from FDR. Now, this is in 1940. And this map right here that I had on my PTR is where the stuff went to. Now, if you refresh the PTR, you'll see exactly what left. A lot of these places weren't even fully developed. Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, a lot of these places weren't even fully developed back then. So now you're saying we're coming from that source when just in the 40s, we're giving out $28 billion worth of resources.
James. I don't know what happened. My app closed out.
All right, are we moving to the next questions?
Well, this brother just threw out a number. I think that needs to be rebutted. He said $28 million. I mean, where is that on the record?
I'm not sure how many rounds you guys were doing of the rapid fire. I'm not.
I think that was it. I think we got to move to the next question because they need a fresh start.
So I kept had a rebuttal he wanted to put in there real quick. Are y'all okay with that?
Yeah, we're okay with
it. Now, when you make these suggestions of our people and our land, there's a book called From Moors to Indians. And again, we need to go back and look at the construct of where these words came from. And don't be fooled to think that the European created all of these words. It's just like the word S-H-I-T. It's an ancient Egyptian word. When you read the Medunetta, you would say that they're throwing excrement at each other. But in actuality, it's the word Shetau, which means we're having an adversarial conversation or a conversation where we're locked in heat of debated words, kind of like what we're doing right now. So everybody's talking their S-H-I-T. So when you understand the root of words, you can get back to the derivative. So from Moors to Indians explains to you in details that these so-called Indians that you all are claiming to be on the land is actually Moors. Okay, that's just bar none. You go read the book. It's in the Journal of the Louisiana Journal of Historical Association. You can go find that book and you can read it. It's going to tell you about the Moorish dance and everything else where you have the jingles on your ankles.
That's the time, brother.
In your okay.
Now, come on, hold on. I got a source up. I
would like Big Chief to rebuttal that particular insert that he did.
Okay.
Even though I thought he was giving a rebuttal as to the number, but go ahead, please, Chief.
All right. I'll work easy work. We'll close the show on that. Right here in resolution number 75, it states that in the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933, sons and daughters, proud, handsome race, which inspired architect in North Africa, carried into Spain, right? In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who found here the end of their quest for a home out of the children of those who journeyed here from the plains of Morocco. Moors are not from America, bro. They're from Africa, Morocco. Even in your Circle 7 Quran on the first page, Noble Drew Ali Noble Drew Ali tells you that the Moors are from West Africa, brother. I close on that. The Moors are not from America.
Brother, I would like to rebut that. I do have.
Bro, we're not going back and forth with sources with primaries.
One last one, brother.
We're not going back and forth with primaries, brother.
We can't, bro.
Yo. This is not a back and forth.
Y'all come get that nigga and get him out of here.
Go to the next one.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah, that's how you do that.
do this debate. You know what I mean? We'll get a space. You know what I mean, to continue.
Let me ask you this, brother. That's speaking. With what he said, can I give you one reference? I ain't gonna go.
No, sir, brother. We're moving on.
No.
You gotta stick to the rules of the tournament.
Oh,
next question.
That would hurt it. Nigga want his link back, bro. You gotta let me get him back, bro.
Just moving. I want to hear this scholarship.
You gotta let me get him back, bro.
So just to make this clear, also, you guys can't jump in during someone else's time, even if they're done talking. It's still their time. Until their time is over, the other team can't interrupt.
No problem.
Next question.
Let's go.
Next question, and we gonna stay with who starts first, or can it alternate since Brandon went first? Does it alternate on this?
Yeah,
question?
right. We can get it. We can get that.
I don't think it should
alternate. I think it should alternate too.
It's cool. We ready?
Okay, James.
Nah, it's cool. We ready. We'll take it. We'll take it. I'll work easy work.
All right,
come on, let's rock. What they talking about?
Thank you, team over there. Thank you, bro. So the second question up: should we identify with Kemetic or American Indian tradition? What should be more important to us?
Peace. Appreciate that question. Before we get started, I want to while we started real quickly, everybody that's on Team American Indian, can y'all state y'all nations that y'all are from?
Paul Monkey.
Choctaw. Scaroni, Tuscarora.
Piscataway.
And I'm from the Kasadi Nation. We're from a nation. We're from a people who had their own origin stories, traditions, cultures, and history here that starts in Americas. The importance of that, how do we find it out? We didn't read a book. There's no book to tell you who you are. So all of these people that have came to you have brought you a book or a doctrine.
You put it at the beginning of the hook. It should be at the end of the hook. It should be the.
Every one of these people come and brought you a doctrine. Kemetic science is a doctrine, okay, which was created in the 1800s. All right, we're white people. White folks gave you Kemetic science, and they paid your black master teachers to come as missionaries to goddamn promote this to people, and got a lot of people disconnected from their family. Well, with family history, my family fought in the Revolutionary War. We fought in the French and Indian War. They also fought in the Creek Civil Wars in 1812, which led into the what they're called today the Seminole Wars. And my ancestor Osceola fought in that legendary American Indian who fought against colonization. In order to know that, you have to have a connection with your family. All of us have a story. If you have a mother and father, you have a story. There's no reason that you should know who you are. What has happened is we've adopted these doctrines, which are religions, and we put them before our family. I close and pass the baton on that in order.
How was it originally?
Who is it? Oh, okay, my bad. All right. In order to know who you are, goddamn, you would have to go back and trace it. No one's gonna tell you who you are. Again, these people came to us as missionaries, and the Kemetic doctrine was no different. It was something to take you off the land here in America while they swiped you from under your feet. I land.
Anybody else before I go?
I would piggyback and say that all of these medical sciences or different studies around the world tell you to know thyself. So it is important to know who you are. If you're from America and your family's from America, go study and find out where you're actually from.
And I just want to ask, who's related to anyone in Kemet? Where's the documentation?
Come on, Crystal.
That was beautiful. Another thing, just to kind of add to it before we go to the next thing. Reason why I keep talking about this Lindley's and what's so important about it is because, first of all, this number was not a created number or a made up number. If you look it up, just the actual
Is that mine or is it his? Mic check.
and all of the that we once had, you're going to Indian records. You're going to the Bureau of Land Management. You're going to the Department findings of deceased Indians. You're going to these places where, again, these oppressors have taken over these particular histories, these particular estates, as well as creating all of these factions. Have you ever noticed all of these belief systems and these nationalities and all these things? There's always some slick-headed white boy in the background. Have you noticed that? Not there. Nobody that looks like you is giving you this information. How in the world would you know that you're from Kemet? We would love for you guys to answer these questions. No dancing this time. How do you know? We already know DNA don't count. You tell me a machine that can trace all the genetic markers in a human being. Number one, were they digging up bones? What are these guys actually doing? All over the world? But you guys in the same mouth will debunk everything else. Round earth to flat earth, Christianity to free thought, whatever. Why don't you reverse engineer everything else since you already did it? You want to manifest this and that? Why don't you manifest getting back to family and understand your real history versus some African in some book? I rest my mic.
I would like to add my family's genealogy. I can trace my family's genealogy all the way to the year 28, right, from Israel. And then I can also trace in America back to the year 1480, was my grandmother pigeon in the water. I can put myself inside of these timelines. And when you're from Kemet, who's your grandma? Who's your granddaddy? I can add myself to any timeline because I can go through and pick out several different generation grandparents to add myself to any timeline. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Very logical here. Let's make it make sense here. I'm obviously bringing these things up so you understand we once was running things. We had nations within nations. Why in the world would they bring all these millions of Africans in 1600s evolve to looking like you and I? Not only that, running all of America and all these cool things that you hear about and doing all this architect, learning how to excavate the land, all those things, only to be then targeted and hung and captured into slavery. Think of the logicalness. Does it make sense? Why would you move these guys here in order to let them stand up and then take it away? Could it be that there was already people here that was already standing up on their own and they needed something else that looks like you and me to drive a narrative of something that can devise us, that can manipulate the constructs of our already reality we had at that time? Or was it to trick us because they were playing the long play on all of these empires and these states and these providences that we once had, these Indian territories? So you tell me like this, guys, on my closing, you tell me we moved millions of Africans. They came here. Now, before we had the 50 states and all these different states, names and all these things we know, these are territories. You look up the Yazoo fraudulent land sale, you can actually see these Indian territories all over.
So when we say Indian, we got to understand the name is interchangeable. There was no Native Americans at that time because the brother told you when that name was created. So we're talking about over 266 Indian wars that was happening. These were your people. This is why the Native Americans, which are the Eastern Asian, Siberian, Mongolian people, do not want to be called Indian, because those Indians, there was a depiction between the American Indian and the Native American. See, this is always sleight of hands right now. This is the trickery right now. You understand what I'm saying? So as they're giving us these trickeries, you have these people who are against us setting up shop around these heirs' properties, around these lands. You see, these different tribes, you heard each and every one of us line up and say, we had federations and militias. We had commerce.
All right, let me
we
close
had
on
things
this.
in unity going on. But when we start having droves of people, droves of narratives, and people like that look like you and me fighting each other with all of these different stories, you have the disconnection from grandma, from great-grandma, knowledge, information, one.
Let me get that last minute.
Evolution, all of these things everyone in here talks about. It comes to the Kimlos room to listen to.
Let me get that.
What is so special about Kemet? And ain't nobody sent none of you guys an invite to come to a family reunion out there, and I mute.
And to close on that, basically the reality of the situation is when Napoleon invaded into Egypt, they all of a sudden discovered the Rosetta Stone, which Kemetic people from the Kemetic paradigm is basing their whole reality off of a finding out of colonization called the Rosetta Stone.
30 seconds.
When their families told exactly who you were. And if they haven't told you, then go back and ask. But I guarantee you they're not going to tell you out of Kemet. Why? Because the whole existence of this Kemet paradigm is based off of Europeans' finding of a Rosetta Stone. I land.
We probably got about 20 or 10, 15 seconds left. Anybody else?
I'll just interject quickly.
Welcome to the House of Ancient Magic. We are on question number 2, and we're switching over to Team Kemetic. I will reread the question, and y'all will have 10 minutes. And so the question is, should we identify with Kemetic or American Indian tradition? What should be more important to us?
This is Lord L. Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
All right, peace. So I just want to talk about the Born Stone, which was found in Massachusetts. The Born Stone was found in Massachusetts and has been dated back to about 32 AD. And that Born Stone actually had Phoenician writing on it, and it's said that the writing was written by Hanno, who was actually a Phoenician who arrived here in North America when those Phoenicians traveled the seas. Also, there's the Back Creek Stone, which was found in Tennessee. Also, that stone was actually said to have Phoenician writing, which also was dated back to about 320 AD, and that's in Tennessee. And then also there was another story that was found in Oklahoma that actually had a poem that was written to.
What the fuck do this got to do with anything, family?
On it, as well as
did y'all hear the question?
So I just wanted to add that to show the connection to the Americas outside of the Atlantic slave trade story, because only history showing that the ancient Egyptians that were over in North Africa did take trips to America. And then you can also go down to Memphis, Tennessee, and you actually see that there's a statue of Ramses II, because it said that Ramses II was actually buried in Memphis in Tennessee. I land my plane with that.
All right, so let me let me get to the question, because the other side didn't speak on the question at all, the topic.
He said we didn't
Before I
speak
do,
on
I
the topic.
actually-
What was
I
more
wanna put
important?
it wasn't Napoleon. His name was actually Pierre Bouchard, who found the Rosetta Stone.
I ain't say Napoleon. I
And-
said
and
Napoleon
also, some,
invasion.
you know, I think James. It's not your turn, James. Oh, my bad. And also, I think James mentioned, you know, the stuff about slaves and stuff and being taken here, you know, which is not the question at all and stuff. And but even with the slave stuff, you know, really, really, who knows and stuff. But at least if the slaves was way over there, I mean, at least they kind of have a little excuse with the, you know, it being huge body of water in between the two places. And, you know, and people over here, you know, couldn't protect us, the people who's already over here in our own backyard. But anywho, so let me get to the question, you know, about the tradition. Which ones should we adhere to? Which one should be more important to us and stuff? First off, let me talk about a meme actually that I saw recently a few weeks ago. This meme was from a high school kid, and this meme said, "Man, if I would have known that chemistry came from the word chemit, that was talking about all the great things that, you know, that my people did. I actually would have tried hard in high school, you know."
Wow.
And
did y'all hear
like,
that?
With the Neteru of Kemet, you know, and for people who may not know what that means, Kemet referred to nature as Neter, and they anthropomorphize different aspects of nature, and they were called Neteru. And all of the Neteru, they had animal heads and human bodies, and they all stood. They were trying to show the similarities between the cosmos, nature, like, and us. And also, they were trying to show us different chemical processes that, you know, happens in our bodies, how to control them, how to operate them, how to harness magic, how to all those things. It also stood for us, in order to elevate to a higher state of consciousness, we have to conquer and control our animalistic nature. You know, we can operate as a god, or we can operate as the devil. We have both inside of us and stuff. And, you know, and my brother Dark Skin Jermaine, I told you I was gonna bring this up. He mentioned on this app, and a lot of people, if you're familiar with me, you know how you know, most of the time I'm always calm on this app, you know. And back in the day, you know, it wouldn't have went like that. You know, I would probably be arguing with people back and forth, you know, and increasing my stress level, you know, being in danger of having high blood pressure and all that stuff, you know. But like once I got into, you know, the knowledge of Kemet and stuff, I realized that, you know, I'm in control of my reality, of the things that happen to me, you know. So if something happens, if I don't like something, if someone tries to make me mad or whatever, you know, that's their problem. It's if I get upset at something, that's my fault. You know, regardless of whoever or what made me upset, you know, I have the choice to be upset about it. And the only thing that's going to happen is raise my stress level. So that's just an example of, you know, things that, you know, that tapping in and, you know, learning about Kemet and stuff helped me. You know, I can go much deeper in it. And also, you know, if I wouldn't have started to learn about all the, you know, the actual historical origins of things and stuff, I would still be walking around here talking about praise Jesus and have a picture of a white man hanging on my wall, you know, right now, you know. So, you know, and also, like, I want to get on something too, like the pyramids, which were actually called MERS. So, the pyramids of the Nile Valley area, but the pyramids in Egypt, they are actually like diamond shaped. So we all see the triangle on top, but it's another triangle at the bottom. You know, and they would create something that's called sociostasis. Sociostasis electricity. That means that at the bottom, it would pull ions into the king's chamber. You know, and they have copper tube, and those ions.
Come on, B, man. What we doing, bro?
Those tubes would produce those ions, and it would send up wireless energy, electricity, when it was functioning properly. So now the pyramids in the Queen's Chamber, like they were carefully crafted, you know, with that copper wire and
copper wire.
Also next to each wire, they had instructions next to them written in Middle Nature, aka hieroglyphics. You know, just like we have instructions, you know, next to batteries that will go by. You know, and so the pyramids were also covered in limestone,
fucked over you niggas,
dolomite,
bro.
and gold, which are all some of the most electric conducting metals of electricity on this earth. So those pyramids were energy centers, you know, and they were harnessing electricity, they were harnessing wireless energy and things of that nature. And actually, Nikola Tesla, I don't think I need to go deep into some of the things that he did. You know, most people know about him and, you know, a lot of the things that he did. But Nikola Tesla crafted all of his research, his studies, his scientific references,
with you,
experiments of everything that he built and was doing. He crafted all of that to Kemetic sciences, not American history sciences, you know, because I can't find any American history, American Indian sciences, you know, but he, you know, he studied, he went over there and studied and was trying to duplicate what they were doing in those mirrors in Kemet, not in America. And he was killed for doing that. He was trying to give the world free energy. He was trying to give the world free energy, like they were doing in Kemet, you know, and he was killed for that. You know,
hey, they had free light bills.
A lot of other inventors.
They had no light bills in Kemet.
Goes against what, you know,
leave the lights and TV on all night, goddamn.
Leaders of the world want to push out. They mysteriously end up dead. We all know that. But, you know, I say all that to say, like, you know,
is
like,
it rebuttal round yet?
Yeah, it's important for us to identify with, you know, to learn about and know both, you know, but the latter, the oldest, and the Kemetic spirituality and the sciences that was teaching you how to harness energy from within and outside as well. It was teaching you how to take accountability for things, you know, just, I could go on and on, you know, but it changed my life. I know personally multitude of lives that it changed, you know, and I'll end it right there.
So, and also, the ancient Egyptian culture didn't come over here to Americas underneath any pale Europeans or any colonizers.
That's Lord, one of the
right. So that's why I brought up all of those stones to show you the period pieces when Africans did arrive here in America.
Oh, that's why you brought them up, huh? Well, I got something to say about that, buddy. I got something to say about that, buddy.
All right, thank you, Team Kemet. Brother Bishop, can you handle the next proceeding, please?
The American Indians have 10 minutes to follow up with their rebuttal.
Okay. Well, shit, I don't want to waste no time. We get right into it, to the Bornstone. Again, another pseudo claim made by these guys over there. I mean, they're the pseudo claim back to back. Respectfully, man, it was only way that you guys could have answered that question was to talk about yourselves and your family history and story. Being so that you guys took another route tells me one thing. One, maybe you don't have a family, you don't know anything about yourself, and you spent all of your scholarly careers studying things that had nothing to do with you or your family, which indicates there's no way that it can actually help you or your family, especially in today's society, nor in the past. So I want to get into some of the claims that was made. One was the Bornstone. And that was a pseudo claim that Phoenicians or somebody came over here because when you go to Edmund Delba from the Brown University, he says that he explained that he thought the petroglyphs carved in the stones were by the Native Americans. He said from the pictures he saw was Native American objects like moon pipes. And objects like crosses, and also saw Native Americans on there shaking hands, depictions of themselves, which they also said looked like the wigwams or the dress code that the Indians that they found the Indians in. Another pseudo claim. We also want to remember, like I said in closing, as I pass the baton, the only real way to answer this question, because it was a very, very direct question. I appreciate whoever presented that question. Very, very direct. How does it help you? If you're speaking about something outside of yourself, how does that have a benefit to you? I close there. Come on, y'all, grab the ball.
Set up there. Appreciate that one.
That's right.
This is the whole reason why I keep bringing this upon us, right? Is because, again, these are all narratives. Everything that you're hearing from Brandon's side, all things that just sound good, but that cannot help you. It's like, Brandon, is your grandmother Indian or is she not? Then he would say, yes, but it's about the origin. And okay, no worries. So when you start talking about from grandma's age all the way back to the origin of the source, who is there back at the source of creation to even document this, for this information to even be valid? Now, I've been in the room for probably about a couple of years now since I got on here. House of Ancient Magic. And we pride ourselves into unraveling the inconsistencies, to unraveling these belief systems. And the only thing that I keep hearing is not just the science, but how spirituality and how spiritually this has helped them. It's like, what are we doing? Is this a testimony service or not? Let's talk about in the real world, right, on how important this information is in your American side, right? So when you start talking about already having wealth. Now, if I came from somewhere else and I was an immigrant and I wanted to take that, I would do anything in the world that I can do to take that from you. It's documented, not just in the Smithsonian, the 403.orgs, also, and any links, also any source you can find will show you exactly the CCC and why important this is and how easy it is to kind of inject these different narratives, right? So before the CCC event that happened in the 40s all the way to the 1940s, we had the Great Depression. During the Great Depression, we had a lot of immigrants coming in droves. Millions. People came in. Some of these millions of people chose to work under the guise of the CCC. Now, while Franklin Delano Roosevelt was coming into presidency, he tricked these, at the time, they called us Negro. Now, if you know anything about your history here, just to let you know the importance between your American history and the non-importance and the Kemetic history is, in fact, the American Indian changed classifications from that to colored to that of a Negro, then Black and African American, right? Cool, no worries. So at that particular time, we had already switched to Negro. So these Indian farmers still had 920,000 of these Indian farmers still had millions of acres. Now within these acres, they had jurisdiction, they had commerce, they had relationships with their neighboring tribes, and they were running their infrastructure quite nice until they were tricked to do this electoral college of what we have today in the voting system. Once that happened, that allowed them to literally move right on in and start taking this particular land. Now, why is this so important? It's because we're talking about the importance behind that. Brandon mentioned something. He said, well, James saying things that wasn't even asked. He started talking about slavery. Well, thank you for setting me up for that. The reason why I did that, ladies and gentlemen, is really simple, because it's just another narrative that's spun to you, right, to disconnect you from the land. Now that I just said what I just said, we'll make this really make sense. How in the world can millions of these Africans come, establish this, and then now they go all this effort into taking it? It just doesn't make sense in such a short period of time. So if they came in the 1600s, and we're already running 4,000 banks in the 1700s and the 1800s at Muscogee Nation, Choctaw Nation. We had schools, we had banks, we had cars, stations, all of these different things, right? How could this happen to someone coming from Africa, right? So I want to debunk that, because if I debunk that, that's going to debunk the other source story, because that information is actually coming from the same source, which, as we know it, we call it the European station, right? So again, all Brandon and his side has spoke about things that are magically or inspiration, nothing in facts, nothing that's tangible. All right, here we go. I already had showed you the map of distribution of where our stuff went to. They had said the Great Depression means we had no money. So how can you have no money but bring millions of people in? What were these millions of people doing? Now we're following the stories. Then we also heard of all these other people coming in, you know what I'm saying, with all of their people. Well, let's follow the water. How did they travel across? If we just listen to what they're being told, then we'll believe it. It's pretty much what this whole situation.
Don't pass the rock.
So throughout this whole presentation,
I want to get
I'm
Dog
going to
in
continue
here.
to unravel things.
Oh, let's let the
makes
sisters
make
talk.
sense.
I don't think I heard Tasha in a while.
Before and after.
I get some more shock tie in here. Come on, pass the
same
rock.
source is still here. No matter where you look, we still have a source. And we're going to go ahead and debunk that. I want to pass this down to one of my sisters, either Phoenix or Latasha, because we want to speak about something that's recent.
Right.
The 1866 treaties that some of them actually was there. Speaking with some
we
of the
want to stick on the topic, bro. We got to stay on
treaties.
I don't know. I'm not sure if we changed it.
Set for the American
if we already went into the
AKA
next question.
Negroes, Nagas, blacks, colored, so on and so forth, right? So I want you to go ahead and listen to what the whole disposition was about. And
no, bro, no. What the hell we doing? We in it's a debate.
I'm sure. I don't mind.
My bad,
So
bro.
I
probably missed the question or something.
The fact that when we talk about the actual topic of this section of the debate in regards to how does this information work for you, I think this is where we actually get into what's going on in the United States and how the United States utilized the Indian Removal Act.
Okay. They said it's a rebuttal.
To move Black Americans
all right, good night, Sister Rhonda.
Into a status outside of Indian. Move us across this country. I posted the Indian Removal Act and the migration lines. The Jumbotron is now gone, but it was there for you guys, and I can put it in the chat. If you actually are looking at your family and your grandparents, we're talking about 250 years of history for the United States Corporation. So if you're looking within this time frame, and you look at your ancestors and look at their migration patterns throughout this time period, you will be able to tie and see how your family fits into this specifically. Not 2,000 years ago, not 7,000 years ago, but what actually happened here. And if you're looking for a way to justify your position now, or the position of your children in the future, then you're going to want to know where you came from. And that's going to want to start with you looking at your immediate family and working your way back. The information is available, and there are people available to help you within our group. But you will not find this information by looking 2,000 years ago. That information will not help you.
All right, the Comets have 10 minutes to rebuttal.
Oh, no, that wasn't their rebuttal.
All right, brother Sakim, you there? I can chime in.
Oh, maybe they rebutting our rebuttal. Okay, my bad.
Just go down. Brother Sakim. It's on you. It's our 10 minutes.
Yeah, with you.
All right, good evening, everyone. So the question is, should we choose Kemetic tradition?
Shout out Sister Tasha, goddamn.
And my stance
dropping
is
that BCU drop.
We should go with the Kemetic tradition. We should go with the Kemetic tradition based off the facts that we know that everything on this side of the world is based off the cosmogony of the Kemetic sciences.
We
Everything
finna
else
kill
is a
all that
derivative.
shit.
Someone mentioned Rosetta Stone.
Let me get my
But you don't
gun
have to
ready.
even go by Rosetta Stone to even understand and know
See what
that
weapon
the
I want to hit this
lexicon
nigga with.
of the Medu Neter is the oldest script that gives you Herodic, Demotic, goes into Proto-Sinaitic, and gives you all of the other scripts to conflude with the dialects of other nations and cultures. If you go through American Indians, Native American, you take those groups, because those are new names, like the person said, they got changed to Negro, Black, and Colored. The thing that you need to look on the congressional record and find is the note from Mr. Stevens from June 16, 1846, where it tells you that the land in America that you claimed by you, which is great, I'm on the same side as you,
No, you're
that
not.
it is belonged to the Mauritanian races, and that the Moorish people and their Indian associates.
Right. Let's go get
All
that.
right, the land belongs to the Moorish people.
Let's go get
And
that.
then it says their Indian associates. Associates, the key phrase meaning secondary.
Oh,
like
okay. That's what that means.
People that's in power. Okay, and you got to go look at the borders, and it shows you on the map. And again, like you said, with the slave trade,
Come on, man.
you
Chunk
can
that shit up.
mathematically calculate that there's no way humanly possible people are going to go across the ocean without the proper food, sanitation, and water, unless they have a modern ship like we have today. And I lived and worked on the ship for almost a year. I worked in the desalinization plant. Okay. Also, when you guys were talking about all these other things, the reason why I would go with the Kemetic construct is because, one, I know that the scripts and dialects come from there. Two, I've talked to other people. I have been initiated through the Miccosukee Indians, through walking and traversing through the Everglades, taken to a spot with a United Nations marker showing the Ankh. These people know who and where folks have been. And it's not just there. It's all over the place. You just got to go look them up and find them. They're in Central America. There's a book called Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. You read that book and the author is telling you straight up that the people there said that they made occasional trips back to their ancestors and homeland, which is ancient Indus Kush and Kemet. Period. You go look it up. It's in the book. And then they tell you that the scripts on the walls and everything is likened, and it is just a further remedial exaggeration that they had to learn and communicate from to get to know the script from the people out of ancient Egypt they use in the book, which is Kemet. Okay, so when we say that Kemet is pseudo, you're right, because in order to even perceive and think of something, that's what pseudo
I'm finna eat this nigga lunch.
Through nature, like the brother said, the Netaru. It's aspects.
We about to eat this nigga lunch.
Image of how God is and with
Chunk that shit up.
You start at 0 and you work your way to 10 through what we call the tree of life, the Netaru. They're not gods. They're not all of this fanciful stuff that you keep calling it. They're aspects of your nature that you must master in order to wake up the divinity.
Watch this here. I'm finna use an elbow. I'm finna use an elbow bar on
Indian, if you want to call that, or American Indian, Native American constructs. You got to find the names of those same likened deities, and you're going to find that the system is the same. So we're building here, know your spiritual system on the American Indian side, so we can communicate effectively on the ancient Kemetic side. And I go back to ancient Kemet because my lineage, through my DNA, through my birthright.
And what is that?
Mine. Okay, now I know, just like I shared with the brothers earlier, I respect you. I agree with the 1866, but you're missing that one little piece about the Moor on the congressional record, where they misnomered you and called you Indian too, which also called you a freedman too. The history is here in Florida, all throughout Florida. You could go find St. Benedict de Moor Church. St. Augustine itself, the oldest city in America, is the name of a Moor. They misnamed us all over the place. They extrapolated the information all over the place. I could take you to the Black Star Dictionary and show you what a Moor is. Take you to the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary and show you what a Moor is. We could keep beating and banging on. We getting knowledge and information from pink Africans or what you call white folks. But white folks didn't come into existence until the 1600s. So we got to keep everything in a time slot. We got to understand and know that when we say who and what is going to work the best. My question is, I've studied with people on the American Indian side. I've gone to powwows. I understand and know what the CCC is because I spent a week out in the woods with my sons on a CCC formal camp where they built the bridges here in Florida, where we volunteered to clean up the ecological pathways and the bike trails and everything. I understand and know what that is. But those people you're talking about that the land was taken from is on the record congressionally as a Moor. Change the name to an Indian. That's why the Louisiana Journal Historical Association put the book out from Moor to Indian to tell you that they changed our name. Now, Moor is just another, if you want to call it, group of people from different nations who conglomerated themselves into that faction. You can find that information in the diplomatic relations between.
Oh, we talking about Egypt or the damn Moors?
That's on the military record for my military history and training to become a military officer. It tells you that the Moors, the Seljukian Turks, the Jews, and the Berbers, who is just another name for a Moor, all right, all melanated peoples were fighting against the British, got caught in a war, and nonetheless, they're also Mohammedans. That's what
they everybody,
they're
huh?
not Muslims. Muslims didn't exist till the 1900s. That's a group created by the Jews for the Arabs, so they had their own thing. So we need to know that these scripts, the script that we call Arabic and what we think is Spanish is Moorish Latin. Our historian can tell you that. So I go with the Kemetic construct because, one, all languages come from that. They talk to Greeks, they talk to Romans, they talk to people out of going into Indus Kush. I even confirmed this with Chinese people. These people know they communicate within a society of people with other societies. What society do you belong to with American Indians that's communicate with other nations and cultures to verify your information? And I agree with you. We do need to come together to the Congress.
Well, what the hell is going on here?
It says it right there, Choctaw Nation. Cherokee, the slaves were freed and given back to the black slaves, right? But it said they were called the freedmen. You go to the Freedmen's Bureau and look on the law, you're going to start finding out that you're talking about Moors. Go back to the book, Moors to Indians. Go to the Congressional Record of 1846, June 16, and read the whole thing on the Mexican War. It was privateers, not the United States, that started a lot of this riffraff. Privateers. They took over the country. You need to know about the 5 civilized nations in the United States that you could call Indians, that were Moors, that were helping them with their constitution that we use to this day, to know that we paid and participated in that. And somebody threw out Resolution 75, throwing Noble Drew Ali in there. I respect Noble Drew Ali. He himself said he was an Indian, but he also recognized the fact when he got the knowledge that he brought us back into the fold and say, I'm a Moor. And I'm not going to be too proud enough to tell you that I'm not a Moor. So you have to get all the facts. Don't just take one side right off the cuff. Because my grandmother told me that we were Cherokee. But the main thing she said is, we ain't been to no powwows. We ain't got nobody coming back looking for us. I got folk that done tried on our Bowman side of the family, hence the word Bowman, to try and get access to this knowledge and get an understanding and get on the record. But no one came to answer. She said, but what I do know on our African side, we do got folks that's been fighting for us. And she gave me some of that legacy too. So we got to combine.
Share some of that with us.
We're going to go in that
We're
route.
talking about all of the
as an
Moors.
American Indian, that's a new construct. And if you bind to that construct, then what you're doing is you're cutting yourself off from the greatest continent where all the resources come from to this day, that's vastly more wealthy than any other nation on this planet. And you're cutting yourself off from a legacy that you should know the whole spiritual system of Kemet created all of this, and in their story tells you that they went out and civilized all the nations of the earth, and they made it over here to do so as well.
We got 10 seconds left.
That's all I got for right now.
All right, this is the finalization round. Each team has 3 minutes.
Hey, hold on. Can we rebut?
In the finalization round, if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
Both have their rebuttal rounds.
I appreciate it. Well, the brother brought up the fact that the Mauritanian races and their Indian allies, Well, what he don't understand is Moorish history. Like his grandma told him he's a Cherokee. She didn't tell him he was a Moor. He's been indoctrinated, and he's been indoctrinated. And so what he don't understand very quickly is the first Moor in America was Esteban. All right, was Esteban, who came over with the Spanish. These Moors that they're talking about are colonizers. They came here and colonized America. You're not American. They're Indian allies, if you don't know, the annex of Mexico. Okay, when you come into Mexico, 1808, Napoleon sacked Spain. So out of that became a Mexican independence war. All right, the creation of the national Mexican identity, especially after the Mexican Revolution, emphasized Mexico, indigenous Amerindians, and Spanish European. Who are the Spanish European? These Moors who they're talking about, starting with Estevanico the Moor. Okay, their relationship during this fight, there were key players in this who had Moorish blood and also indigenous blood. Okay, so that's what they were talking about, brother. Again, this is a teaching moment. We have to teach them again. Like I said, his grandmother told him that he was a Cherokee, not a Moor. He went out here into the world just like these Kemites and been indoctrinated. Okay, I want to close on this. He said that the Moors gave them the Constitution. Well, right here in H. Con Res, in the House of H. Con Res 331, a concurrent resolution to acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy and nation to the development of the United States Constitution. Nobody said Moors. These were indigenous Indians, our people, for your ancestors who helped them create the Constitution, not a Moor. The Moors, like Drew Ali and HR 75 said, are from Morocco, North African. Alan.
And I'm gonna touch on this. How many of y'all can actually tie yourself to these places, Morocco and Egypt? Because I actually came through my Nova Scotian, not Nova Scotian, my Scottish roots here ancestry. I'm connected to Queen Scotia.
And I can also connect myself to the House of Savoy, the King of Italy.
And I'd like to add, just to make sure that we're ending on the point of what's the importance of the Indian heritage versus Egyptian heritage. The 1866 treaty told us a lot. At the Congress hearing that we went to on Wednesday, a few of us Indians went there to speak on behalf of the by blood Indian. A lot of you of your families are telling you you're Indian, but no one's showing up at these meetings for them to explain to you that you're a freedman, okay? The freedman is a grift. These are people who were pushed out of their land through the Trail of Tears and other routes into Oklahoma and areas, and they are now being called African descendants by the way of slavery. So I think it's very important that we actually look at the United States. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
That's fine. Chemist, you have 3 minutes for your finalization. Well, I would like to say that we all know that Italians are Moors because Moors actually controlled Italy for about 400 years. So if you have a connection to Italy, you have a Moorish bloodline in you. So it's safe to say it's not a good idea to cut your nose off to spite your face. And also, I think it's kind of weird how these Indians like to pick and choose literature and documentation that only dates back to the 1800s, when us Moors could point back to literature and documentation that dates back all the way to
point to it with your bloodline.
400,000 BC.
400,000 BC.
You know, if we could provide you with information, I think it's safe to say that you should take the time out and research the information and leave your emotions at home, because us Moors, we're not here to try to undermine you. We're just trying to point information out to you because it's weird to actually put the cart before the horse. And I feel like these Indians, they like to discount old ancient information and only rely on current information that only dates back to the 1800s, when they like to undermine history and say that, oh, the European gave this to you, or the European named you. But when you go back to the 1700s and see how the Moors actually controlled Europe for 800 years, It was the Moors that taught the Pale Europeans language, writing, and history, and we was the first to build all universities. So there's nothing the Pale European could possibly give us, because we created all knowledge and all alchemy, mathematics, and astrology. I learned my plan.
All right, and real quick before the time run out, because y'all were just talking about what you connected to. James, your last name is Wells. I looked up the origin of the name Wells is from it's a Norman origin from Roman Britain. And Latasha, your last name Evans, that's his surname. That's the fifth most common one in Wales, Britain. So you know, in England, we know that's in England. So I was just playing. The others, y'all don't have your last names attached, so I don't know. So they're also connected to Britain.
B, why you do that? Because your last name go back to Europe as well.
I just wanted to, put that out there. Is the time up?
Got 15 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll yield right there. The stuff I can't fit it in 15 seconds.
All right, this is going to be the rapid fire interrogation round. Each side is going to get 1 minute to ask a question and 1 minute to respond.
All right, so I had posed my questions in the last round. How many of these people can, through their bloodline and genealogy, connect to these places through their family? So, Mauritania, and Egypt. Because I stated before, I can.
Rapid fire.
Well, the word Morocco just means west. I thought this was the rapid fire. 30 seconds. So I'm just saying that they still get a minute. They have a minute.
Yeah, it's still on the Lord.
You gotta wait, Lord.
Oh, is that it? All right, cool. And then, all right, so the etymology of Moor is synonymous with black, right? And it ties you to ancient Berbers. How do you connect to that with that as well?
And I appreciate your education, because the brother said that they like to provide ancient sources. Well, sorry, this question was about yourself. So we'd rather hear about yourself than your ancient history.
10 minutes is on you guys.
All right, now you can go, Lord, with what you were trying to say.
No, I was just basically, I forgot what I said. Somebody else go and maybe I remember.
Can I give a rebuttal?
No, they might.
It's their rebuttal. It's their.
Okay.
Kristen ready to shoot. Bow, bow, bow.
So many different turns from the actual question. I don't even recall what to rebut. So I yield.
And I think the problem is because the questions are asking specifically about you and yours and we, and the answers are coming back in theoretical form and hypothetical form through debatable documentation from thousands of years ago. So I'm not really sure we're kind of having the same conversation.
That.
So, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to
okay, so listen, you guys. When it's your turn during that 1 minute and you're asking a question, if you want to yield the rest of the time, make that clear, and I'll stop the timer, and then the other team can respond. But during that 1 minute, the other team can't interrupt to respond. You have to allow them to finish. If they decide to ask you guys 10 questions in that 1 minute, that's their choice. It's their minute to do what they want with it.
Fresh face ass niggas.
Hey, so you putting time back on the clock for them double, or we just going past that? Because it seemed like
it seemed like the chemists yielded to not respond to that, so it's on the American Indians.
Dr. Elwood tried to ask you. He was trying to ask you something directly to the time person.
What were they trying to ask?
Were you guys?
I was just agreeing with the sister. We're asking a question, and so we keep deviating, and it's kind of a little bit challenging to try to stay on point with the question when we get so far off right or left. And,
hey, nah, that ain't Moon. That's Latasha. That's Sister Latasha. That's not Moon. That's Sister Latasha. Shoptop Chickasaw.
Directly, like for real directly, I think we'll have a better bill versus kind of tangenting off on points.
I think the questions are pretty direct.
Right.
Yeah, I asked a direct question.
I think the answers are not direct.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm getting at. That the statements for the questions are not direct.
So you agree that y'all are losing this? No problem. Appreciate your honesty.
We are definitely not losing.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Since you want to jump in, my time to rebuttal.
Nigga, don't give me no uppercut like that, nigga. You better protect yourself at all times.
July the 14th, 1870, Naturalization Act.
Huh? We have to yield to the time.
For a second, I gotta start. You gotta give me a moment so that I can start it up. If everybody,
hey man, protect yourself at all times, man. You don't give me nothing like that.
It's on you.
I'm gonna take it.
Okay. So according to the United States, July the 14th, Naturalization Act, it states that Moors are peoples from Spain and Portugal, and they are considered free white persons inside this Naturalization Act. I have a granddaddy named Michael Fulham, right? He was considered a Moor, right? His last name was Maury, right? He was a Moor. I can put my family inside of the story of the Moors. Can you? Who is your granddaddy, grandmama, that was actually from Spain and Portugal?
Very direct question. Very direct question.
Free rebut to that, or how we approaching that?
Are y'all yielding your time?
Yeah, time's up, and you can go. Yeah, we're yielding time for you to answer that, and we'll pick back up. How many seconds we have?
Well, yeah, we don't want it. We want an answer.
That's cool. You want
to
give us 10
seconds?
Are we
10, 15 seconds is what we got left? What we got?
It's on the chemist to answer the question that was just posed.
Okay, so when you refer to this Nationalization Act of 1790, what you need to keep in mind is that white persons...
1870.
Okay, 1870. I'm looking at that. Okay, 1870. What you got to keep in mind is that a white person did not come into existence until the 1600s. It is a status.
It don't mean
and
it
guess
don't
what?
matter.
You don't have to be from Spain and Portugal, because I have Moorish brothers, including some of my family, who on their driver's license have the status of white. You also have a person that was from
30 seconds
from Egypt who came over here in the 1970s, who battled to have his status changed from white to black, and they told him because he was
what the fuck?
He had to
do that have to do.
So your statement is valid, but it's a status, and if you choose that status, you get different benefits and privileges.
All right, just to put it on the record, they did not answer the question.
And my family, my family are Pharaoh, they are Palu, and they are.
Shut that shit up. Yeah, we
it's on the American Indians.
And moderator, I have a question. Because we're asking very direct questions, but they're going around. Well, my bad, y'all can't control how they answer. All right, we can move on.
Yeah, I can't control.
I did that on purpose, right?
They can use the minute.
And then they say, yeah, right. We can't control how they answer. I know it's loaded up, but I need the audience to know that these niggas I'm not answering these goddamn questions.
To finish with the 1866 treaty.
I need them to know that they ain't answering these questions. You know what, moderator? That's not your fault, brother. I'm sorry. Continue. You're doing a hell of a job moderating tonight.
Have come together and decided.
You're doing a hell of a job tonight moderating.
African Americans, and we are in an overall status, such as the way that these questions are being answered, are tying ourselves to an African lineage, then we, by status, are not sovereign people. And although we may be in these Indian tribes listed as freedmen,
30 seconds.
we're now not eligible to keep our land. So the reason why I was there is to speak for the Bi-Blood Indians, because most of the people that I know, matter of fact, all of the people that I know in freedman status are actually Bi-Blood Indians. There were no African slaves or ancestors to be spoken of.
Say, shot time done. That nigga said he got Pharaoh blood.
Where are these Africans in our families that we are tying ourselves to?
Where are Africans in their families?
Well, I can answer it for myself.
Come on with it.
I can't speak for everyone else.
Yes, sir.
My
No problem. We
great-grandmother,
understand.
Her name is Rockwell El Mustafa. That means that she's more than likely a Mohammedan. And through my DNA testing, and I don't
More than likely.
or have any
Circle that.
disavow to my grandmother telling me that we're from Cherokee. I didn't tell you the brother who stated that I said I was Cherokee. I said that I'm a Moor because the Moor was turned into an Indian on the record and became a freedman. So I don't have any disagreement with you on any treaties because it's all been an ambiguous shell game to keep us divided into the brick. So again, we need to go through all the treaties, all the lineages, all the correspondence of the spiritual systems, because I'm telling you that they're congruent, and I'm telling you that they have a lot of similarities, different bloodlines, different roots, and different cultures, but they're all from a source. Okay, and that source right now in the congressional record, and no one can refute it, is saying that the land that we know as the far west of Maghreb belongs to Mauritanian races or the Moorish people. Okay, it was misnomered into Indians, Negroes, blacks, and colors. Now,
It's time, people.
Can we put it on the record that the brother just told us of his Cherokee grandmother and no African ancestry? Thank you.
No, sister, you didn't hear my statement. I said my sixth great grandmother on my father's side, her name is Rockwell El Mustafa.
And you speculated.
More than likely from Chad. That's not
But
speculation.
more than likely, it's
They don't write
Hold on. Hey, yo. Stop. This is what I mean. We can't do this. We can do this later. We can't do this right now. Let's get through this.
But don't allow someone else to come in and make that statement.
You're right.
African name. If I give you an African name, respect the African name.
Hold on, brother. You right. Relax. Listen, let's keep this in order. Let the debate continue on.
right, bro. Because we really just got one more question, bro. Because all that other shit, we've been on this hoe too long, bro.
That was the interrogation. We're gonna let Raul go on to the next question.
Well, I didn't see Team Kemet ask questions to the American Indian team. Is
It's
that
getting late.
not a part of the process? So they skipping that.
We've been rebutting.
Well, we're trying to stick to the question that's being asked. You can't, you asking questions within questions. I'm not seeing the solidarity of them answering a question as to why they sticking to their tradition other than dealing with a treaty. Take me back to the tradition. Take me to a powwow. Take me to a rites of passage, a ritual, something that you've experienced as an American Indian.
So I will answer that question. So my rite of passage is that I am my husband's walk beside, right? He took me as his walk beside in the Tuscarora Nation, right? I'm his wife. So that is my right to passage to the Tuscarora Nation. Also my right to passage to the Tuscarora
It's through your bloodline.
is through my great grandmother, Jessie, and her mother, Laura, who was born 1874. Okay, I was taught
30 seconds.
all of the root works of my tribe through my grandmothers. That is my right to passage. I was also taught how to garden from my grandmothers, from their tribe. and we are from Rocky Mount 12th District. And I also want to add that the Europeans were swarthy. That means dark complexion, but they chose to be white on paper.
All right, it's on the Komet to ask their next question. You got 1 minute.
Hey, double, before you start the timer, please explain, well, Team Komet, you got a whole minute to formulate several questions. It's not question, then they answer. You got a whole minute of how many questions you want to put in that minute. Okay, and he's going to start the clock when y'all start asking questions.
Yeah, that's what I told them. They could ask however many questions they see fit within their minute. It doesn't have to be one question. You have a whole minute.
This is Lord L. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
My question is, what was so-called American Indians' identity before 1492?
Poor monkey for me.
Kasadi Indian for me.
Piscataway for me.
Wait, you guys.
Those are English terms.
Supani.
Yo,
y'all gotta wait.
Hold up. Y'all misunderstanding this, right? Lord gonna ask his question. Whoever else on the committee.
He said that is an English term.
Then it's 1 minute. Then y'all get the answer. So if y'all got to answer while you hearing these questions, write your answer down. Don't forget it. They got 1 minute to ask whatever questions they want y'all to answer. So don't respond to them until it's your minute.
And I'm not and real quick, I'm not asking you what your nation name is. I'm asking you what was your people name before 1492 and Europeans decided to name you Indian.
30 seconds.
Yep, in their native tongue too. We're not talking. We don't want the English terminology in English words. We want the words in your native tongue. Tribe would call it.
Yeah, you know.
And also, I want to know: are American Indians, are they not Homo sapiens sapiens?
Boy, stop. Are we?
American Indians, you have 1 minute to respond.
Poor monkey.
Kasadi, and we spoke the Kasadi language.
Skarodi Walcon. That is a Siouan language.
Kinwa Piscataway. That means people from where the rivers blend. That's Algonquin. That's the Piscataway dialect of Algonquin.
Osage.
Osage.
30 seconds.
And Cahochifo is no for the Kasadi language. My bad, I left it at.
And our right to passage is everything that has to do with North America, our land, our foods, everything that's been here. We are the commodity when it comes
minerals.
Every mineral.
Our minerals with and all that, yeah.
All right, Team Komet, you got 1 minute to ask your questions.
When do we get to the last question?
This is the last round of their question.
Oh, it is. This
You guys had 3 rounds to ask questions. I'm giving them 3 rounds to ask questions.
Okay, and then it goes to the last question.
This is their last question.
Oh, all right.
Oh, this is King Kemet last question?
Correct. And then we're moving on to the next question for both of you guys from Raoub.
Oh, well, so if we ask a question, that's the last round of rapid fire anyway, so we just move on, period, because they won't be able to respond.
Right.
Yeah, this is the last question y'all asking from rapid fire.
And we just move on, period, then, because if we ask a question, they wouldn't be able to respond. So we just move on.
Brandon, Hey, Brandon and Double, didn't y'all have a closeout round?
This
Yeah, it's getting late too.
Yeah, it's getting late. And look, you like
Okay.
let's, I don't think for the next two questions, I don't think we need 2 10-minute
Rebuttals.
rounds. Yeah.
Don't change just take what you need. Just take what you need. If you don't need the whole 10, then you don't, but it's there. All right? Everybody understand? It's there if you need it. But if you don't need it, just move on.
Bet.
All right?
Bet.
Yeah, if you don't, like I stated before, if you don't need the rest of the time, just state that, yield the mic, and I'll stop the timer. It doesn't matter how much is left, I'll stop it, and the next team can go.
Who's it on?
The chemists are supposed to be asking their last question, and then you guys are going to answer, and then we're moving on from that round.
Like Team Timothy.
I have a question then.
Okay, go ahead.
Since you guys mentioned these vague notions of your traditions and rituals, please give me the name. Give us the names of the spiritual systems and traditions, and at least one deity. One.
Man, this nigga said, a deity. Everybody didn't believe in God, nigga.
If you build elaborate,
Come on, man, don't
or pyramids, 30 seconds in the Americas. Give me the names of who built them and when.
Huh? I'm sorry, what was that question again?
Repeat the question. It's okay. Repeat the question.
Brother Sakim said, well, my question, if you build elaborate pyramids and mountains in the Americas, give me the names of who built some and when. And Bro Sakim, can you repeat your question?
I'm sorry, man, I couldn't hear you.
No, they're asking you to repeat your question.
Okay, I said there was some vague notions about, rites of passage, rituals, things of that nature. Give me the name of your ritual, your spiritual system, and at least one deity corresponding to either your supreme being or your lowest being.
American Indians, it's on you guys to respond.
Doesn't have to be congruent. It could be related to you.
I want to respond about in my family's tradition, we don't have a deity or a spirit that we go to. We just go to our ancestors. And my rite of passage, I told you about root work. My grandmothers, they did root work. We work with the herbs and the plants of the land. Okay, I told you about it. And we don't have a deity. And that is the Walcon Scroted.
Okay.
Speaking the Suan language.
30 seconds.
Oh yeah, the Piscataway religion is called the Piscataway religion, and their God's name is Yahweh.
Okay, so you need to know that Yahweh is from Watasada Yah, which is from.
That's not how it works.
That's right.
It's right. It wasn't. Yahweh in Piscataway language is YA_WE. Because the phonetics, it's pronounced like that.
And they mutants are kept.
A question is that Yahweh your supreme being on that particular time?
That means great spirit.
Okay, again, when you go through the Kemetic construct, you're gonna find Yahweh in the Levant. From the Levant, he comes.
Yeah, the Piscataway have nothing to do with Egypt. Actually, Piscataway, if you want to go on the Piscataway been around since 10,000 BCE. Egypt has been around 3,500 BC.
So come on, what you got now, nigga? Smart guy. Oh, okay. No smoke? No more smoke? We can go to the next question.
The next question
I asked God read it while I was building, but it's whatever.
And y'all take y'all response.
Y'all have to wait.
Wait, 1 second, double. If you getting muted, because somebody's muting you and everybody got mod badges, so it's easy to do that. So type your full response to what you're saying in the chat, and everybody look over there for that. Double, you ready for me to move on to the next thing?
Yeah, you can move on. But the thing is if you guys don't get everything out, you can wait until the next round of rapid fire to ask this question. Just write it down or something. But once the round is over, it's over.
All right, we're moving on. We're moving kind of slow here.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Number 3 and Team Commit, y'all take the lead on this because we flip-flopping. And so the question is, did our master teachers through history fail us by teaching us about African/Kemetic traditional history and not American Indian history?
All right, Brother Brandon, you want to take lead or you want me to roll?
You can go ahead and roll.
So I think that our master teachers did not fail us. One, we need to note that under the conditions that we were in, we have people with PhDs. For instance, I'll refer to Dr. Ben Yohanan, and I'll also refer to Anthony Browder. I'll also refer to Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, who was from South America, I'll also refer to Dr. Runoko Rashidi, and what these persons did, and Dr. Sheikh Anchajia, because they all worked together at some point in time. And being that they're from different geological locations on the earth, and that they studied different kinds
history, went around the world, or the country, did any lectures on that, wrote any books, things of that nature. They didn't. So in the time frame of how people were living and the conditions that they were dealing with, being sprayed with water hoses during the civil rights times, being told that you're nothing but a monkey and a slave and all of these things, worshiping a white Jesus, praying to them to come and solve their solve the conditions that they're living through and things of that nature. nature. So you inform them of the things that, you know, of the origins of what these things come from, what these things really mean, and things of that nature. You know, one of their main objectives was that we're still dealing with to a certain extent today, was to deliver, you know, a lot of us out of the religious dogma from Christianity, you know, and we were around here worshiping white people, you know, and so like our God that we were presented, you know, throughout the Western society, is the image of a white man. Jesus is the image of a white man. So subconsciously, you know, we submit to we submit to the image of white people. When we think about white people, when we interact with white people, subconsciously we automatically submit and feel inferior to white people, because in our eyes, white people are in the same image of God, of our deity that made us, that was gonna punish others that was doing wrong to us, you know, once they died and things of this nature. So one of their main objective was to deliver, you know, a lot of people out of that religious dogma, you know, and teaching that, you know, that the sense of pride and royalty, you know, and belongings that you come from. There's no royalty to teach that they come from on the other side, you know. So that was one of their main objectives. So I will say no, they didn't fail us by not teaching us any American history. I would ask, you know, if you think they failed us by not teaching any American history, I would ask, why didn't any American Indians step up and teach people about American Indian history?
Oh, that's a good question.
I like to chime in on this. So Dr. Ben in the late 70s dropped serious knowledge on us as people. One of the most profound things he could have ever told us, especially as a so-called black man, was that the black woman was God. So if that wasn't some of the most empowering things that he could have ever told us in a time that when we were broken, to bring us back together, I don't know why we would even consider him to be some type of psyops hired by Europeans to even try to destroy us. He taught us the meaning of the Ankh. He taught us about how some of the pyramids in Giza was a black man's greatest gift to a black woman, because it represented her womb. That's why kings were buried symbolically inside of it, because it was about going back into the ether. So to think that Dr. Ben was not good for us would be just a mere insult on our people in general. It doesn't matter what side you on, because at a time that we were so broken, and a man comes and drops knowledge about how we're gods in the flesh, and how that we should hold up the black woman to the highest standard, and that the first law, you know, of nature is self-preservation. So as a black man, if you don't preserve life,
hey, we finna eat.
Sustain life, we all die. So
let's get some flames in this hole.
I took those teachings and applied that to myself. And when I see nature, I can see the black woman, and I can see myself. Because when I think about nature, I can envision my mother. And he also taught that all black women are mothers, whether they have a child or not, because it takes a village to raise a child. I yield.
I would say, this is Lord L. I would say that the mainstream curriculum definitely failed our people, because they try to condition us that all melanated people here in America came over here on a slave ship. You know, scholars like Dr. Ben did take the initiative to inform us of our identities, but a lot of people don't necessarily subscribe to Dr. Ben's teaching. But I would more so say that the Rockefeller Foundation curriculum that was created for society was used to strip us of our identities, so they could turn us into second-class citizens, and also to demoralize our people so that we'll never know our greatness and our true origin. I land my plane.
I would like to add to that, this brother Sakel, that if you go to the Boy Scouts, just something real simple. The Boy Scouts is esoterically through the American Indian construct. But when you go to the original Boy Scouts, which is the Recon Scouts out of England, they got their information from Africa through the rites of passage of the Africans there through Lord Baden-Powell. That's just another way that they got over here to set up shop with what they're doing. All of these are Masonic influences that you're dealing with. The Shriners, walking around pretending that they're Moors, mocking us. They also dressed up as so-called Indians and dressed up to mock us as Moors, taking identity and doing the black faces. So there's a lot of information that we got to correspond, that we make sure that we know when we're talking about this shell game, like the brother said, with the curriculums, even in history. I don't have an issue with treaties. Just make sure you go to the congressional record to its fullest to see that the Indian was a Moor. And she also became Negro, black, and colored when they started doing the census. They wanted to group everybody into one thing and then separate us based on constructs of education.
Time. All right, time is up. Same question to the American Indian side. Did our master teachers through history fail us by teaching us about African/Kemetic tradition history and not American Indian history?
All right, we'll open
I'm gonna
up.
let you go ahead and lead this one, Big Chief.
All right, we'll open up with our work is easy work. Brother stated that it helped us get out of Christianity. These brothers brought us out of Christianity. Well, what you said, if he brought you in, because the origins of Pan-Africanism is Christianity. Spiritual system is Christianity, starting through the AME Church, and we can also reference that in the 6th Pan-African Congress. What did Pan-Africanism really start after the African Association, which was created in the early 1800s to explore the interior parts of Africa. This is a colonization program. In 1897, they come back with it. They come back 1897, September 4th, they come back with the African Association again, which became your Pan-African Association, later became your Pan-African Congress. These people are working side by side with the colonizers. We'll bring you up to African studies. So yeah, they brought you. Christianity is the origins of Pan-Africanism here through the AME Church, through Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, James Floyd, who also were colonizers from Europe, who parents from Europe and their mothers was Indians from here. I want to go on to say this here, African Studies Association. Where did this start? Through the African Studies Association, right? Which was created, leading organization of African Studies in North America. All right, well, John Henry Clark, they came and said, well, these people not going to believe us if white folks teaching them this history. Y'all got to let us niggas teach it. This is where you get the Dr. John Henry Clark from, with the African Heritage Studies Association. All he did was put heritage in front of it. The white man still ran it. These people were paid by the system to create this African paradigm and bring it to our people. One of the brothers brought up Dr. Ben's degrees, said brothers with degrees. Well, first off, he told you he was from Africa the whole time. The nigga was from was from the islands. All right, and I mean that goes to his family. He also brought up the degrees, which also are questionable. Okay, Dr. Ben's academic record is disputed with claims that educated variously Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, Spain, earning degrees, engineer, anthropologist. Nobody can find these degrees. Say you work for UNESCO, nobody can find this information on them. All right, these people were planted and sent to our community. Lastly, the brother said that why we never had American Indians come teach us. Well, we'll hear out the horse's mouth. We'll start with Runoko Rashidi.
So many of us would prefer to think of ourselves as anything but African. Even myself as a youth, because my mother's mother was Cherokee, I thought of myself as a Native American.
Okay,
Powhatan Indian. You know, her mother was Powhatan Indian.
That's Leonard Jeffries.
We got today, and I know you that we
James Miles.
Go to the LLS's genealogy, and you, and that ends. And then me and you airline counter.
All right.
Half. He said, "Oh, Booker."
All right. I go to Booker T.
And so I've always been familiar with my indigenous. And my father is from Boston, Massachusetts, and she carries 3 nations in her: the Onondaga, the Narragansett, and the Oneida. And my father is from Alabama, Marion, Alabama, to be exact, and he carries the Choctaw and the Cherokee.
All right. So the brother asked, why didn't y'all American Indian teachers come teach y'all? Well, like we said, their family, just like a lot of you guys, your family told you what tribe or nation or that you had Indian heritage. When we went out into the world, like many of us, society has indoctrinated us with this African education. I land right there, bars. Come on, Indians, where we at?
You asked me, well, how did Kemet Studies help you? If you can't name your rights in your prospective state to me right now, then that's the failure.
Get them out of here.
You can't name any of your ancestors.
Why the Indians ain't teach them? Okay.
That is definitely
okay.
And no
let's work.
Pyramids or anything that was studied in that regard is going to make sure that your posterity is upheld. You can't do it if you don't know who they are.
Let's go.
Ironically, all of these questions that they asked, like why is there no Indians, was answered. Let me ask a couple of questions within that in regards to your Olmecs. Well, why isn't there any Olmec heads in Africa if they came from Africa? They came from the continent. Also, I'd like to ask you, what was the name of Africa before it was called Africa, since one of the gentlemen on the stage said that? Again, these are going to be all kind of different stories and misnomers. What we're talking about is bringing you back to family, bringing you back to the land, and inserting yourself within these particular stories that happen to our people. They still cannot connect themselves anywhere but a science book.
Let me also add the fact that in 1968, we had Indian civil rights. When they killed Martin Luther King, less than 90 days later, they created RBG. The dude, what's his name? Karenga, that created Kwanzaa, the one that mutilated and, battered Black women. Shortly thereafter, everybody forgot that they were Indian in 1968, where it names the people, and you got to see the visual, and it also indicates where Negro and Indian is interchangeable. Public Law 90284, Indian Civil Rights. Has nothing to do with Native Americans because they did not riot. They did not tear up Detroit. They didn't tear up New York. They didn't tear up Memphis. It was absolutely Negroes, AKA American Indians. So did they help? Absolutely not. Because if you can't defend yourself from the so-called white man that these same teachers said that y'all created in a lab several decades ago, and they all seem to hide their indigenous ancestry. Why? That should be a question y'all should be able to answer.
And I think we should be clear about differentiating ethnicity with the groups that we have decided to allow ourselves to be in. It is a choice to choose the Kemetic history and to move forward with the teachings of that history and to tie yourself in a spiritual factor to these histories. But your genealogical records are live birth records of the people who birthed you, who birthed your mother, who birthed her mother and her mother, the people who took care of you. So when you ask who's my deity, it's my damn grandmother, okay? Because these are the people who raised me. And by the way, my Evans last name, I've been married for 25 years to a Chickasaw Indian. That's a Johnson. And here's the problem. With 8 grandchildren and all the knowledge that we hold, the fact is this entire premise of this Kemetic history and any other thing that you latch yourself onto without it actually being a part of your bloodline takes you away from the family aspect. That was the actual way of the American Indian. We lived together. Our grandmothers were in our homes. Our children played together. We grew our own food. We took care of each other. And we have to understand that that has been lost. The value of family has been lost because we're looking for someone 2,000 years from now. Live records, ladies and gentlemen. You have to get into it because these are the people who bled on these lands, who were pushed out of their names, misclassified. And just like Big just let you hear, and just like Phoenix just referenced to, and all the other Indians that have spoke to you today, what we have spoke to you about is finding your family, tying yourself to your history. Because if you continue to play this game, what will your grandchildren be called? And I land.
And I want to end on this.
Be deported to.
I want to end on this, piggybacking on what Big Chief said. Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, Phil Valentine said that we were from here. And in Bobby's last interview, he said, fuck all the gods and focus on yourself.
30 seconds.
Okay, so this brother I kept. So
we have 30 seconds.
You gotta wait, brother. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have 30 seconds. I want to add that you as who were our teachers, our grandmothers and our mothers. I was allowed to be alive with my great-great-grandmothers, with both of them, right? I was alive. They were alive when I was alive, and I was born in 1975. And I learned a lot from them, and I learned even more from my great-grandmothers. And then my actual grandmother taught me the most.
Come on, Crystal, we gotta make that quick.
First of all, I want to thank everybody.
We gotta wrap them up quick. Find a way to do it quick.
Make sure you're sharing the room. Ping some people in here. If you're not already following the club, please.
What we got?
do
like
so.
one more.
This is where
I think we about to rebut. This shit is going on too fucking long, bro.
Your mouth is proof. This energy, this space is created by none other than King Los. That is up to your top left. Make sure you're following him.
I hope you niggas supported the show.
Building with us. Thank you for coming to this debate/build. That's what we're doing with this information. And now we're going into the 10 minutes rebuttal to the 10-minute answer to the statement that was proposed. And Team Kemet, this is your 10-minute rebuttal, and our timekeeper will start the clock when y'all begin.
All right, so we're rebutting on third question, right?
Yes.
Just whatever we want to say, yeah. All right, so based on what I heard, I want to say hats off to the sister who said that her deity was the grandparents. And when you study the ancient Kemetic tradition from its foundation up, that is your first God, your parents. And then they go further. Then you go back to the existence of that which you cannot perceive, which is the image of God, which we
Okay, Ken say them lights looking good though. Okay, we'll take that too, Ken. We'll take that too.
In unison, if it was given to us, we can't even.
That's a form of support too. So yeah, as long as them lights good, goddamn, we good. Make sure y'all share the video though.
People, Dr. Ben and all these other folks went through such great measures. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima from South America went through such great lengths to create the dots and the links from the ancient so-called Mesoamerican Indians all the way back into Kemet. What you find is that it's all about your spirituality. Your spirituality and religion is a system and a process.
You sound like a colonizer.
To do what you said, cultivate the land, take care of the resources, pass information and will it down to your children. But we have to remember that something happened in history that separated us, and somebody said it, fighting against one another. So when we're building, I'm going to make this again. You need to know the names of the deities if you're saying you're American Indian.
Bro, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, bro. Why you ain't answering none of these questions? Now nigga trying to, we done moved them off their spot. What happened to all this more science and shit?
Culture, that's what I'm getting at.
I don't hear no fight in them no more.
What truth do you have that you're living? I get the 1866 treaty. The Moors had the same thing. The Indian is the Moor. The Moor was turned into an Indian, a Negro, a color, a black. All of that's on the congressional record. It's just a shell game. So we're speaking the same things.
No, we're not, brother.
Your children. Well, my children are gonna know
You talking about Moabites and shit like that, man? I don't know, man.
Brought to me.
Yeah, what for? Okay, you said nigga threw a white flag up on the slick.
And get to know and understand.
Look, brother, we're the same people. Okay, there's no winners or losers here.
I heard about them in the Middle Ages through historical surveys and
nigga humble,
but did not understand that they was already here because that information had not yet released at the college level, like the brother mentioned, through the Carnegies and the Rockefellers controlling libraries. But I also want to challenge you guys as American Indians to think through all the information. Do the homework. I'm not measuring up against you.
Nigga, we whooping your ass with the homework. You need the homework. We whooping your ass.
It's not about the deity. It's about understanding the system and the synthesis, the process by cultivating your spirit and knowledge to build civilizations, to recapture culture, to recapture and ascend beyond it. I haven't seen American Indians create anything since American Indians been around in this modern age. So
nigga, what?
What has been created? But I can tell you a lot of things from the Kemetic construct that's created. You're using it in the Constitution. You're using it in construction. You're using it in science, engineering, art, math. It's in your face every day. You walk around, you smell it, you breathe it. But because no one is teaching and telling it to you, you don't see it and don't know it. But I also know that when you think American Indian, you have to go back to ancient Mesoamericans, Mayans, Aztecs. But they tell you, again, in the book, Queen Mu and the Ancient Egyptian Sphinx, that their ancestors came from the farthest of the West, back through the Pacific, over into Indus Kush, back over across the Indian Ocean, going into what we would call Ethiopia, going into what we would call Kemet, and the areas known as what you want to say South or Northern Kemet.
That's the best you got, my nigga.
They tell us these things. So when we're building, like we say, we're building. You build with correspondences. All right. So I'm with the 1866 Treaty of the Freedmen because on my side of the fence in history, the Moors are freedmen. And you can get those in those treaties, same treaties with the Moors. They're not just from Morocco. The congressional record says Mauritanian races. So that means it's more than one groups. You find that again in the diplomatic relations between the Barbary powers and the United States in a battle, a war, where the Moors taught the Europeans shipbuilding, cannons, firearms. American Indians didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
American Indians did not do that. American Indian was a new construct, just like Hispanic, a new construct created in the 70s. So when we use a word, we need to know what the word is.
I got him. I got something for him, Ram. Big Ram. I got something for that nigga.
How to keep your land. But we need to make sure when we build with correspondences, correlations.
Nah, don't tell us how to do it. You losing. You can't tell us how to run no show. You losing.
So the book that you can read, Moors to Indians, is from the Journal of the Louisiana Historical Association. You can read the book from Sir Godfrey Higgins, Anacalypsis. It's going to tell you all about the black nations that he calls that come out of Kemet, Kush, and the people that came over here. You can go through the golden age of the Moors from Ivan Van Sertima. They came before Columbus, telling you about all the people that he saw that Columbus labeled as Indians. I got a Moorish brother right here who's from Jamaica. His family from India. That's the only word in place that the word Indian is truly from the etymological word of Indios. People over here, they call them Indians. So we have to make sure we understand these constructs.
Bro, all of us call out our nations. You don't get, like, you steady trying to go back to that. These niggas they go back to doctrine.
There's nothing wrong with the ancient.
Every round he brought that up.
Indian spiritual system. It's all congruent. It's all congruent. And you're taught that your first God and goddess are your parents. But you're also taught that your true image is the image of God, is that which you cannot perceive, and that you are a divine being, not a human being. You're a divine being. And when we get to the state of becoming a divine being, then we'll live through truth, justice, balance, harmony, order, morality, and reciprocity. And then we'll get to understanding that we can control our thoughts, our action.
Boy, stop. Okay. He just
I don't know. His signal must have dropped. But you know what? And Big Chief, I'm sorry, those weren't no bars. those weren't no bars. All you know, the few second clips of those master teachers that you played, you know, they were listing, some of the native tribe that they have belonging to, and just like we all said on the stage, we're not. The purpose of this is not to negate that, you know, we were here first. We have native heritage, but Native American quote unquote history is not the origins of things. That's and those master teachers, they were trying to teach the origins of things. And those master teachers were trying to, instill a sense of pride back into us that, that white Europeans tried so hard to get out. They was trying to deliver us from white ideology. It was the American Indians who signed treaties, with white Europeans to look the other way on things and stuff. It was the American Indians who accepted all of this stuff. It was the American Indians who didn't fight back as hard as they could and should have, have a lot of us in this position today. So when I said it wasn't any American Indians that stepped up and tried to teach the full history to the extent of it all, where we come from and stuff, the sense of the spiritual systems that the tribe,
90 seconds.
The spiritual systems that the tribe originally, adhered to, the sense of pride, the sense of belonging, all of those things and stuff. So again, the master teachers did not negate that, we are the quote unquote Native Americans, for lack of a better term. Books like They Came Before Columbus and Before the Mayflower. They are just talking about us being here already and we're the natives. Not once did any of the master teachers mention that we are the aboriginals of this land, because we are the aboriginals, everyone, of Africa. So the American Indians, their lack of master teachers, and they are the ones who accepted all of this stuff from white Europeans that's going on now.
Huh?
All right, family. Brother Brandon, I got something for you. I'm going to read from this book from Moors to Indians, and I've been sharing with you guys that all of this is a Masonic construct.
30 seconds.
It's a shell game. It says, and I quote, by Jerome De Wolf, "Nobody ain't never gonna find the code. Big Chief Larry Bernard once defiantly argued about the secrets of the Mardi Gras Indians." And when you get into this and read it, it's going to tell the Africans put on red ochre paint, feathered their heads up for some traditional, put bells and shackles and shells on their ankles, danced around with sticks mimicking a war. The war that they mimic was between Moors and Christians.
Time, bro.
Boy, stop.
All right, American Indians are going to have 10 minutes to rebuttal the presentation, or their rebuttal, whichever you choose.
I'd like to go because I can absolutely talk about, and I spoke of this before. In my childhood, I would walk out my door and I could never pay attention to what my folks were saying, because you had Hebrews and all these different doctrines, the God bodies. You had all these people talking about all this stuff. And all I can remember is the lessons that I got from my silver-haired lady. My old man.
Is she breaking up? She breaking up, family.
Using the matrix, sis.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go. Okay, so I'm just saying that has brought no fruit. All of those different ideologies, they are just that, ideologies, religions, and such, not directly connected to the heritage. Heritage is constant and it does not change. No matter what you believe in, how you feel about things, your mama is your mama, your grandma's your grandma, and your daddy's your daddy. It's never going to change. I have never had a Nefertiti or any type of thing outside of my own self. Right? I didn't need to use any of those deities or people. I didn't need to steal anybody else's grandmother to substitute for the history that I have for myself and what I know about myself. And as it stands now, we're on the right side of the law. American Indian is exactly who I am, and my ethnicity is a Pamunkey. Okay, and we've been here since time immemorial. And I wanted to mention, he said something about Moors being mentioned in the 1866 treaty. That isn't true. In the 1866 treaties, there were no freedmen. Okay, and the people that they are calling freedmen would only be attached to the 5 civilized tribes and also a part of the Confederacy. So which one of y'all grandfathers were part of the Confederacy? Can we compare documents? Because I have Confederate records as well as Union records as well. So when you say freedmen, they were a group of people emancipated after being prisoners of war during the Civil War. Okay, so the original 1866 Treaty of the Choctaw Nation makes a very clear distinction. Africans have no interest in the land. Pay them out what you owe them. And if they're not going in 90 days, nobody gets any money. 4th article used to state, as far as the Negro is concerned, he is to be called Indian and never to be questioned again. See, these are the changes that they made under Obama's watch. All of those things changed. So when we went to Washington and put in our petitions, what we demanded is that they revert the treaties back to the 1866 in their original state. So when people are reading off of them now, I know they don't know what the original 1866 treaties indicate, or else they wouldn't be in opposition, and they definitely wouldn't insert themselves in a place where they're not supposed to be. The Seminole had no slaves, okay? So how did they become freedmen, right? It's impossible. And if the Negro that was misclassified once in the other territories, now that he is in the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, he was supposed to be called an Indian. They separated and made a clear distinction of who the African was, and they had no interest in the land, no rights of suffrage whatsoever. So who's the freedman for real?
Okay, is she done? I'm going to add a couple of things. Who was that talking? David?
No. No, go ahead, James.
I want to go ahead and I want to add a couple of things here too before I pass the baton. We talk about just the difference of the treaties and the differences of what they're trying to do, which again is taking us off the land. But if we don't care to dig that deep into, like you said, even our gods, our moms, because guess what? Our moms, they had gods as well. It's probably their mom, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the day, you're talking about why in the world weren't we spreading this information at that time? Well, at that particular time when they were doing all that, we had the CCC there, camping out with their teepees and stuff around those heirs properties, around those mid 1800s all the way into the early 1900s. Again, is what I'm talking about. They say, well, why weren't you guys doing nothing then? Because at that time, you call yourself Indian, you're liable to get hung. Because remember, we had assassins that came in and going into these places. And then that's where we start talking about the propaganda. They didn't have Clubhouse or Instagram back then, right? So they only had limited resources for their propaganda. So I want the rest of the team to go ahead and touch bases on some of those things and some of just the inconsistencies that they were talking about. It seems like this group is always referencing like other people, like Boy Scouts and kids doing, junior high projects at school and all kind of different things. So when we get back to exactly what the question was and rebuke these little ridiculous things that they're talking about, I want to go ahead and pass it on to Big Chief, and then we're going to move it on down the road.
Well, I'll just say this here. I'll be brief. The reality is people turn Christian. I've seen people convert to Christianity, convert to Islam. When all our lives we were taught, we were given an identity. When our parents gave us one, the brother said, I didn't drop bars when I played from the horse's mouth. That these people telling you who they are, not only that they're not telling you they Indian, they're telling you they're nations. They know exactly who they are from their mothers and their fathers. So why are they teaching African history when they have absolutely no connection to it. They have no connection. What they know, just like many of us, they were taught in their homes exactly who they were from. When we went out into society, society has convinced us that we don't know who we are. We don't have a story. All of these things that these brothers are saying they're a victim to. When in actuality, at home, their mothers and fathers told them who they were. The brother said his grandma was a Cherokee. He said nothing about a Moor. So where is he getting this? Where is these brothers? Brother Brandon also have indigenous heritage. So where is this Kemetic science? Our parents and grandparents don't know nothing about these things. So what are they debating their family at home? Because I love to see those debates. You know, you went out. They probably think we crazy coming in the hive, bringing shit from outside into the hive. I close on this, man. The reality of the fact is we've been indoctrinated and colonized. Your colonization has come from your master teachers and the people that look like you. Because behind closed doors, they tell people exactly who they are and where they're from. They understand their family heritage, while they disconnect you from yours for a check from the white man. I land.
And if I may, the brother Sekhab almost had me when he started talking about his grandmothers and that he understood the deity aspect of it being your grandmother. But then the brother went into a soliloquy about the fact that American Indians have not done anything in America, anything to speak of. But in the same breath can say that this is a shell game and a grift and we're the same people. I'm confused and a little perturbed, but I can understand where it's coming from, so I'm not angry. And I want to explain, because we have a lot of people in the room, how this becomes an issue. See, here's the problem. Everything that is Black American, Negro American, is the American Indian. So any innovation that has come from the word Negro or the Black American, and we do know the difference, and all of you know the difference. You don't have African superstars in music. There's no African Michael Jackson. He is a Cherokee. Or Choctaw, like myself. Shaka Khan, Foxy Brown, James Brown, the Brown family, Chris Brown, let's name them. Y'all know them. Kyrie Irving. These are American Indians, and they tell you so. And so the fact that we would go from saying that we are looking at our grandparents as a deity, but in the same breath, we can say that they have not innovated a damn thing.
Let me close them out.
Is startling, because of the association that has become of this indoctrination. The kente cloth is Dutch. And the HBCUs will make your children put this on and take an African American studies class to move them off of their land by the time that they are fully so-called educated in this country. You have to think about what is happening to our people. It is time to get into genealogy and stop playing this game. Who is your grandmother? That's the only question we should be asking.
All right, is this on Team Kemet?
This is on Team Kemet. You're going to have the 3-minute finalization. First, you guys are going to go, and then the American Indians are going to go.
All right, start my time. So thank you.
One second before you get that, hold that double. I want to make an announcement. Y'all, please pay attention. Some of the members of Team Kemet is being muted before they can finish their sentences and things like that. Unfortunately, everybody has a mod badge right now. So it's nothing that we can fix right now. So I want to thank you for your patience while we work through this. Please allow everyone to speak, and we will go back and forth with good decorum. Thank you.
Yes, and we've also had some people on the Senate team be dropped in the middle of their speaking. Let's not get steady. I don't think no one is dropped in, but
We're not doing that. That's
right.
Yeah, we're not
right.
Hey, let Oya. That's okay. We're not blaming anyone. We're just making note of it, and
I didn't blame no one.
No, that's respect.
Let Oya please pause for a sec. We will work to fix that next time. So I want to thank y'all for y'all patience in the space, and we want everyone to continue building. Thank y'all for sharing the room, sharing the space, and pinging people. We appreciate you building in the house of ancient magic. With that, Double, go ahead and give us the next round, please. Thank you.
All right, it's on the chemist for the 3 minute finalization round.
All right, thank you. This brother Sakep. So going into address the sister where she just talked about the build on how it's, let me just clarify, we got to go by the timeline. So when I made those comments, I'm making those comments based on the timeline of history. When you get to the point where an American Indian, the thing that we're claiming to be, you don't find anything created under the name of an American Indian. And if you refer back to those treaties going back to the civilized tribes are talking about how the Cherokee and other nations enslaved someone, i.e. an African, and they released those slaves to give them the right to property. So again, your African ancestry, released because they were enslaved by a civilized tribe of those 5 that you called, and a lot of them, and again, you go look it up, they were Moors. It was back and forth amongst ourselves. We caused a lot of the problem. So when I build with you, and I'm saying correspond, I'm saying go through the timeline. Find as many good books as you can.
This brother got knots all over his head, and he don't care. That nigga getting his shit wrong, and he coming back right back with it.
It's a lot of synonymous
What is
things.
going on?
Made a really smart comment about the Boy Scouts. You need to understand the history of what the pink African so-called white folks do. They go and learn the science, the technology, the engineering, the art, the math, and a bunch of other things. And they come back. They come back and they format and recreate it and box it up and give it back to you. All right, Boy Scouts is a good thing, but you need to understand that it's based on American Indians, which is a Masonic construct from ancient Kemet.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, okay.
I just want to work with the brother when he says that you have to look at the timeline. The timeline is what's key because, like I said earlier before, there's definitely history that shows that ancient Phoenicians and Egyptians were here thousands of years ago, and those
no, get out of here. We killed that shit.
These Americas actually stayed here and they immigrated and they matriculated also into the tribes that were already here. So this is why the connection with the Moors and the indigenous population here is strong. So, we have to also consider the fact that these Africans who were traveling around the world, they did join these tribal nations. So the Moorish lineage actually do connect to the indigenous tribes here. And like I said, it's a terrible thing if you cut off your nose to spite your face. I let my plane.
Also, brother, I want to share with the group that I have a book here from My Rites of Passage down.
Shut that shit up, nigga. Shut that shit up, nigga.
All right, it's on the American Indians. You guys have 3 minutes on your finalization round.
All right, I'll make this quick. First off, the brother said that the American Indians haven't made anything. Well, you must not be familiar with the Columbus Exchange, because which also gave Africa over 640 crops, plants, indigenous medicine from the Americas. You spoke about Cahokia earlier, brother. You were familiar with Cahokia. Well, you see these civilizations were laid out. This same model was taken around the world. We don't see these civilizations built like this here in Egypt. And where? Because the whole America was civilized, and we found it in this state. We didn't see that with Kemet. There's no comparison to Kemet with America. There's over 2,000 pyramids in America. You don't compare. Again, the brother been getting killed all night. Every time he brought up Moors, we put him back in Africa where they belong, and he's steady trying to bring him over here without a boat or a connection to himself. No problem. He's hard-headed, he's indoctrinated, and he's trying to indoctrinate you guys. That's why he's talking about spirituality and God. They always try to bring you a God in the book. And if he's going to talk about books, he needs to read the Circle 7 Quran, where it tells, well, Drew Ali tell him that his ass come from Africa. All right, I land on this here. He said we didn't build anything. where all the road systems and everything here was already built up when Spain and the Moors got here. All right, check the year before the Europeans got here. I also say this here: the Army, the U.S. Army was created. I mean, well, the U.S. Army has gave props to the American Indians because they used their system of warfare to go and take over the entire world. I land with that. The roads, the roads, these communities, we were taking all over America, not only America, but the world, to take this civilization to. And his brother said we built nothing when he lived in the greatest country of the world. I land.
And my grandfather was the chief of the Cherokee that taught the French regiment of the Haitians, gens de Couleur, how to do guerrilla warfare, under the premise that they thought South Carolina was going to help them build a wall to block the French out. And also, I want to note that the distinction was made between Indians and Moors in the 1620 proclamations of King James. I land.
And I also want to add that Charles II also made a distinction of the Moors being from Spain and Portugal. No Moors are from America.
And I'd also like to add that I am a full-blood Choctaw Indian. Okay, and on my grandmother's line, I have Osage, full-blood Indian on both sides of my lines. None of them to any sort of Moroccan heritage. We don't know any Moroccan people. Going back clear through the 1700s, I don't have any of them on my line. And what we have asked, and we have still to, now 3 hours in, and I'm getting tired. Who are your ancestors? And are they Moroccan?
All right, we got a minute, right? So he's getting set by the truck. We're about to go into the 1 minute interrogation round. Each team will have 3 rounds to ask their questions and allow the other team to rebuttal.
All right. Cool. Well. So Big mentioned those over 2,000 pyramids in America. That's true, but he forgot to mention that those 2,000 pyramids that he's referencing are in South America, not North America. And those 2,000 pyramids that are in South America were built by the Mayans and some by the Aztecs. Both who, just a simple Google search, but further research as well, both who will tell you they're children of the Olmecs, and the Olmecs come from Africa. So there were no pyramids or anything built by quote unquote American Jews. And also, since we want to talk about tribes and stuff, the Cherokee tribe owned the most slaves of anyone, and they were the most brutal as well, and they were responsible for the most bloodshed from from enslaved and oppressed people throughout and on the Trail of Tears. So so when we refer to things of that nature, excuse me, when we refer to things of that time.
All right, is this rebuttal stage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right. Well, the brother brought up that these people would come from the Mayans, right? According to a group of archaeology, 1,100-year-old Mayan ruins have been discovered in Track Rock Gap near Georgia's tallest mountain. Okay, you have the Etowah Mountains, you have all of this here. The Georgia Mountains, over almost 90% of their language matches with the Hachiti language, which ties to the Muskogee language in the southeast, which those 5 civilized tribes, if you go to the origins of their languages, come from, except the Cherokee, because the Cherokee not from the south, but their government was created in 1794 with the United States government. These are not, those are not our people. And I land right there. The Mayans were also in the southeast of America. Bars. Come on, man. Y'all making it too easy.
And I just read a passage.
Some good bars. It's on us.
Yeah, it's on the Kemites.
I just read a dissertation about that. So to get back to the fact that somehow the Olmecs are African, I'm not sure how we got back here.
Add some time.
Okay. She grabbed a rock because I forgot about that point. But she took care of that though.
Brother mentioned again, Mayans. I'm gonna take you back to the book, Queen Lord.
Oh man, hit this nigga. Go.
The gentleman is telling you that once they began to understand what these people wrote, They're telling you the story that they go back to their ancestors through the Pacific, make it to India, which is Indus Kush. Indus Kush, they went back across the Indian Ocean to further make their pilgrimage, homage back to Kemet. Go read the book. All right, it's going to give you some answers there. Also, you said that Cherokee is not your people, and I shared with you that my grandmother stated that her lineage that she knew was out of Georgia from the Cherokees, but she said that nothing came up from
the book also states that America is older.
You interrupt them.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, damn, I didn't know that was us. Come on, we got a flag on the play.
Time back?
All right, we good. All right, let's start back.
So you cannot say in one breath American Indian and the tribes, and then you just excluded the Cherokee.
Look, he don't have no understanding of what the hell going on.
You also put on that recording of Runoko Rashidi saying that he saw himself as a Native American. Well, I met Runoko Rashidi. I saw that video.
I don't give a damn.
And I asked him here in Orlando because he was at my building, which was an African museum.
Turn that nigga off, man. Set that shit up.
I was talking to somebody.
It's on the American Indians. You have 1 minute.
Okay, so if you read the book by the Queen Moody and Egyptian Sphinx, it says he actually states that the Americans are older than what is found in Africa. I just wanted to touch on that.
Appreciate that. And for your understanding, brother, because I see you've been kind of lagging, but this is a teaching moment. So the Cherokee is not an ancient tribe. They was created in 1794. Anybody can look this up. As an ally to the United States, to the 5 civilized tribes were governments set up through the United States because in the Constitution they have
30 seconds.
They have to keep a government to government relationship with the Indian. These 5 nations were created to govern the tribes in the Southeast. Hundreds of tribes down there. They went under these 5 civilized tribes as government in order to get benefits through the United States or citizenship to stay on their land. Our land right there, this brother has no clue about American Indian history, and it's 3-0 right now.
So can you please put that on the timeline when you say ancient? You just gave a time for Cherokee. Now give me a time for the other nations. What's the year that they was founded?
My tribe go back 10,000 years.
Y'all have to wait. They still have a minute to continue.
Okay.
Yeah, and earlier a few statements ago, Big said, as he and others have often been doing, like Big said, quote, according to a group of archaeologists, then he went on to make his statement. What is that? According to a group of archaeologists, that that's not like that. That can be a group of 10 graders who just finished playing Madden and they want to make up something. Like what archaeologists, from where, who are they, from what source, from what book or what article, what scholarly article, things of that nature.
And I suggest people take a look at that book with the Children of Mu, because there's a lot of information there that's showing the connection.
All right, so the American Indians are going to have 1 minute to, this is the 3rd round. So after they rebut to this, they have the opportunity to come back with their questions after that's over. So when this round is over, Kemet, you cannot respond until they've asked their question. This is them rebutting to what you just said.
All right, I'll work easy where I just need 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That I dropped that source in your background, so I don't need to speak. We sourcing up around here. Bars.
Yeah, and I was going to add on.
He talking about he need a source today. Well, we got that. Don't worry. Check your back chat. We need a source. Anybody could have said. Check your back chat.
Things of that nature. It's hard. He was
check your back chat.
That was a Rosicrucian as well. So he paid to travel to these places to learn from the culture. And what he's gathered, the people and the cultures in the Americas are older than these places, and they have connections to these places all around.
30 seconds.
Keep going, bro.
Poverty Point National Monument consists of 6 rings and 6 mounds, some of the largest prehistoric earthworks on this continent. They're dated between 1650 BC and 700 BC, stretched more than 400 acres. Ring form a semicircle and opens towards is now Bayou Macon, 5 aisles cutting through the rings, divided them into 6 sections. You can find this in the LSU campus, exploring ancient cultures.
All right. So now the American Indians are going to get 3 rounds to ask questions, and the Kenyans are going to respond. Let me know when you guys are ready.
All right, ready. First question. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to know the book that you talked about, Queen Mo's Talisman. Did you read the sources? Like, did the author just write that, or what? Where the sources at that the author is basing their findings on? That should be mentioned.
Okay.
So
And
when you reading this book,
hold on, brother.
It's art.
And I got one question for them. What is their comedic dish? What food do they have as comedic food? What's their comedic dish?
And for the Morris brothers, what Morris tribe are you from, and what language did you guys speak?
And for all of y'all, what's your great grandmother's name? And what did she tell you you were?
And also for the Kemetic people, what Kemetic tribe are you from, and what language did you speak?
Time. All right. It's on the Kemets to respond. You have 1 minute.
I think you need to start that over because they asked like 5 different questions.
So what, bro?
You got to get some clarity on that.
They can do that.
What Morris tribe are you from?
Cherokee, Potawatomi, Shawnee,
Okay, so
Chinese.
On my Morris side, my DNA.
And we spoke Algonquin.
Sorry about that. My mic was jacked up. All right, so this brother's I kept. So my 6th great grandmother's name is Raquel Mustafa. Found out, researched that name through the Mormon Church on their records because they house all of those records. Even
bro, we don't need all of this.
Those records take you back to Chad and Mali. My DNA takes me back through a bunch of different lineages in Chad and Mali. There is a speck of what you would call indigenous American Indian in there, a very small, minute percentage. But at the end of the day,
a very small, minute percentage
from out of Mali. And if I was able to dictate one as more, it would be the Harib tribe. Then we say, what's my grandmother's name?
The Harib tribe out of Mali. Y'all know I got him right.
Okay, and again, she said that we came from Cherokee, but there was nothing done for us because of that slave that you have in the 1866 treaty.
American Indians.
All right.
You guys, what's your next question?
All right. My question is for Brother Sakib. What year did your Mali family get to America, and where did they land? That also goes for everybody else on the Kemetic side. What year did y'all ancestors get here from Kemet or from Mauritania? And I land.
And the question, I got a question for Lord L. He said his tribes and they spoke Algonquin. And how do they tie into the Moors? Do they call themselves Moors, or how do they tie into that?
30 seconds.
And you said Mad Ox. Well, that's obviously an American Indian last name. And you said your grandmother told you. But you said there's a smidget of American Indian. Can you clarify what a smidget is? Who were her parents? Were they the American Indians? Were her children? Why is it that, what other nationalities are we there? Because the Mustafa is not also an African name, but it's also an Indian name.
You should know that Mustafa is a Mohammedan name. And then most American Indians who picked up Paleo, Hebrew, or Arabic received it from those Moors that came.
Boy, stop it.
Some as far back as the 1300s. And then you get them more notedly being recorded in the 1500s. Then you get them on the congressional record after the Americans take over because they were in battle with them from the earlier parts of those centuries. And that can be documented again through the diplomatic relations through the Barbary powers in the United States between the Moors of Turkey and Jews, and the Berbers.
Bro, how y'all ain't answer the question?
And my Moorish connection comes out of Kentucky and also out of South Georgia, because my family there, they still practice Islam and they know their tribal indigenous status. So that's why I subscribe to Moor. Peace.
What year?
Mm-hmm. And to be
Time. Okay, American Indians, last question.
All right, this is the only question we're gonna have. What year did your Moorish ancestors get here from Mali? And what year did your Kemetic ancestors get here from Kemet, Brandon? And the rest of the Moors, well, El say he from America. So, but for the rest of the team, what year did y'all families get here from Africa? That's the only question the American Indians have. We passed. We ain't finna play no game.
Okay,
Come on with it.
It's on the Kemets to answer. You have 1 minute, and then we're moving on to the next round, the next and final round.
Lock the board up on them. Make them fight.
My connection is because this is America was known as Northwest.
No, not you, bro.
Which was a part of the Moorish Empire. And
come on, man, get the fuck out of here, bro. I wasn't even fucking talking to your pseudo ass. He finna take up all the time. These niggas finna hide behind him, man. Get the fuck out the way, nigga.
Yeah. And to be, as I mentioned earlier, when I explained the only species
30 seconds.
The only species that are found here is the Homo sapiens sapien.
Man, I didn't ask about that. I asked how your family.
So therefore, many scientists have concluded, and through DNA research as well, that the Homo sapiens sapien migrated out of Africa through the Bering Strait and came over into these lands. So yeah, we are the ones that are here.
That's the out of Africa theory. We killed that.
I've never went against that. Time here.
All right, hey, Devil. I don't know who went first.
It's on the Indians to go in this last round first.
Roger that. Okay, so what we're addressing next is number 4 in the final statement that we're addressing for the night. Was America the inspiration behind the Kemetic infrastructure and tradition, or vice versa? I'll repeat that one more time. Was America the inspiration behind the Kemetic infrastructure and tradition, or vice versa?
All right.
American Indians.
All right, our work is easy work. First off, what we have to understand is that, like I said earlier, Kemet you can't put Kemet on side of America. They don't have enough. They don't have enough. We see American culture all over them. Not only that, but we'll go by their pyramids. The Pyramid of Giza, as we quoted earlier, the LSU mounds. These mounds are older than the pyramids of Giza. Not only that, because the Step Pyramid comes from Imhotep, was the first pyramid structure that they had in Egypt, which we have Corral Supe over in Peru in the Americas, which is older than the Step Pyramid. So once again, we can really stop you there, but we'll go a little deeper when you get into the spirituality, because one of the brothers said it's all about the spirituality. When you go in there, most of the deities in Kemetic show is from the Americas. So they use spirit animals or animals. We use best. Over here, you have him on the Mayan calendar. Not only that, but he's known as the Jaguar God. The Jaguar is also found in Kemet with in the Valley of the Kings. There's a statue of King Tut standing on top of the panther. The panther is indigenous to the Americas. Even when you're using Basset, all of these are indigenous to the Americas. Also, King I has also has the jaguar wrapped around him on his depiction. You have the bighorn sheep, Los Angeles Rams here, which is Khnum. Khnum is a ram. The rams are indigenous to the Americas. Come on, man. Anubis. Anubis comes from the Cholo Esquizia dog, the Cholo dog out of Mexico, which was a guardian of the underworld, which when the priest died, they would bring the dog with them to guard them through the underworld. And that's who Anubis is, the guardian of the underworld, one of the oldest deities in Egypt. There's no comparison when you're talking about this. And also with Heru, we worship the peregrine falcon in the Southeast Indians over here, which flies the highest. You can't get a bird to compare to the peregrine falcon. So if your deity is so honest and prestigious, why would it be another bird out there that can rival him or even they can rival him? Again, I end on this here. Motifs in the mountains of the Mississippi, they found motifs which depictions of the Owl Horus. Okay, this symbolism with Mississippi symbolism is important to understand of the Birdman. Okay, the Birdman eye motif. They worship the Birdman down here in Georgia today. You have the Atlanta Falcons. That is the peregrine falcon who they're worshiping, which we find the Owl Horus is these motifs down in through these mounds. I land on that. Don't mention Egypt with America no more. We have things that predate them. Our civilization predate them. They don't have enough to compete. There's over 2,000 pyramids in America. And it's only about 600 in the Sudan where they get their archaeology from. It don't compete. It don't compare. I land right there. Easy work.
And I want to add on to what he was saying. You know, you got Queen Mu, the Egyptian Sphinx that was made by Augustus of Plungion. He said that Queen Mu, who is from America, was the original Sphinx. Also, if you read his book, Sacred Mysteries Among the Maya, what Big Chief said, they had the jaguar deity. That was a representation of Osiris as well. The jaguar, which they would call a ko, was spelled O-S-I-R, and which is pronounced Ozil in the Mayan language. That is a jaguar. They also have depictions of the bird that Isis is over here in the Americas too, along with other deities as well.
All right, and just to close it, if we come from the source of Africa, then why in the world, and this is not me saying it, this is the map that's on my PTR. If you just look at that, you can look that up because that is actually a part of the distribution of this land lease. A lot of these places they're talking about in Kemet wasn't even fully developed yet. Let's just go here. They sent out billions of dollars here. We got Southwest Africa. We got Liberia. Some of us know that the Americans was in Liberia. We're talking about Uganda. We're talking about Kenya. I'm sorry, I don't see Kemet. I don't see Egypt. Hell, I don't see Ghana. I don't see none of these things. So if we're distributing $28 billion worth of resources all over the place in Africa, that's something to think about. Even got my dog mad about it. Man, I'm just gonna mute my mic.
And to piggyback and add some more, you got hieroglyphs of corn and pineapples found over in Egypt and Somalia. And these fruits and this vegetable is indigenous to the Americas.
That's a fact. And not only that, but ask Jacob in the book of Genesis. He said, I heard they got corn in Egypt. Corn was created here in America. What the hell is doing on the wilds of Kemetic science? Okay, this is direct. They found cocaine in the mummies in the pyramid. What the hell is going on? Are we really serious here today? There's too much information out here that shows these people got this from us. First, you don't wear enough. You don't got enough collector items to even put up on the table to even come match us. All of your deities or your animals or spirits are indigenous to the Americas. No getting around that. Why is your oldest deities depictions of animals that are indigenous to the Americas? Just right there alone, you lose. But somebody got to explain why is corn doing in Egypt and tell them niggas in the Bible, Jacob, he told on you, they got corn down there in Egypt. We finna go down there and get us some. I land bars.
And I want to add that no one never told us what year their family came to America, just to make sure that point was taken.
Or where did they come in?
Wait a minute. I ain't in the debate, but my grandmother is from Oyo, Nigeria. So I don't know about that.
Hold on. Jump in the top.
Yeah. And
Nigeria was founded in 1961. My mother is older than Nigeria.
And if you look at the traditional dishes found in Africa, they come from vegetables and plants and things that come from the Americas. Okra, you got other dishes as well. But I'm a fan.
Yeah, your jollof rice, which is the most popular foods. Correct. It's made with tomatoes, rice, tomatoes, onions. All these are indigenous to the Americas. Yo, fufu, your famous African dishes come from cassava, and the Portuguese brought cassava to West Africa with them. I mean, you just pull a source up. Cassava comes from indigenous to the America. Your spiritual systems, for your Yorubas and things like this here, comes out of the Americas. I land right there. This is easy work.
Are the American Indians yielding their time? You still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Anybody want some of this?
Just hoping that they answer the question.
We would like for them just to answer what year their families came to America. That's the question they never answered. And where did they come to in America?
All right, we land with
I can tell
it.
you where my European family came from and when they came.
Now we're gonna leave them with that right there. They got a long way to dig themselves out of this one. Let's sit back and laugh at them try to get away from this one. All right, we land respectfully.
All right.
Thank you very, very, very much.
Hold on, Lord. It's on the connect. You got 10 minutes for your presentation for the question.
Great. I definitely appreciate that, all those questions and those comments, because you just proved that America is Egypt. You proved that all of you guys are Moors, because Anubis is also known as a Moor, who is the high priestess of Anu.
How the hell a dog gonna be a Moor?
That were built over here were all built by Moors. And
how the hell a dog is a Moor?
Because you guys just made it real easy for us to prove, because we know that
and they want to try to come get on our side. He want to try to come get on our side now. Nah, get your ass over there.
Look in the Bible and you'll see that Egypt was also known as Tamari. I think it's in the 2 Samuel where it clearly states that America is Tamari. And I let my plane with that, but y'all just proved that America is the original Egypt. And
stay over there with them losers, bro. Stay with them losers over there, bro. You got your ass whooped. Anubis is a Moor, a fucking dog.
2,000 through 3,000 years. 2,000 through 3,000 BCE. The Kemites crossed the Mediterranean and went through the Mediterranean into the Atlantic and took it in a straight line to the Yucatan by the thousands. And this papyrus right now is located in the temple of Hatshepsut, with the Medu Neter. And I think I know it's in the temple of Hatshepsut, but I think it's in the temple of Seti as well. Now, there are 3 currents leave the coast of West Africa and flow straight into the South American Caribbean islands area. The South Equatorial Current.
Them niggas humble.
Equatorial Current and
they sound humble, don't they?
Those 3 currents.
Fuck them currents, nigga. Them currents can't save you, nigga. You can't swim out of this. You ain't finna swim across no current off this shit, nigga.
So you just put a sail on a boat and it will take you there. And in Kemet right now, this is the only place prehistorically that have left pictures, documentation, evidence of them having sails and boats. Nowhere in American Indian history is it written down, shown, or anything of them having sails or boats. Now, you mentioned the Perigene falcon. That bird is not indigenous to America. That bird is found everywhere. But according to NPS.gov, and I'm about to pin that link as soon as I finish talking, that bird is actually indigenous to the areas of Africa and Asia.
Man, stop
according to them. And now let's get on let's get on this dog that y'all love to lay claim to. You know, first off, this dog, the Exo dog, that is not Anpu, which is Anubis. That is not him at all.
Boy, stop it.
Jackal. Now, the dog.
A jackal, and y'all ain't got no black jackal.
The Mayans' version of Anubis. Now, the Exo dog is Quetzalcoatl's twin brother, and the Exo dog governs duality. You know, the good and evil. So they're same version of Egypt's Anubis. Now, that dog was created during the Emperor Moctezuma's area, and he had over 300 dogs. So again, that dog deity was created during his era. Again, that dog deity was created during his era, and he had over 300 dogs, and every dog had a servant. You know, and they used to sacrifice those dogs and stuff. So anywho, as I explained earlier in another question, how the Olmecs, you know, were the Aztecs, the name Olmec comes from them. They call them the rubber people, and the Aztecs and the Mayans tell you that they are children of the Olmecs, and the Olmecs came from Africa. They went into the Asiatic lands first, and then came over to the South American lands and brought the polluted seed with them. I'm talking about as they intertwine with others. And that's how you started to form your Mexicans. Because your Mexicans are, excuse me. Excuse me, golly. Oh, babe, come on. But what your Mexicans are part Mongoloid. They're part.
Ain't nobody told you that, bro.
Oh, but I'll keep talking while I pull that up. But anywho, that Exo dog, which is your claim to fame, that is not Anubis. Anubis is a jackal. Anubis is a jackal because they would observe jackals just like they would observe all the other animals, and certain attributes they would place them on certain netarus. They would observe the jackals burying meat and letting the sun cook it so that it can be tender enough for the jackal to eat it. And the jackal knew when to come up and dig up the meat just when it was ready, right before it rotted, so that it would be ready for digestion. So that they knew that jackals, the black-haired jackal, which is indigenous to Africa, to East Africa, they knew that the jackal was an excellent judge of character, as Anubis was the Netaru that represented judging your soul, you know, until the next realm. Now, Anubis was a black jackal because, again, through thousands of years of observation, they would notice on rare occurrences that there would be a black jackal in the pack with the jackals. And every time they would notice the black jackal, they would notice that the black jackal was the leader of the pack. So, of course, they put the leader of the pack to represent their deity. And he was a jackal at all because Sirius B, the star that a lot of people know about, the Dogon tribe talking about, thousands of years before modern science has recognized it. Sirius B comes from the constellation of Canis Major. In that constellation, they drew out the symbol of a dog, you know, and so the Dogon tribe speaks that we come from Sirius B. So we're either going to go back to Sirius B or reincarnate here and do it all over again. So since the Dogon tribe, who comes out of Egypt, since the Dogon tribe, you know, speaks about us coming out of that constellation, and the constellation Canis Major is what it's called. And that constellation, they traced it out in the image of a jackal, you know, that star alignment. It's only right that, you know, they put a jackal head as the judger of if we're going to go back to that constellation on that higher dimension or run it back here again, you know. So that's why they put the jackal head on Anubis. And again, the Exo dog is not Anubis. It's the Mayan deity for what Anubis represents in Egypt and other areas. And again, the Mayans are children of the Olmecs. The Olmecs come out of Africa. So please Stop talking about that Exodog is Anubis, because it's not. The Exodog is a Mayan deity. Perigene falcon is not indigenous to the Americans.
90 seconds. And also, if you read the 1740 Negro Act, it tells you that Moors and Egyptians are not to be classified as blacks and Negroes. So this is why when you hear the term Moor and Egyptian, just like the brother said, all the pyramids that are built over here and all these deities that are over here, that's the connection that shows that we are Moors.
Nah, bro, get off my answer, bro.
And also, he keep mentioning the 2,000 pyramids, which is in South America, not North America. And like you all keep forgetting how massive Africa is. That 2,000 pyramids being in South America is easy work to the thousands of pyramids that's located all throughout Africa, not just in the Nile Valley. You know, America is a thumbtack compared to the size of Africa. So, and again, with the age of the mounds and stuff, I already explained how earlier the Great Pyramid of Giza is said to be over 258,000 years. So that's multiple thousands years more than
no, bro,
years
no.
The sign on the mound says
No.
at LSU.
No.
Oh, yeah. All right. Now we're about to get into the 10-minute rebuttal rounds. It's on the American Indians.
That was horrible. That was horrible. First of all, before we move on, I just want to bring up a couple points, just real quick, and then you guys can take it from here. That was just all horrible talk. First of all, if the Olmecs are from Africa, and that's where they came from, why wouldn't there be any statues in Africa?
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, you say that the source is Africa, but where is your grandmother from? And what did she tell you?
I don't think, so in most cases, dealing with the foreign ideology, with that comes patriarchy. So they don't really care and disregard the women in that regard. So I don't know if that's it hasn't made a difference in all these decades, right? The foreign ideology made everybody go against what their grandma told them. So I don't even see that asking a question is going to get a valid answer. And I guess the answer to what year they got here.
Debate they got going on right now.
I guess the answer to the year that they got here was the year of the jackal. I just guess we just gonna find out they came during the year of the jackal.
Yeah, right. I like that. Real quick, I'm gonna insert. If we are the Moors, then why is it that through our matrilineal, why is it in the appellate courts we don't see any Moors winning their patent land? We only see American Indians winning in the appellate courts. Why isn't there any Moors on the record winning their land back?
Why don't Moors have dual citizenship? How come they can't go back to Morocco? And when is the mass exodus? Because Spain and Portugal said that everybody they kicked out in 1492 can come back. I also want to add my family, the Plantagenets, who ruled Europe before the Tudors and the Stuarts. They were not Moors. And I don't know which one of y'all Moorish people, my cousins.
Yeah, I don't want to spend so much time harping on the jackal and falcon. Didn't have time to answer about the jaguar, the indigenous plants from the Americas that are in Africa. The Amazon rainforest has over 50% of the world's crops and foods and 20% of the world's oxygen supply. There's that. Also, there's a 1670 Negro Act in Virginia that classifies the Moors, Indians, and Negroes as slaves, and they differentiate of who the Moors are, and those are North African Muslims.
As well as the brother brought up Perigene falcon. Okay, I knew it was a trick bag in there because the word Perigene just means wanderer, meaning these people were travelers. The most history that you find on them is right here in the Americas. You don't find nobody worshiping them in Egypt or any of these African systems. The brother brought up the jackal. Are we serious here? Everybody know the jackal is brown. He look like a goddamn canine or something. What we clearly see the depictions of Anubis. He is a all black dog. One of the brothers said since he was all melanated, he was a Moor. Brother said that Anubis, a damn dog, was a Moor. But yeah, that I mean, he killed himself on that by bringing it up. Another thing that another thing too to note is that the jackal is not indigenous to Egypt. The jackal is from South Africa, if you let them tell it. But he has no role to play in this because he don't even look like Anubis. The dog, Anubis, is identical with the Cholo Exquisite dog here. And watch this here. If you're gonna take away Anubis, what about everything else? Because everything else, all the other deities are indigenous animals from America. You don't take one animal and then that excludes everything. No, if we're gonna do that, then what we're looking at is if the rest of them are from America, then they're talking about him, not a dog out of South Africa. I didn't know that the South Africans and the Egyptians was cool like that, but that's a Pan-African thought. I'll close on this. All work is easy work. I hope y'all enjoyed yourselves tonight, because we did.
And I want to end with, we have also HR 984. It's the Thomasina E. Jordan bill. It was signed into act on 2017, and it gave the colored people of Virginia, the colored tribes of Virginia, back their actual Indian status, recognition, and federal recognition, to know that they were the original first contact people in America.
Come on, y'all, let's keep it on Egypt and America.
Virginia. And King James I said that all of the East Coast, from Maine down to Georgia, was Virginia, and they had control from 1606 until 1786. And in 1618, they brought 90 girls, not 1619.
All right.
You know, let's throw some more history out there, child.
Yeah, but we want to. You're talking about Egypt right now, though, Crystal.
Randolph Haynes, who came here
Crystal,
in 1656.
We got to keep them focused. We're talking about Egypt.
In the Plymouth Company. And that's in the Rappahannock Court County files. Since y'all can't give out actual family and date lines, we can give out actual family and date lines.
All right, to the topic for Egypt and the Americas. We've laid down what we prove. Right now, you have one of the Moorish brothers trying to come jump on our side. That's not going to work, bro. You've been over there debating us all night. That's where you're going to stay at. You're going to take that L with the rest of your team. No, don't try to come over here now. See, that's what tied it in. If that was your answer, brother, you should have been gave that to us a long time ago when you took the opportunity not to answer our other questions. So now, just because we had a right answer, don't try to come get on this side right now. But yeah, we'll close with this. The Moors are not from America. The Moors have, if anybody noticed, these brothers have been all around the world just in this one bill when they supposed to been in commit. We don't know where the Moors at. One saying he's Algonquin from Kentucky. I don't know what the hell going on, really, to tell you. Everybody, they all mixed up. I don't know how this team got together anyway. Nobody was on the same team. Nobody had any answers. Nobody had any stories about themselves. All they wanted to do was talk about these scholars who failed us, who we proved they all had Indian heritage just like them. One thing we can conclude out of this, even from their master teachers down to themselves, they have told you about their Indian heritage, but they continue to come miseducate the people with doctrines and history that you see they didn't even have any proof of, or no ties, bloodline ties to. None of these stories about them. None of them have answered when they got to Africa, since they're placing themselves in Africa. None of them identify coming here. I heard Brandon say Homo sapiens sapiens. They can't help you because you still have to identify the human, the Homo sapiens sapien, with the name and a direct lineage to yourself. He keep telling us about what the scientists say. We are too dependent on these white folks, and then in one breath we want to turn around and gave with Jesus and colonizers and took us on the boat trip. But on the second one, you are in total agreement with his colonization science. Why? Because your master teacher told you, which brings us to where we beginning. Your master teachers were sent here as missionaries upon you, paid agents. If that's one thing we can conclude, to teach you guys you were from Africa and take you off the American continent mentally, because they attempted to take you out here physically through the Negro Convention of 1830, through the AME Church, which is the origin of the Pan-Africans here in America, They've continued through the through the back to Africa movement through the American Colonization Society. You guys didn't come; they came with the American the ASA. What was it? It'll come to me. They brought you. Say it again. The
ACS.
The AB now the one that created the HBCUs with the Freedmen's Bureau and the Baptist Convention. All right, yeah, I close on that. Yeah, you were educated, your 10 and 10, your Boulay, your Niagara Convention, your African Association, aka Pan-African. All of this here was taught through your African studies, African heritage studies. These guys were colonizers who have indigenous heritage, who taught you wrong, and that's why you got your ass kicked, because you listened to them. If you would have listened to Big Mama, you would have won like us. Bars.
And one last thing, HBCUs were first Indian schools.
Yes, indeed. All of them. Harvard, too. Let's start with the Ivy Leagues as well. All Indian normal schools. And we got the records from...
And we'll post some PTRs on how that...
Hold on, yeah, I gotta go get that damn thing.
One thing about these records...
Oh, one more thing to drop, too.
These are actual titles and deeds to our families. Proof who we related to. Irrefutable proof. Title.
James, you had some time.
We got a second. The brother said that we proved his point that Egypt was here in Americas. I guess that would drag Kemet over here too, then, huh?
And American Missionary Association, American Missionary Association for the HBCUs. How you get beat up in your rebuttal like that?
The chemists have 10 minutes for their rebuttal.
All right, so this brother side kept. I want to start off with rebutting the HBCUs or Indian schools. So I can only speak to Florida A&M University. Florida A&M University started off as the state normal school for colors. Okay, so when you go back through the annals of that history, you're going to learn that there were some people, not freedmen, but Africans from Senegal, who came here, who were wealthy people, who contributed to the founding of the school. There were people from Oberdeen University.
It's easy work, y'all.
Who contributed to the founding of the Florida A&M University. It was first located at the bottom of the tallest seven hills, which is where the Florida State University is now located. And it was relocated to its current location because of the fact that they were labeled as Negroes and colors, misnomered Moors. Nowhere in that whole thing does it ever come up that it was an Indian school, ever. So you have to show me some research on that.
Trust me, brother. No problem.
All night. I'll be glad.
Now, come on.
You got to show and prove.
I don't want them to try to call no flag on us. We're going to let them get it out.
College, which was the state normal school for colors, was in fact named the state normal school for Indians.
Can I ask, what was the law on
No.
Now they got 10 minutes.
No, you can't ask anything right now. Let them finish.
Okay, then we talked about the cocaine. So obviously you have committed, based on the fact of that dynasty traveled here, like the brother said, by whatever.
Get your own answers, nigga.
And was commencing to trade with their kindred people. And they didn't take corn, they took maize. Maize is not indigenous to Africa as a plant. So you're absolutely correct on that matter. They committed to trade, okay, and other things that they traded back with the Mayans, like Egyptian cotton that they found over in those same temples. And all of this is recorded and documented by Dr. Ivan Van Sertima as well.
Man, that's cap shit.
The chiefs and the kings wearing panther skins. Okay, so let's go inside of the Mayan pyramids and temples. You're going to see the chiefs and the kings and the priests. They are wearing the indigenous animal leopard of their
Man, we ain't trying to hear that shit. That's cap.
Oh
shit, that's what I needed.
And they're wearing the leopard skin.
or the lion skin. But there are no panthers over in that area. That cat, that meow, because the word meow is the word for cat in ancient Egyptian from Kemet.
The word meow come from ancient Kemet, y'all.
Nika, who was the ambassador to the European Union, teach you that this dialect we're speaking is a derivative of Yoruba, which is a derivative of Kushite, which is a derivative of ancient Kemet, and I can show you
that nigga taking up a lot of time for them.
Dictionary that relate back to the very words we use through our dialect.
Now he won't go to the word game.
In their dialect.
Boy.
Like if I say the shefu and it says the food gods, well, it's talking about a chef, the person who is a master of food. So you guys got to get your construct and your time frames correct. You gotta, if you're gonna say we're gonna build, I done told you to get your correspondences.
You niggas ain't answered the question right all night.
Down with my mama is my first God. My father is my God. There is nothing else that created me.
Why this nigga steady talking about God?
But even that's hearsay, because I myself was not awakened in my soul to know and see that, yes, that's my mama who made me and can remember that. So if anybody can remember when they were born, I want you to let me know. And let me know when you remember that it was like, in my case, July 31st, 1972. It's hearsay. So we could beat each other up all night, but let's keep it in the framework of a time. Let's keep it in the framework of the laws like the 1866 treaty, but let's find those missing links.
Bro, y'all gotta bring y'all answers.
I baited you. I baited you to the book, Queen Mu, and somebody went and read it, and you did exactly what I thought you would. You mentioned that he's a Rosicrucian, so he's a Mason. And I told you in the beginning, that they use a Masonic construct to create.
I told you these niggas spooky.
And you fell for it, and you placed it right in front of everybody.
Bro, no, bro. You should have.
Again, the Rosicrucian led you away from Kemet, because that's what Rosicrucians study. Ancient Kemet. They don't study no freaking ancient Mesoamerican and create the construct from. So
okay.
That's why you fell for the trap. So let's make sure we keep these things in context and play. I gave you my grandmother's name, Mad Ox. I gave you her parents' name, Bo Man. But what she said is that those people did nothing for our family, and what she did know from African is what helped her. That's where she learned how to roots. That's where she learned how to garden. That's what she taught me. So I'm a root man too. I'm a juju man. And I got it from Kemet as well, because Kemet is African. The same exact thing.
Man, y'all gonna let that nigga take all y'all time with that bullshit?
Shaquille, let me jump in there right quick, please. All right, sir.
Cause him need some milk.
The link is up. But somebody just changed my link. No, don't change my link. Y'all put your links during your times. No, I gotta. So I posted a link.
He frustrated. Come on, B, stay focused.
Jackal, indigenous to Eastern and Southern Africa. I'll post it.
It don't matter. He brown. He don't look like Anubis.
Since somebody changed it. Anywho, let's talk about.
What's Brother Brandon?
Yeah, let's talk
about Brandon. Before you go, let me address one thing on the HBCU, because they just posted some information that showed
we talking about how Egypt not America.
Okay. You need to know that there are.
We can put that on the other rounds.
Okay.
Ain't no more rounds, nigga.
On the rapid fires and stuff. But anywho, let's talk about the time system. Celestial events, the star alignments. Okay. So now everything that all of your calendars, any calendar that anyone in this room goes by, is based on celestial events. It's supposed to be based on celestial events of the star alignments. The hours of the day, all of those things is based on the sun and the star alignment. Now, the sun, star alignment, the information about the constellations can only be seen and comes from the Nile Valley. Kush and the two pole stars are the two stars that sit still in the always, and stars rotate around those stars. Thus far, the Africans in the Nile Valley were drawing symbols and stuff around the stars, creating different figures that they would observe out in nature. That's where you get your zodiacs from and your constellation signs, and most of their deities were based on animalistic symbols that they would draw in the stars from nature. Now, these events, the star constellations, are only visible in Africa along the Nile Valley. You cannot view all of them in any other area on the planet because it's too cloudy and the weather.
That shit ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Nature. Now, let's talk about the Great Pyramid of Giza. So that pyramid stands 6 million tons. That pyramid at its base is 13 acres. That pyramid is about 750 feet long along each side. It's 481 feet tall. Now that pyramid was made
90 seconds.
That pyramid was made with 2.5 million blocks of stone, and that pyramid is locked precisely toward the geographic location of the North Polaris star within the 360
that did not help you.
Single degree. Now, if you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you'll get the polar radius of the Earth. If you take the measure of the base and multiply it by 43,200, you get the circumference of the Earth. Now, it speaks out precisely and accurately, mathematically, on a scale of 1 to 43,200 to this planet. And that's not random. That number is derived from a key motion of the Earth's precession on its axis.
This is not going to help you.
Very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and 43,200 is a multiple of 73. All right. So in Kemet along the Nile Valley, they gave dimensions of this planet on a scale that's defined by that pyramid. Now, you tell me any pyramid in America, in South America, or any other areas that is locked mathematically, precisely, and accurately to the coordinates and different other aspects of this planet. Also, just to mention one last thing as I'm going out, if you can just Google and look up the coordinates of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and then look up the speed of light they met.
All right, we're heading into the finalization round. It'll be 3 minutes each. American Indians is on you guys when you're ready.
All right, so I wanted to touch on, because Buddy brought up that I fell into the trap. The guy that wrote the Queen Moody Egyptian Sphinx, he also has other book, and there's pictures of him doing archaeological research in Mexico. Also, and to answer Brandon's last point, there's temples and pyramids aligned with the Sirius and Pleiades star system in Mexico.
Yeah, that's right. And as far as your schools, all forms of your colleges and schools created here in America. I mean, from your Princetons, your Yales, your Ivy League schools, they did your William and Mary, your University of Virginia, coming from Thomas Jefferson, who also was American Indian, if y'all know y'all history. But you had you also had the Moores Charity School here, which later Alexander Hamilton had a hand in, the Oneida, with the Oneida Indians. You have for your HBCU, you have your Hampton University, built for and by Indians. The thing was clear to train and select Negro youth who should go out and teach and lead their people first by example. This is what we said, these education systems through these HBCUs, they corrupted our minds. Like the sister Tasha said, you get a Kente clout at the end when you finish these HBCU studies. I land right there if y'all got something. Okay, let me say this here then.
30 seconds.
All right, I close on this here.
90 seconds.
The brother went on and on, and I mean, that didn't prove anything.
Can we get a date on the arrival when they got here?
Hold on, we're gonna do that in the questions. Yeah, I want to say.
Grandparent.
Hold on, we're gonna do that in the questions. Yeah, I want to land by saying the brother went on and on about how he admired Egypt. When we have like the brother brought up, I think also correlates with the constellations here as well. You got to remember, we had the science first, and we took it over there to you guys. So again, they are the students. They can admire the work over there, but the fact is, these guys have no ties to it, and they have been preaching all night long to us. The brother tried to bring up the Rosicrucians, and they find it every other way to try to side with our answers. Which, if y'all knew this, y'all should have had the answers for y'allself, because it's not helping y'all; it's actually helping us.
30 seconds.
Anybody want that?
Is it on Kemet or is it still?
I guess we yield then.
All right, the American Indians are yielding. Kemet, you have 3 minutes for your finalization.
All right, so let's go back to this HBCU because you guys really don't know history. So there are 4 types of HBCUs.
Boy,
the
stop.
first one is created by the white slave owners. Okay, they decided that, hey, we gotta
name the fucking
into
school.
An industrial age. We gotta create some supervision between us and the workforce. So they said, hey, we're gonna take these people here, whether they be Indians or colors, Negro, blacks, Moors, misnomer, into all those names, and we're going to make them into supervisors and create contracts with them to manage the other people. That's the first HBCU.
Where can we
the
find
white church jumped in and said, hey, wait a minute, you just created another form of slavery, and you're not paying them proper wages.
What are the
So
names of these institutes that you're speaking of, brother?
All right, let me give you an example of the first one. Howard University is an example of the first one. An example of the second one is going to be Bethune-Cookman University, which was BCU, or used to be Bethune-Cookman College. The
We
white Methodist
BCU,
Church
nigga.
created that with her to give them an out, to give them money, to create supervisors. But the catch-all was that they had to have a Christian background. The same with all the others. Then you have the third one. You have the AME Church stepping up saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, y'all teaching us all this backward stuff. We can't even sit at the front of the church. We got to sit at the back. No, we're going to create our own private colleges. So you have like Edward Waters College. That's in Jacksonville. Edward Waters is out of Baltimore. All right? It's a private,
90 seconds.
It's a private school. So you have the last one, which I mentioned, was created by the Africans, which is Florida A&M University, Tuskegee University. Then you have this situation where the brother's talking about we just coming out the side of our neck. Use the timeline of history. Use that to put everything in place and in sync so that we can build properly. Otherwise, everybody's talking out the side of the neck. And you got to know that Rosicrucians, Ku Klux Klanmen, all of them did this on purpose and stated in their commentary that their goal was to break the black man, specifically coming out of Africa, and those that were Moors, who was misnomer as Indians, Negroes.
This nigga steady coming back with that little weak ass shit.
Because they mentioned in their books, and I've had them come to black lodges and admit it so that they could be healed. I'm a year from now.
Okay. And yeah, y'all, you mentioned theaters in Mexico being locked to Orion's Belt only. Okay, and that is Orion's Belt is a constellation that's only in this Piscean age, which one zodiacal age only lasts 2,150 years. All right, so that shows that they built that during this current time in history. Now the calendar is called a sidereal calendar. That calendar is over 50,000 years old. Able to prove. Now some believe that it's about 100,000.
All right, we're going into the 1 minute interrogation round. The American Indians are going to have 3 rounds to ask questions and allow the chemists to rebuttal, and then the chemists will have 3 rounds to ask questions.
All right, so my question is towards Brandon. You misquoted me. I stated that the Mayans have structures aligned with the Sirius and the Pleiades. So where's the study of it only being aligned with the Orion's Belt?
All right, and my question is to Brother Sakep. What are the names of those institutions that you were saying created the HBCUs? And what is the name of the African that created the HBCU in Florida?
And my question is to Brandon. Which grandmama, granddaddy, any one of them, either one, that came here to America from anywhere from Kemet, and what was their name? And not their name, dump up their names. What year was it? Which grandparent came from Kemet and what year was it? You keep eluding that answer.
I'd also like to know when they got here and where did they port.
Chemits is on you guys to rebuttal.
The longest debate in history.
All right. So first off, I'm referencing the pyramid of the moon, pyramid of the sun, and the pyramid of Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
I know, but those pyramids are aligned to the Orion's belt and the Orion's belt only. I mentioned in Africa how they align pyramids to not just one or some constellations. They align pyramids to multiple constellations, as that is the only area that you can see all of the star alignments, all of the constellations, all of the zodiac star alignment. Now, as I mentioned, and just the purpose of this debate, I never negated that we're already here, but the origin of humanity is not here. It comes from Africa, as I already said. There are only Homo sapiens sapiens.
It comes from Africa. How did you get here?
It's a subgroup of Homo sapiens that came out of Africa, and Homo sapiens.
Told y'all they don't even want to talk about the slave trade no more.
Species category.
Ain't none of them talking about they come out that slave trade no more. Now they out here trying to tell you about Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, that's why I'm saying when y'all play that ancient history game with them, you are falling into their hand. Make them niggas come back through the slave trade.
And again, which one of your grandparents, which generation grandparent was it? Let me make it more clear for you then, since you can't answer the question. You keep talking about Homo sapiens. Which generation grandparent of yours, Brandon, came to America from Kemet? You keep giving no answer. A pyramid is not your grandparent. Sorry.
And what year did the Homo sapiens migrate out of Egypt? Because we're trying to see how you even tied to these people in Egypt. So we'll rest with her question as well.
All right. American Indians yield. Chemits is on you to respond.
Right. So they keep asking multiple questions. So you got to remember them all. Now, again, for the last time, I have continuously said that I don't negate that we were here. And the purpose of this, and y'all wanted this to try to say that American Indians, America is the origin, and it's not. So therefore, the Homo sapiens, the subgroup of Homo sapiens, migrated to the Americas through the Bering Strait. After the last Asiatic glacier period. So again, the purpose of this is not to say that we weren't already here. Yeah, we were here. We're the quote unquote, which I want to call them, but we didn't originate here. That's the premises of this. That's the purpose of that. And y'all can't get past that. The other haplogroups, the other human species are not found here. They never were, and they're not.
Damn, hold up. I got kicked off. Come on with it, man.
Did it originate? When did it originate? Before Darwinism?
30 seconds.
And are you saying that you don't have any bloodline ties to Egypt because you keep saying that we started here? So you're saying that you came from America. Are you saying you're from America and not Egypt, brother? And you're the scientists, and plus we have over 1,400 years. They say they debunked the Ice Age theory, so nobody walked across the Ice Age because it was people here 14,000 years ago in Florida. They new discovery.
All right, in this round, the chemists are going to respond, and then after their round is over, they're going to come back with their 3 rounds of questioning.
All right. So again, and I've been putting up links
and referencing scientific articles, etc., and stuff about in the link I put up earlier when they cross-examined the DNA, and I reiterated again that it says in there that the scientists said that the experiment that they conducted, debunked the Darwin theory that he just came up with after he found some ape-looking skeletons, in the area of the earth. Now, anywho, it takes two people to make all of us. It took 4 people to make them. It took 8 people to make them. It took 16 people to make them. It took 32 people to make them. It took 68 people to make them, and then it took 127 people to make them, and then you keep going up and up and up. So it took millions of people just to make you and I, and Yuval and James and etc. So again, as people migrated over here,
All right, it's on the comments for their 1 minute interrogation. Go ahead and start off with your questions, comments.
Oh, so we don't. Okay. Hey, do I get it? We don't. All right, cool. Fuck it. I wanted to tell that Ice Age
broke up
shit.
big or something. We didn't hear what you said.
No, I was just gonna say, in modern time, the global climatic events have associated with various theories. However, some of these approaches conflicting with another, and the recent theory has been entirely ruled out. And they come from Nature World.
It's not on you.
Oh, okay. Well, that was false to Ice Age. My bad.
Yeah, it's on the
Get that shit out of here, nigga.
Now.
They entirely ruled. The theory was entirely ruled out.
Questions of people saying, when did
The theory entirely ruled out, bro. So what are we doing here?
Like to ask you as an American Indian to, if you got records, like real records, other than the Dobbs report or the Dobbs roll.
Nigga ain't no. Everybody ain't got no Dobbs Road records.
Exactly when and how far back with the name, full name. I can take you back 3 generations from me. I mentioned the Bowden, all right, from the Maddox. It was Maddox to Bowden. Their names changed.
30 seconds.
And so where is their name and at what year? Exactly. Don't give me no filibuster. Tell me if it's on the census report.
Huh?
My folks.
Yeah, and we still got some more. And what calendar does an American Indian have that's older than the sidereal calendar that comes out of Kemet? Because that calendar is 50,000 years old.
Our calendar goes by the turtle shell.
Hold on.
And your calendar, goddamn 50,000 years old, you gonna be older than goddamn Kemet. You older than the buildings and shit.
It's on the American Indians to respond.
Our calendar goes on the turtle shell, according to the spaces on the turtle shell. Right? That's the 13 moons that we have in 28-day calendars.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the bro's question, right? So my 10th great grandma, Elizabeth Proctor, was born in 1687. She was a servant from England. Indentured servant from England. She married and had a child with a Piscataway man. And then she had my 9th great grandmother, who was a mulatto.
30 seconds.
In 1713 in Charles County, Maryland.
If you PTR,
And I tell you, go ahead, T.
if you PTR, you see my grandmother right there, 2nd great grandma. I was born on the Coshada reservation down in Texas, and her family were chiefs of the tribe, Chief Mingos, the Mingos of the tribe. Easy work, bro.
And I tell you, my granddaddy came in 1656. And then I also have my grandfather, Isaiah Lyon.
Comments, next question.
Hey, what humanoid species are the American Indians?
Is
from
that
my
your
understanding,
question? Hold on. No, and my question would be is what years did the civilizations for American Indians build pyramids in Central America, South America?
Man, somebody come get him. Get that nigga off the goddamn panel.
Hold on, Phoenix, hold on. Comment, so you guys yielding? You have any more questions?
They gotta come get this nigga off the panel, man. His questions is every time he talk. Yeah, Indian Carter, they went and got all the Moors to come. Why course you gonna pick them niggas. You know the Moors went over there and told them, hey, we can whoop them niggas. The Moors told them niggas, we can whoop them niggas. That nigga came to this bitch with like 4 Moors on his team.
What main species are the American Indians? Mongoloid is not a main species, and they're not Mongoloids. What main species are the American Indians?
What main species? These species are titles.
They would be Australoid in Aboriginal. Yeah, it would be Australoid and Aboriginal Australians, right? They're one of the oldest living civilizations that are still around 70,000 years.
That's not a main species.
I knew he was gonna say that.
No, it's a main species because if you talk to the Aboriginal Australians, they still tell you they come from Africa.
No, it's not. I'm talking about science.
30 seconds. Hold on, Brandon.
Oh, my bad.
Science is fake, bro.
Wouldn't they not fall under Homo sapien, Homo sapien, and Homo erectus stuff, right? They would fall under that.
American Indians, are you yielding?
Oh yeah, we're yielding. Okay, since you're yielding, what is
the last question? What on the chemist side?
Yeah, what is the original Indian tribe? What is the original? Where did all Indians derive from? What tribe?
We come from a plethora of tribes.
Y'all gotta relax, bro. Relax.
Sapiens. No, those are subspecies. Those are not original species.
Texas nigga.
Original species, and all of them are only found in Africa. You have subspecies in other areas. In Americas, only the subspecies of Homo sapiens sapiens have been found here. So what original species of the American Indians if they originated in America?
Chemist, are you yielding your time?
And I'll list the original species since they have trouble figuring out what the original species are. Like I listed earlier when we first started: Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalis, Homo erectus, Homo floresiensis, Homo habilis, and Homo rudolphins.
Time.
Can't say that word.
You got this is the last round. It's on American Indians to respond. And then
I want to say that okay, so I wanted to say that the people that he said are extinct, they aren't alive anymore. That's all I want to add to that.
Hey, last time I did that, you shut me down. I should get to come in on time.
Y'all yielded, bro.
You guys yielded.
All right, I could have went. I didn't.
Hold on, bro. It's their time.
Yeah, and if we go off the, Aboriginal, they're one of the oldest living civilizations. So they come from the original humanoid species that you want to bring up. They're over 70,000 years old, and they are found here in the Americas as well.
30 seconds.
Is it on Kemet?
No.
It's still the Indians.
Oh, okay.
And I say this here, that's a modern construct, even these words Homo sapiens, because the people who lived back then didn't call themselves Homo sapiens. And we'll end with that. So that was a weak argument. We land.
Yeah, Los. You there, Los?
Yeah, I'm right here.
That's the end of the interrogation.
Did we get questions? Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, hold on. All right. So how we want to do this? I'm going.
I changed it to club members only, so everybody can go ahead and join the club. Lows, they want to come on stage. I changed hand raising to club members only. You got to join the club to get on stage.
Okay. It just depends on how they want to do this this post debate.
Nigga, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on the East Coast.
What y'all want to do? Y'all want to hold on. Let's go to the chat real quick and
Everybody go to the chat. Everybody in the chat, spam, ones for Kemet, spam twos for the Indians. We just want to see how y'all felt. Spam 0 if neither.
Hey, y'all go. Y'all make sure y'all ain't nothing but twos down there. That's 2 1s.
It's more Indians. It's more Indians in the room. Out of the 2.
No, it's 250 people in here.
Right, you counted them like that?
They trying to cheat. Talking about it's more Indian. Hey, they just voted. Everybody vote twos. Them niggas talking about it's more American Indians here. No, it just look like that.
Indians win.
Hands and feet.
No, it ain't no winner. It ain't no winners. I just want to see how people, not a winner, but I mean, take it with it.
Oh, we won.
Yeah, the most convincing to me was Indians. To you. So,
them twos still coming, bro.
I want to bring people up and have a conversation.
The twos still coming.
Raise your hands. We can have a conversation.
Beat the brakes off them niggas.
No, so I just posted the link right there. If they wanted to just do a vote, they could click on the Kemets or the American Indians.
Bro, we already won.
Okay, you made a poll. Okay. Yeah. So raise your hand. Y'all want to come up?
Hey, one of the moderators said, "Who sounded the most convincing was the Indians."
They down there right now, and if you want to come up and you got questions or for either side, come up. If you got comments, raise your hand. So
before they do that, Los, give us your take. Cause it's your room.
He ain't gonna say nothing.
I was in and out. Honestly,
right? He can't say nothing because them his homeboys. They be with him every day. He can't tell them they just got their ass whooped.
In and out as much as I could, but I couldn't get. I had to focus on my work, man. I forgot that I scheduled this shit on a day I had already previously scheduled the studio, and I had artists in there and songwriters and shit. So yeah, I was into my work, man. I tuned in as much as I could, so I definitely didn't get enough to know what was really going on. I did hear some things. I did hear some things. If I could say anything, I would say that on the Kemetic side, I did hear a lot of mainstream science being used, and I was very surprised at that. That's something that I just did not expect. Honestly, I didn't. I thought the Kemetic, scholars was gonna come with way more, ancient cosmology and shit like that, and I heard a lot of mainstream science.
It couldn't help them. They couldn't come with no cosmology shit. It couldn't help them.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of pseudoscience.
The punches was coming too fast, man.
That fucked me up a little bit. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying too.
Okay. Tell the truth.
Though, I can't say that was the gist of the argument, but the times that I tapped in, I heard a lot of points being backed by mainstream science, and I'm like, particularly the part where when Brandon was talking about the Earth on an axis and it wobbles on a tilt, and it, the rotation of the Earth. I was like, what? That shit fucked me up. I don't think none of the Indians even caught that shit. I don't know, because I ain't hear nobody refute that.
Well, Alos, I did hear it, man, but I didn't even want to do it, bro. I didn't want to do it.
I thought that was
James, I forgot your ass was even here.
Because, I mean, if you was sharp,
we hold the mic for James.
So you basing the entire dimensions of the pyramids on a pseudoscience system? Your ancestors, even in Africa, didn't teach you that. Where in Africa did they teach you that the fucking earth is spinning?
The Dogons, brother.
The Dogons taught you that the earth was spinning.
You don't know about the helix?
Bruh. See, man.
Think about it.
No, don't tell me to think about it. That's what I said. Show me right now.
I'm a surveyor and an engineer, so if you can tell me how you cannot put a stick in the ground and there's a rotation around the sun, come on, man.
Hey, bruh. If you don't stop that shit, you better stop that shit.
What the hell have you built for 30 years? Tell me where you have not in nature to build something and know that you're rotating in a fixed environment.
Hold on, man. All right, I got you, man. That's a very basic way to approach someone. Did you just ask me what have I built in 30 years?
He's built himself. We are the science.
But hold on, no. Because we know what that is. And that's why we didn't allow that in the debate. Did you just ask me what have I built in 30 years?
You're picking on something, so I'm asking.
I'm talking about a scholarship.
What have you done?
Wait
what
one
have
second,
you done
sir.
to disprove that we're not?
Sir, 1 second. You are in my house. Do you have a little respect?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on, buddy.
And you don't have to call me sir, brother. I appreciate it, though.
Well, it's okay. Okay. Either way, you're gonna tell me what to do, huh? So anyway, when did this become about me? Like if we're debating a particular realm of scholarship, when did this become about me and what I built? What does that mean? What does that mean, sir?
Something happened. I got distracted. Come again, brother.
What I'm saying is this. If we're talking about a particular realm of scholarship, what does that have to do with me? Why is it personal to me? Why is it about what I have built?
Because whenever a person makes a comment about someone else's comment, he commented about the rotation of the earth. You're saying it's pseudo. Anytime we use the word pseudo, we need to understand that all of us, like somebody say, well, I intuited in my spirit. That's pseudo. Okay, so if I intuited in my spirit and observed the stars at night moving in a particular fashion, then I say, man, these stars are moving in a clockwise manner, so I must be spinning. So how can I prove that? Well, I put a stick in the ground and I see a shadow. And I say, okay, well, let me meter this out some kind of way so I can put measurement to it. And like the sister said, we go by the 13 moons. Now I can start to graduate things according to the moons. And I can see the cycle of the sun. So I must question, is the sun spinning around me or am I spinning around the sun? And then how do I know that I'm moving? Because I feel the wind on my face. And if the wind, where's the wind coming from? Well, it ain't some imaginary creature blowing air on me. It means that something's moving in a space where I can see it moving in the sky. So I intuit pseudo and I document it. And that becomes mathematics. And that becomes information. And then it becomes something more scientific.
You totally didn't answer my question.
Sir, the sun's not going around you.
He didn't answer.
No.
I'm just trying to figure out what we talking about. This is like
nobody. Hold on, wait. Listen, y'all didn't do this the whole time. Don't start doing this now. Stop. Don't do this now.
The sun is not going around you.
Excuse me, do you want to leave?
It's not going around you.
Man,
It's
get
going
out of
over
here,
you.
bro. I don't like the fact that y'all doing this. Like, why feel the need to do this? Like, why are you people so rude? Like, if you were scholars, what part of your scholarship makes you do that? Y'all didn't do that the whole debate. Why do you lose now your regard for decorum? Well, why? That's irresponsible. And you modded on stage and you can't yield to us speaking? Man, bro, y'all something else, man. Y'all something else, man. I set up this whole thing so y'all can have a debate, and now I can't even get no respect in my own space, man.
Come on, Los, you got it, bro. You got it. Come on with it.
Come on now. I'm gonna go back to the brother though. The brother was being respectful. So I heard what you just said, and I'm noting that what you just said. Okay? I'm noting everything you just said. However, you didn't answer my question that I asked you about the validity of what have I built in the last 30 years. You didn't answer that question. You talked about, doing the stick in the ground experiment and your observations, but I didn't still gather the validity of asking me what I built in the last 30 years.
Okay, maybe I didn't present it to you in the right way. When you made the comments about the brother spitting out pseudoscience because he talked about the earth spinning on its axis.
Yes.
And all of those things, okay? Now, I'm asking you, what have you built? I'm asking, what body of knowledge have you created to disprove what he's stating? What body of knowledge and information do you have that can share that's contrary to what he's saying in relationship to what we've been talking about all night?
Okay, I understand. So are you saying that if in some way if I had built something per se, that it would give me some validity to the argument, or if I hadn't built anything, it would give me less?
Yes, brother. Exactly. You're on point.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I was a carpenter for 15 years. And I built homes from the ground up. Does that help at all, or am I in the ballpark?
Yes, you're good. Now,
okay, because I think that beats your. I put more than just a stick in the ground.
Okay, exactly. So I'm a builder. I'm a construction engineer. Built hotels, things at Disney, Universal, etc. Some of the most complex things that you can imagine.
I built mine with my hands.
So we carpenters. I started out as a carpenter.
Okay, I built mine with my hands.
So now you're admitting that you're also a scientist.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be in the conversation if I wasn't, in the field of study.
So then you can agree it's not pseudo for him to bring that up.
No, it is, because I can debunk the stick in the ground. I like to build. I really like to build, and I like to bait. I like to build and I like debate. That's why I didn't get in a debate. Because honestly, if I was in a debate,
my question would be, how do you debunk the stick in the ground?
Yeah, I mean, easily. There's no way for you to clearly distinguish that the earth is moving versus the cosmos are moving around you. The most common thing that you can do is assess what you're actually seeing. That's what you can do. Anything else after that is a postulation and an assumption. And you can use theoretically based, factors to try to stabilize it, but it's completely in theory. So what you're saying has actually never been proven. And we can go to all of the experiments and all of the mechanisms that they've built to try to propagate that the earth is, in fact, in rotation. We can go to all the moon cycles. I love to go down this journey with you. I would love to, because all we've ever seen and all we've ever witnessed is that it's a flat plane that's non-rotating, as NASA has stated that it's a non-rotating stationary plane that the encyclopedia has listed. non-rotating stationary plane. All of our ancestors have stated, even in Kemet, even in your own side that you're debating for, Nut and Geb was not on no axis, was not on no wobble. Fight your way out of that.
Okay, so
that nigga say, fight your way out of that one.
I'm gonna go with, you should know that algebra is the study of the relationship between the earth and the sun. Okay, once you get into the construct of understanding that, you can take that stick that I just showed you, right?
I've done it.
You can allow the rotations and markings to be made.
I've done the experiment. That's what I'm telling you. That does not prove that the earth is moving.
Listen, brother, I'm gonna share with you. Now, I'm an engineer. I've also been a professional surveyor. You have what is called fraction and refraction, because the earth has a spheric nature to it. So when you're in surveying and you're shooting long ranges of information through a prism, a laser that gets down to the gnat's ass of a nanometer, the earth bends away from the laser. Okay, and you have to recalculate the bend, the point of interest, brother. Really,
that's false.
We got satellites orbiting, scanning the Earth.
How do satellites orbit? How did they go up? How did they get up?
Brother, you do know rockets take satellites off and disperse them.
No, they don't.
We calculate that in certain.
No, they don't.
In spatial geometry.
No, they don't. And you know what, man, you got a whole healthy, I ain't gonna lie, you on the other side for real.
That's just like they say a man made it to the moon and one of the astronauts said, no, we didn't. So come on, man. I mean, let's stop playing the spatial geometry.
You telling me to stop playing, but you're.
I'm about to cut this bitch out. These nigga that took 6 hours out my motherfucking day, man. I bullshit you not.
I'm not talking about.
These nigga took 6 hours.
I'm cool with your positioning. I'm saying you're very aggressive
with
these theories. It's weird to me. You're very aggressive with a bunch of fucking theories.
Can we talk about the goddamn build?
The fucking Space Force. We got you in the Space Force. So we walked on the moon, right? We walked on the moon, right? We walked on the moon, right?
We ain't walked on the moon.
Man, these people, man, listen. This is crazy. This shit is nuts.
All right, so can I respond to that, bro?
It's like, why? It's like, at this point, y'all just love pseudoscience, bro. It's all good.
You ready for
Nah, bro,
you about to pour a bunch of this shit down in my soul, man. Man, listen. This who Brandon had on his team.
And he wouldn't stop talking, and he kept getting proved wrong all night. Every round he got proved wrong.
My name is Los.
It's just Los.
It's Los, brother. Los. King Los.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Yes. King Los. Yes. So King Los, when you look into the night sky.
Man, come on with this whole ass shit, man. We trying to goddamn.
The moon is a disc.
I'm gonna do it like this, bro.
So have you not?
I'm gonna have to let the nigga know that, hey, bro, we been here 6 hours, bro. We'd rather talk about the debate instead of this nigga who been talking all night ain't got a motherfucking thing right. Nigga want to be smart. This how a lot of them niggas be sounding, bro. Nigga be like, bro, you just talking for nothing.
It doesn't rotate. That would be false to say.
God damn.
It turns. Because it's disingenuous to say it rotates when it actually turns like a knob. See,
man, we got so many people on the panel, man. Let's take care of this, man.
It's very misleading to people when you say that the moon rotates. If the moon rotates, you would see more than one side of the moon in your lifetime. You only see one side of the moon, so the moon turns. As it goes from the eastern sky to the western sky, it just turns like a doorknob and it flips. It does not rotate. Now you can look up the pseudoscience on that because they try to pretend that you've never seen but one side of the moon your entire life. And I'm pretty sure you're probably my elder. And I'm 41. You've never seen more than one side of the moon in your life. So to say that the moon rotates, well, what planet do you live on?
Hey, peace. Los.
Hold on. Wait.
Come on, bro. We need
Let's
to
listen to that sound of Google clicks.
We need to get these debate numbers out. We need to know who won, what's up. We ready to go.
Oh my goodness.
We ready to go, man. We've been over here all day. Y'all ain't fed us. Y'all ain't offered us no water, no beverages.
Somebody Googling, huh? Come on, man. Can't even shoot from the hip. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. What you was finna say? Man?
No, I was just gonna say, now we've been here 6 hours. I wanted, I didn't want to leave. I wanted to do take some questions, and we see like who won. That brother there, he been wanting attention all night, and he been hogging the mic. Never came with a right answer. Even tried to share our right answers at the end. But respectfully, brother, you gotta go back to the drawing board, bro.
He coming with the more science. That's why. He coming with the more.
I don't use more science. That's kinetic science. You gotta know the steps in the lab.
Look, this nigga always got something to say, bro. He always got something to say.
If you tell
he can't shut the fuck up.
Are propagating.
See, you just said that. I didn't say that.
Look, bro, what is wrong with this nigga, man? Say low, bro. I'm getting sleep. That was much better be. I must be getting sleepy. And it's enough for these niggas, man.
You got it, man. You got it, man.
Come on, let's down take these questions, bro.
You don't understand laser refraction.
Hey, man, you are making an assumption when you say that.
If I practice it in reality,
I practice it in reality too. The problem is you never thought that I was qualified.
You've been a surveyor,
bro.
On the earth.
Beyond that, I'm telling you, beyond that, beyond this particular subject that we're talking about right now, this particular subject, I've been studying for 12 years.
You've been studying.
I'm not a neophyte when it comes to what we're talking about right now. I've done the experiments, is what I'm telling you. I'm not going to speak on
something in reality.
Brother, you know there's a way better argument you could have. There's a way.
This shit ain't about you, my nigga. Let the fucking show go on.
And
you getting beat. You got beat up by us. You get beat up by Los. This nigga just don't stop.
Been debunked.
He do not stop. You been taking air whipping all night, and he new to the app.
You're talking that's 101.
The nigga new on the app.
Science don't teach the helo so hold on, man. Hold on. So you're telling me
this man is Copernicus reincarnated.
The people who said the Earth was flat, that got on ships, said you was gonna fall off the Earth, but for some reason they was able to keep on going. What are you saying?
Brother, why do you
saying it's not round? You're saying that we're not rotating on.
Do you know the difference between spherical and round, sir?
Spherical, round, you know the semantics. Come on, man.
It's two different things.
I said sphere earlier.
And then you just said round, brother. You see the difference? You said spherical earlier, and now you're saying round.
I'll give you an academic attaboy for the spherical. I'll give you that.
Okay, so
I was trying to dumb it down because everybody in this room is not an engineer. If I start,
man, you gotta stop that.
Like I did with you on the fraction and the refraction, you're not even picking up on the fraction and refraction of the Earth that it does have curvature to it.
Man, if you want to get into the science of how light works, we can get into all that. But what you're doing right now, we've shot lasers across the ocean. We've shot lasers for long distances. It does not change. It does not change. And the Earth is supposed to have a supposed curvature at a certain distance. You can't explain that. You can't explain why airplanes don't account for the Earth's curvature ever.
Bro, I'm standing here with an aeronautical engineer. They do account for the curvature of the Earth.
Man, you think I'm about to listen to an aeronautical engineer? Y'all the most indoctrinated. Y'all motherfuckers indoctrinated to drink your own Kool-Aid.
Don't refer to nobody in the group as a motherfucker.
Hey, Sakel, bro, respectfully, brother Sakel, we've been here 6 hours, bro. This is not about you.
All right, look. Here's what I say. I'll say, y'all brothers, love
fucking
to drink your own
nigga,
Kool-Aid, man. So let me ask you a question. Am I also supposed to subscribe to Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because I mean, he's the world's leading astrophysicist.
You standing here with one.
Am I supposed to? He's the world's leading though. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the world's leading astrophysicist. Does he have any merit? Yes or no? I'm just asking. Yes or no?
Come again, I was listening to someone.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the world's leading astrophysicist. He's the world's leading astrophysicist. Does he have any merit? Any?
Who is he the lead according to who?
According to the world.
according to who? Who gave him that
world?
status?
He's the
world.
Who's the world? See. Now when you see. All right, should I stop, y'all? Should I stop?
Please.
Okay. All right. Okay. This man said according to who? According to mainstream science. Oh no, you got that.
So what you're saying is you're following the pseudo-ness of the world in order to.
No, I'm not following. I never said I follow him.
Okay,
I asked you a question,
either,
brother. But you're using aeronautics and astrophysics to make your claims. How do you think you can tell me about all this spherical stuff without using those things?
So are you saying that the mathematics don't work for anything?
I'm saying that you can't prove that with logical consistency. I'm saying you can posit it and we can go into a build, but you would have to at some point assume, because the majority of the stuff that you're saying is theoretical. You have to be a believer of the stuff you're saying. I don't have to believe what I'm saying. I don't need a belief system to walk all across a flat earth plane, to experience a flat earth, to see the cosmos moving above me. I'm not going to look at a car going down the street and assume that I'm the shit moving because the car went past me.
Okay, so now what you're doing is you're deceiving the people, because what you just did is
don't call my shit common sense.
You just went into a common sense, cosmological, metaphysical discussion. You said walking on a flat plane. I'm going to say as an engineer, I agree with you walking on a flat plane until you break the curvature of the earth at a certain distance.
Exactly. So I told you that no engineer in the history of engineers has built a fucking structure on a damn curve to acquire for the curvature of the earth. And we know this to be true because we build on level. Airplanes fly level.
Bro, do you understand that's why you build a building pad? You flatten the earth out to to make perpendicular and plumb?
But to insinuate that that's the earth's curvature would again be disingenuous.
Hey, Lowe's, can I add something real quick?
See what he just did? That's just uneven earth beneath you. That's not the earth's curvature. Like, come on, bro. Come on.
I get it.
Wait a minute, brother.
Come on, man.
You've been talking all night. Hold on 1 second. Let me say something real quick.
That feds, man. You gotta loosen it up.
So if you ask Google, since y'all like to use Google, if you ask Google the longitude and the latitude of the earth, she'll just direct you to some articles. But if you ask her other questions, she can give you the answer. That's it. Ain't no longitude or latitude of the earth.
Man. How fast is the earth traversing through the universe?
All right, y'all. I'm about to. We gonna close it down, bro, because I don't know what the hell these niggas done took us to.
Don't Google nothing.
What are you asking?
This shit here was supposed to be about a debate. What in the hell happened?
Traverse.
Man, I want to appreciate y'all putting up, man, coming to rock out with the kid, goddamn. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool, goddamn. I'll see y'all in a couple days, man. That's our motherfucking time. We gone.
Who's next?
Hold up, y'all. They said
Who's
we
next?
next.
Don't Google. Come off your mic the way you always do and just speak. You're Googling.
Come on, brother. I'm not Googling. I'm listening to you ask a question. The earth is not moving through the universe.
What?
Why would we Google those? It's fixed within its solar system. So it's
Bro,
not
who
moving through the
want-
universe. That means we're going through.
All right, y'all be cool, man. I'm gone. Fuck it.
Yo, man. Okay, see, now according